Section 1 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Turner. History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. Part 1, Chapter 1, Beginnings of the Times, 1851 to 1859. Part 1. In a sense, the New York Times is the result of an accident, or of a sequence of accidents. Sooner or later, Henry J. Raymond and George Jones would have become partners in the production of a newspaper, and wherever or whatever that newspaper might have been, its character would have been fixed by the common ideals which these men held, as its prosperity would have been ensured by their unusually fortunate combination of talents. But it was only a chance that this Raymond Jones newspaper, whose early years established the standard and the character which the Times strives to maintain today, was the New York Times and not the Albany Evening Journal, and it took more accidents to bring Raymond and Jones together in 1851. The acquaintance and friendship of the two men who directed the Times for the first 4 decades of its history began in the early 40s in the office of the New York Tribune. Jones, a native of Vermont, had come to New York and gone into business, and had been invited by Horace Greeley to become his partner in the establishment of the Tribune in 1841. Whether from a failure to realize the wider field for newspaper enterprise which was opening in New York, or from a well-grounded distrust of Greeley's business judgment, Jones refused. But he did take a place in the Tribune business office, and there not only acquired a thorough familiarity with what may be called the elementary system of a newspaper, but formed a friendship with Raymond, who was Greeley's principal editorial assistant. Presently Raymond went over to the Courier and Enquirer, then edited by General James Watson Webb, and Jones later moved to Albany, where he engaged in the business of redeeming banknotes. In those days, when almost anybody could start a bank and issue paper money which might or might not have a solid reserve behind it, this was a somewhat hazardous occupation, but Jones made it profitable. His business ability commended itself to Thurlow Weed, who had become acquainted with Raymond both as a newspaper man and as a rising young Whig politician. In 1848, Weed wanted to get out of the Albany Evening Journal and offered to sell it to the two friends. Raymond and Jones were willing, but one of Weed's partners would not let go, so the enterprise came to nothing. But it had shown Raymond and Jones that they were not alone in thinking that they could get out a pretty good newspaper. For the moment, Raymond's chief attention was diverted to politics. He was elected to the Assembly in 1849 and became its Speaker 2 years later. But the idea of a Raymond Jones newspaper never died thereafter. In 1850, General Webb went to Europe and left Raymond in temporary charge of the Courier and Enquirer. Raymond not only failed to use his political influence to promote Webb's brief senatorial boom, but incurred his chief's disfavor by speaking out some plain truths on the slavery question in connection with the compromise proposals of that year. Raymond was not then, and never was, till well along in the Civil War, an abolitionist, but he did not think that the more urgent question of the slave power in politics could be cured by ignoring it or by tame surrender. His independence got him into Webb's bad graces, and when Raymond went to Albany for the legislative session that winter, he was eager to get away from Webb and start out for himself. Jones was somewhat more reluctant to give up a business which he had made profitable, but it happened that a bill was then before the legislature which proposed to regulate the rate of banknote redemption so severely that it would make the business entirely too hazardous for men of integrity. One day early in 1851, Jones and Raymond were walking across the Hudson on the ice when Jones observed that he had heard that the Tribune had made a profit of $60,000, in those days an enormous sum in the past year. This renewed Raymond's enthusiasm, and before they reached the other shore he had obtained Jones' promise to join him, if the redemption bill passed, in the establishment of a new daily in New York. The bill did pass. Jones closed up his business, and he and his business associate, E.B. Wesley, prepared to put their money, with Raymond's experience, into the new venture. But if this series of accidents led directly to the establishment of the Times, it is nevertheless true that essentially the paper was brought into being to fill a keenly felt want in the New York journalism of the day. The conditions which made possible the prosperity of the Times in the 50s were, in general, the conditions which opened the way for the spectacularly successful Reconstruction of the Times in the 90s. In each case, New York newspapers, numerous and varied as they were, had none the less left vacant a large and profitable part of the newspaper field, and in each case the demand for a certain kind of paper, a paper characterized under Raymond, as under Ox, by the somewhat unpretentious but still popular qualities of moderation and decency, created the supply. In the 50s, as in the 90s, there were many newspaper readers in New York who wanted a paper which, first of all, gave the news, but which was not distorted by eccentricities of a personal editorial attitude or tainted by excessive attention to folly, immorality, and crime. The character which Raymond gave to the Times, excellence in news service, avoidance of fantastic extremes in editorial opinion, and a general sobriety in manner, is the character which the Times has retained ever since, and which those now engaged in producing the paper hope it still retains. There was a field for a sane and sensible newspaper in New York in 1851. The city had not yet recovered from its surprise at finding itself a great metropolis with more than 500,000 people, already far beyond its old rivals of the Atlantic seaboard and obviously destined to still greater growth in the future. It was spreading rapidly, sprawlingly, with little attention to the manner of its extension. Its government was execrable, its civic beauties few and well concealed, its spirit still affected by the old small-town tradition. But it was growing. It was attracting new men by the thousands, ambitious young men like Raymond from upstate, like Jones and others, many others, from New England. Those men were beginning the work of making New York, to which their most active and able successors of more recent times have done little more than add a few embellishments. Both the old spirit and the new were reflected in the newspapers of New York. There still survived some excellent examples of the type of newspaper which had prevailed in the earlier decades of the century. The so-called blanket sheets, literally big enough to be slept under, especially by those who had tried to read them. They were massive, expensive, and dull, dignified if not respectable, content with a small circulation among gentlemen who had plenty of time, if not much inclination, for reading, and were willing enough to get around to this morning's news about the middle of next week. The new era began with the establishment of the Sun in 1833, a paper which, for the first time in America, discovered the rudimentary literacy of the lower classes. The Sun of 1833, or even of 1851, was nothing like the Sun as made famous by Dana long afterward. It was filled for the most part with trivialities, and according to Augustus Maverick, Raymond's biographer, was read in 1851 chiefly by, quote, domestics in quest of employment, and cartmen dozing at street corners in waiting for a job, unquote. But it had opened up a new field, and this field was entered 2 years later by a much more interesting and much better newspaper, James Gordon Bennett's Herald. Bennett was the inventor of almost everything, good and bad, in modern journalism. He was the first editor who gave his chief attention to the collection of news, and before long his competition had compelled all newspapers which made any pretension to influence to undertake unheard of expenditures, and to compete with him in the utilization of the railroad, the steamship, the telegraph, and other new inventions just coming into use. In his salutatory to the public, he disclaimed, among other things, all principle, as it is called. His enemies and professional rivals, in the early days of the Herald the two terms were synonymous, would have said that he had merely rejected all good principles. Tammany Hall and slavery usually found the Herald on their side. Moreover, Bennett invented yellow journalism. He discovered and encouraged the popular taste for vicarious vice and crime, and before long respectable citizens who would have liked to read the Herald for the news felt constrained to exclude it from their homes for fear of its effect on the somewhat sensitive morals of the Victorian family. It must be admitted that this obscene Herald, which was regarded with such horror in the middle of the 19th century, was not so very terrible, judged by the more elastic standards of our time. Every page of every issue bears the mark of Bennett's powerful and eccentric talent, and it undoubtedly did give more space to news of crime and human error than its rivals, but it respected certain reticences which had passed into history before many of the Night City editors of 1921 were born. However, moral standards were more exigent in those days, and Bennett's frank and premature cynicism probably contributed to the ill repute of his paper. In the 40s, good principles were exemplified by few, but professed by everybody but Bennett. And it was the shrinking of virtuous citizens from the loathsome newspaper whose editor dared to talk as most people acted that opened the way for Greeley's success with the Tribune. When Greeley established the Tribune in 1841, Bennett had things pretty much his own way. Of the heavier and more conservative sheets, the Courier-Enquirer was kept in the foreground by the aggressive and pugnacious personality of James Watson Webb, but none of these papers could vie with Bennett in popularity or financial success. The Sun had long since been beaten in its own field, and no one then foresaw its ultimate revenge in that recent and curious transaction wherein the Herald swallowed the Sun and emerged from the process so exactly like the Sun as to furnish perhaps the best exemplification in history of the proverb, "Man ist, was man ist." But Greeley soon gave Bennett real competition. In the first place, the Sun and the Herald leaned toward the Democrats, and Greeley first came forward to offer a cheap newspaper to the Whigs. Moreover, the Tribune, as a newspaper, was about as good as the Herald, and it carefully avoided all the Herald's offenses against the taste of the time. Yet the Tribune itself soon incurred moral disapproval because of Greeley's advocacy of the principles of voyeuristic socialism. The chief characteristic of the Tribune under Greeley was an aggressive and even ostentatious purity. Immoral and degrading police reports, and any notices of the existence of the theater, whether in news or advertising, were at first scrupulously excluded. Greeley appealed to man as he likes to pretend to be. Bennett to man as he is occasionally compelled to admit he really is. Greeley promoted temperance with a zeal equaled only by that other eminent moralist of the time, P.T. Barnum, and professed an intention to make the Tribune, though a penny paper, a welcome visitor at the family fireside. Heads of families soon found it rather startling that a paper with such an ambition was becoming the vehicle of doctrines whose logical application would make the family obsolete. Greeley's socialism was no doubt sincere. He seems to have been the type of man who was so sincere in everything he did as to make the impartial observer somewhat more tolerant of judicious hypocrisy. And certainly his observation of the Panic of 1837 and of the struggles between Tammany and the local Whig machine for the control of the city government might have justified him in concluding that no political and economic organization of society could be much worse than that which actually obtained. Foyerism was popular. Brook Farm, the Oneida Community, New Harmony, and hundreds of less known and less successful communistic experiments were being attempted in various parts of the country. Greeley's advocacy of the reorganization of society on the basis of the social phalanx was not hampered by any consideration of the difficulty of fitting a metropolitan newspaper with a large circulation into a state of phalangites. But doubtless he was taking only one step at a time and saw no reason for crossing this bridge before he came to it. In the meantime, Albert Brisbane, father of the better-known Arthur Brisbane and an eminent apostle of what Mr. Wells would doubtless call the Neanderthal type of socialism, was allowed the run of the Tribune and enjoyed the esteem of its editors. Greeley, to be sure, was no more than what would now be called a parlor Bolshevik, but it was only natural that his professional and commercial rivals in that acrimonious age should suspect him of a willingness to acquiesce in the logical extension of his doctrines to other parts of the House. Despite his protests and denials, it suited the other newspapers of the city to regard him as the advocate of free love, and the controversy found fullest expression in the autumn of 1846 in an editorial warfare between Greeley and his old employee Raymond, then on the Courier and Enquirer. A dozen or so long articles were written on each side, and Raymond succeeded in proving, to the entire satisfaction of everybody who agreed with him, that the doctrines advocated by the Tribune not only would be destructive of property right, family affection, and political association, but were contrary to the teachings of revealed religion, an assertion which he evidently regarded as crushing and which in 1846 undoubtedly was. The Tribune prospered in spite of these handicaps, but there were a great many people who wanted the news as the Tribune printed it, without the sensational matter to be found in the Herald, and equally without the questionable and subversive doctrines which might be seen lurking beneath the chest-thumping morality of the Tribune's editorial page. To its enthusiasm for socialism, moreover, the Tribune added a vigorous propaganda for Irish freedom, and the growing power of the Irish element in Tammany Hall had already aroused a certain reluctance, readily intelligible today, to allow New York City to be used as an overseas base for this hardy perennial conflict. To this public, Raymond and Jones decided to appeal, not only because it was there and waiting for a paper suited to its taste, but also because its taste happened to be the taste of Raymond and Jones. Raymond went to Europe for a vacation in the summer of 1851, after drawing up with Jones and Wesley the plans for the new paper. His own expression in a letter to his brother, dated from London in June 1851, is modest enough. Quote, "Two gentlemen in Albany propose to start a new paper in New York early in September, and I shall probably edit it." Unquote. This was undoubtedly the way it seemed to Raymond at the time, But it was Raymond's personality that made the paper's character at the outset, and in the Jubilee supplement of the Times issued in 1901, it was set down as the measured judgment of the editors of the paper that, quote, "The Times has always been at its best when its conduct approached most nearly to his ideal of a daily newspaper." Unquote. After Raymond's death, circumstances compelled Jones to discover and display for a time his own very great talent as supervisor of the editorial policy of the Times. But for the 18 years from its establishment to Raymond's death, it was known to the country as Raymond's newspaper. Its virtues were largely his. Its weakness was chiefly due to his one uncontrollable defect, an addiction to politics. Raymond was born on a farm near Lima, New York in 1820 and graduated from the University of Vermont in 1840. For a few months thereafter, he supported himself in New York as a freelance newspaperman, but was about to give it up in despair and become a schoolteacher in North Carolina when Greeley, for whom he had done some writing on space, offered him a salary of $8 a week. It was Greeley who, in later years, when Raymond was a rival editor, bestowed on him the title of the Little Villain, a mild enough epithet according to the standards of journalistic courtesy in the 50s, but Greeley, in his more moderate moments, liked Raymond, and said that a more generally efficient journalist I never saw, and that Raymond was the only man who ever worked for him whom he had had to reprove for working too hard. After 3 years with Greeley, Raymond went over to the Courier and Enquirer, and remained with that paper till plans had been made for the establishment of the Times. By that time, though only 31, he was one of the best known and ablest newspapermen in New York. He was a small man, but pugnacious, as editors had to be in those days, though it was Raymond's fortune to begin his independent career after the close of the period when editors went about in momentary expectation, or meditation, of personal violence. He had occasion more than once to display not only moral but physical courage in defense of his principles. As a reporter and editorial writer, he was remarkably gifted. His writing was rapid, his style clear, a rarer virtue in those times. His copy was legible. A feat recorded by his biographer, Maverick, who says he was an eyewitness, is here cited without comment. On the day of Daniel Webster's death, Raymond wrote, in the late afternoon and early evening, 16 columns of the obituary in longhand and without the aid of such material as a newspaper morgue now furnishes. In his views on public questions, Raymond was, if anything, too well balanced. He often lamented a habit of mind which inclined him to see both sides in any dispute. This may have hampered him as a politician, but on the whole it probably did the Times more good than harm. There were plenty of infuriated and vituperant newspapers in those days, and the success of the Times in the 50s showed that a considerable part of the public approved a measure of temperance in opinions on public affairs. To a certain extent, however, Raymond was really ahead of the time. His attitude toward the problems which led to and arose out of the Civil War, for example, is in almost every detail that which is approved by the judgment of history, insofar as that judgment can ever be set down with certainty. He was a Whig in the early 50s, but not a bigoted Whig. He was not an abolitionist, but he believed that the domination of the federal government by the slave states in the interest of slavery, the domination of a majority by a minority, must be ended. In the middle of the decade, he became a Free Soil man and then one of the founders of the Republican Party. During the war, he was a bitter ender, even in the dark days when better advertised patriots were willing to accept a peace without victory. But when the end was reached, Raymond did his best to remove the bitterness. It would have been infinitely better for the whole country if Raymond, and not Thaddeus Stevens, had been allowed to lay down the Reconstruction policy. And though Raymond went astray in thinking for a time that Andrew Johnson was all that a man in his position with his enemies ought to have been, the soundness of the principles which Raymond held, and which Johnson rather spasmodically tried to apply, has been demonstrated by the subsequent course of history. There can be no doubt, however, that Raymond's preoccupation with politics distracted much of his attention from the times, and the paper suffered heavily, though not for long, from his unpopularity in the early days of Reconstruction. In the 50s, it was not yet realized that the editor of a successful New York paper was a bigger man than the Speaker of the Assembly or even the Lieutenant Governor. Yet it was characteristic of Raymond that when some of his friends wanted to put him up for governor in 1856, he refused, for fear his aggressive record as a Whig might stand in the way of the rapprochement of Free Soil Whigs and Free Soil Democrats in the new Republican Party. Raymond has perhaps too hastily been called a political follower of Thurlow Weed and William H. Seward, and some writers have even regarded Weed as a sort of man behind the throne on the Times. It is a curious foible of a certain type of mind that it is unable to imagine a newspaper editor as one who may, on some public questions, honestly have the same view as that held by other persons. Unless he is absolutely unique and eccentric in his political opinions, he is presumed by certain critics to be bought or otherwise controlled by the people who agree with him. Raymond did indeed have a great respect for Weed's political judgment, a general agreement with Weed's political views, and a friendly relation with Weed himself. In his early political career, he was in a sense a follower of Weed, just as he was a follower of Seward in 1860 to the extent of supporting him for the presidential nomination. But on many matters he disagreed with these gentlemen, and while their relative rank in political affairs was considerably higher than his in the 50s, Raymond's vigorous support of Lincoln gave him a personal influence during the Civil War that was due to Raymond alone. In 1864, as chairman of the Republican National Committee, he could hardly be described as a follower of anybody but Lincoln, who fully recognized his immense value in that year to the party and the nation. Weed often and naturally came into the Times office to talk politics with Raymond, and no doubt to offer occasional thoughts on political journalism. But Raymond knew a good deal about politics and a good deal more about journalism, and would have known it if he had never seen Weed in his life. For a short time just after the Civil War, Weed was a contributor of political articles to the paper, but there seems to be no foundation for the theory that he was ever its dominating influence or ever tried to be. Raymond was not so inhuman as to have no friends, or so original as to have no political associates, but he, and he alone, was editor of the Times. On August 5, 1851, the association which was to publish the new paper was formed under the name of Raymond, Jones and Company. In August 1860, the name was changed to H. J. Raymond and Company, and in July 1871, after Raymond's heirs had sold out their holdings, to the New York Times. The stock was divided into 100 shares, the nominal par value of which seems to have been set by tacit agreement at $1,000. Raymond received 20 shares as an equivalent for his editorial ability. Jones and Wesley had 40 shares each, as an equivalent for their capital and business ability, but the actual cash investment then made was only $40,000, each man putting up half. When the paper was established in the following month, the cash investment seems to have totaled $69,000. Jones and Wesley had already found it necessary to increase their own investment and to give up some of the stock which was to have been an equivalent for their business ability in return for cash. At the outset, Jones and Wesley held 25 shares each. J.B. Plum, Daniel B. St. John, and Francis B. Ruggles 5 shares each, and E.B. Morgan and Christopher Morgan 2 shares each. The Morgan interest, small as it was, has a considerable place in the Times history, for at a later crisis in the affairs of the paper, during the fight against Tweed, E.B. Morgan came in and bought the stock of the Raymond estate, thereby giving Jones invaluable security in his struggle with Tammany. Raymond chose for the new paper the name of the New York Daily Times, which had been born in the 30s by a publication so short-lived that for all practical purposes the name was as good as new. A prospectus was already in circulation and had been published as an advertisement in the other dailies of the city. On the whole, and inevitably, the prospectus contained blameless generalities. The Times was going to include all that was good in both conservatism and radicalism, while avoiding the defects of either. It announced in firm tones its belief in the doctrines of Christianity and republicanism, which nobody in the United States except the Indians would in that day have denied. And it declared the intention of the publishers, quote, to make the Times at once the best and the cheapest daily family newspaper in the United States, unquote. But along with these routine announcements, there were one or two which meant something. The Times, quote, is not established for the advancement of any party, sect, or person, unquote. Quote, it will be under the editorial management and control of Henry J. Raymond, and while it will maintain firmly and zealously those principles which he may deem essential to the public good, and which are held by the great Whig party of the United States more nearly than by any other political organization, its columns will be free from bigoted devotion to narrow interests, unquote. For a party politician and office holder to admit that his party could conceivably fall short of perfection was a novelty in the 50s. Moreover, quote, while it will assert and exercise the right freely to discuss every subject of public interest, it will not countenance any improper interference on the part of the people of any locality with the institutions or even the prejudices of another, unquote. There was a reason for this. During the summer, there had been many rumors about the new paper, and the motive of its founders was set down as almost everything but what it really was: to establish a new paper that would publish, as a later motto of the Times put it, all the news that's fit to print, a phrase which exactly expresses the intentions of Raymond and Jones. It suited Raymond's political and journalistic enemies to accuse him of being an abolitionist, and the apprehensive rivals of the new paper tried to discredit it by asserting in advance that it was going to further the doctrine of abolition, or the presidential candidacy of General Scott, or the presidential candidacy of some other dignitary, or anything else that might seem likely to bring it into disrepute. The motive of this was clear enough even at the time, for the established newspapers made the same efforts to hamper the circulation of the Times that had been tried successively on the Sun, the Herald, and the Tribune, and with no more effect. New York was growing so fast that the extraordinary prosperity which attended the Times almost from the outset brought no real injury to any of its important rivals. For years thereafter, they all grew and prospered together. These attacks had given the paper a good deal of free advertising, which was soon turned to good account. Raymond had collected the nucleus of an excellent staff, several reporters and editors, and a dozen employees of the mechanical departments left the Tribune in a body to come over to the new paper. And despite the unreadiness of the building at 113 Nassau Street, which had been rented as the first home of the paper, it appeared eventually only 2 days later than the date promised in the prospectus. Quote, "On the night of the 17th of September, 1851," unquote, says Maverick, quote, "the first number of the Times was made up in open lofts, destitute of windows, gas, speaking tubes, dumb waiters, and general conveniences. All was raw and dismal. The writer remembers sitting by the open window at midnight, looking through the dim distance at Raymond's first lieutenant, who was diligently writing brevier, editorial copy, so called from the name of the type in which it was set, at a rickety table at the end of the barren garret, his only light a flaring candle held upright by 3 nails in a block of wood. At the city editor and the newsman and the reporters, all eagerly scratching pens over paper, their countenances half lighted, half shaded by other candles. At Raymond, writing rapidly and calmly, as he always wrote, but under similar disadvantages." Unquote. The first number of the Times on the streets the following morning contained an editorial article, by Raymond, of course, headed "A Word About Ourselves," and beginning with the declaration, "We publish today the first number of the New York Daily Times, and we intend to issue it every morning, Sundays excepted, for an indefinite number of years to come." Unquote. This salutatory contained a promise which was soon justified by performance. Quote, "We do not mean to write as if we were in a passion, unless that shall really be the case, and we shall make it a point to get into a passion as rarely as possible. There are very few things in this world which it is worthwhile to get angry about, and they are just the things that anger will not improve." Unquote. There was rather more anger than was needful in most of the New York papers of that period, especially in their editorial controversies with each other. Yet it is pleasant to record that editorial ethics in this city have shown a steady improvement. In the earlier decades of the 19th century, editors were compelled by public opinion to back up their tirades against each other by appearances on the field of honor. By the time of Greeley and Bennett, this practice, which made an already hazardous occupation somewhat too troublesome for comfort, was dying out, and the ethics of the period permitted rival editors to fight out their quarrels with walking sticks or horsewhips when they met on Broadway, instead of taking to pistols in the Weehawken Ferry. And in 1851, even horsewhipping was beginning to go out of fashion. No doubt an argument could be made out for this custom in theory, but as a practical measure it did not seem to moderate editorial passions, though not everybody was as unconcerned as Bennett, who published the account of one of his own unfortunate personal encounters in the Herald under the heading, "Horsewhipped Again." By 1851, however, the traffic on Broadway had become so heavy that it was impossible to hold it up while rival newspaper proprietors belabored each other with malacca sticks, and emotion had to be expressed on the editorial page. There, to be sure, it flourished with intensity. "Vile wretch," "profligate scoundrel," and "infamous reprobate" were terms commonly employed as designations of professional colleagues, and for decades thereafter the newspapers gave a good deal more editorial attention to each other's misfortunes and shortcomings than the relative importance of the topic deserved. Today, aside from 1 or 2 publications whose ethical standards are Paleolithic in other respects as well, the newspapers of New York usually have sufficient self-restraint to conceal their opinions of each other and devote such editorial reference as they make to criticisms of specific views of a contemporary, rather than to animadversions on its editor's personal appearance and moral character. No doubt this mollification of manners is all for the best, but veteran editorial writers complain that it has taken a good deal of the fierce joy out of the newspaper business. The Times was by no means wholly free from controversies with its rivals, but except in one or two instances, it did not carry this practice so far as was the custom, and thereby gave a pleasing instance to New York newspaper readers of the possibility of filling up a newspaper without recourse to the material of personal quarrels. Raymond was only once challenged to fight a duel by an indignant Irish patriot, and a little diplomacy got him honorably out of that. This paper, which was produced under the difficult conditions described by Maverick, consisted of 4 pages of 6 columns each. The page was about a third shorter and a third narrower than a page of today's Times. There were morning and evening editions, the latter published at 1 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but there was only one Times. Neither the office files nor the memory of the oldest living members of the staff furnish much information about these evening editions, but apparently they contained merely the news arriving after the paper went to press at midnight, with the editorial, advertising, and other features persisting in all editions. The evening editions, in other words, took the place of, and in time were supplanted by, the second, third, and later editions, which the improvement of newspaper mechanics presently made it possible to issue before daylight. There was also in the beginning, and for years thereafter, a weekly Family Times. Every daily paper had to have a weekly in those days for circulation on the farm, and in the case of the Tribune, at least the weekly was largely responsible for Greeley's great influence. But with the extension of railroads, it eventually became possible to get the daily paper circulated over a much larger part of the country than was possible in 1851, and after a long and respectable career, the weekly edition of the Times was finally discontinued in the late 70s. A semi-weekly Times, chiefly for rural readers, lasted some years longer. There was besides, in the early days, a Times for California, put together whenever a mail boat happened to be sailing for San Francisco, and a Campaign Times issued in presidential years. The Times for California passed away with the rise of the California Press, and the Campaign edition, which was a weekly, died out for the same reason as the weekly Family Times. End of section 1. Section 2 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 1, Beginnings of the Times, 1851 to 1859, Part 2. From the beginning, the Times was a good newspaper. The first page of the first number is a good specimen of the art of newspaper making as understood in 1851. In the first column, under the masthead containing the terms of subscription and so on, is the heading, The News from Europe. Single-column headlines were the invariable rule then, of course, as they were until a much later period, and the descriptive headline had not yet been invented. The News from Europe is preceded by a short summary, the opening lines of which illustrate the method of obtaining foreign news in that day. Quote, "The Royal Mail steamer Europa arrived at Boston yesterday at about 6 o'clock. Her mails were sent on by the New Haven Railroad train, which left at 9 o'clock, and reached this city at an early hour last evening. By this arrival we have received our regular English and French files, with correspondence, circulars, etc., to Saturday, September 6th, the Europa's day of sailing. The news by this arrival has considerable interest, although it is not of startling importance." Unquote. Then follows a brief summary of the news, and after that the news itself under the headings Great Britain, France, etc., most of it taken from the London papers. There are some 3.5 columns of European news, then a column about a fugitive slave riot at Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The rest of the page is filled with brief local items, ending with perhaps a quarter of a column from Brooklyn. At the head of the local news is this paragraph, quote, "The weather was the theme upon which we hinged an item for our morning edition, but we have been forced to forego the infliction of it upon the public by the proceedings of the Boston Jubilee, which our special correspondent has forwarded us. Never mind, the president cannot always be lionizing through the country, and as soon as he returns home, we shall endeavor to do this important subject full justice." Unquote. Other local items include the announcement that the fountain in Washington Square gets on toward completion with moderate speed, and reports of the appearance of the bloomer costume in Greenwich Village. 2 or 3 fires are chronicled, and under the heading of False Alarm, the Times announces, quote, "The hall bell rang an alarm at 9 o'clock last evening for the 6th District, but our item gatherer failed to discover the first spark of a fire." Unquote. It must be recorded with regret that the Herald's item gatherer did find that fire, but this did not establish a precedent. The Times' merits soon forced its way to recognition, and the circulation soon began to approach that of the Herald and the Tribune. Reviewing the first year of the paper on September 18, 1852, Raymond said that it has been immeasurably more successful in all respects than any newspaper of a similar character ever before published in the United States. So far as public esteem was concerned, that was unquestionably true. But if Raymond had stopped to consult Jones and Wesley, he might have said, "in all respects but one." The Times was not yet paying its way. $50,000 had been spent at the outset for mechanical equipment. Newsprint paper was then, as now, the heaviest drain on the Treasury, though as paper it was a good deal better in those days. Of the Times' first-year expense, more than half, $40,000, was spent for paper, $25,000 for the wages of the mechanical and business departments, $13,000 on correspondents, editors, and reporters. The circulation at the end of the year was more than 26,000, a figure highly creditable in the circumstances, but the small size of the paper restricted the space available for advertising. Rates were accordingly high, and advertisers saw no reason for paying extra to appear in the Times when they could reach as many readers for less money in the Tribune, Sun, or Herald. The stipulations of the Articles of Incorporation as to the division of profits were, so far, a mere exercise in fantasy. Raymond, as editor of the paper, received a salary of $2,500 a year. Jones and Wesley had had only the privilege of putting in more money. But with the second year, the Times took the plunge and doubled its size. It also doubled the price, going up to 2 cents a copy, and the circulation at once shrank from 26,000 to 18,000. But the extra pages gave room not only for more advertising, but for more news, and before long the loss in circulation had been more than made up. In 1857, the Times claimed a circulation of 40,000. Jones had managed the business during the first year, but then was constrained to take a trip to Europe on account of his health. Wesley had charge of the business office for some time thereafter, but in 1853, Fletcher Harper, Jr. was installed as publisher, having purchased some of Jones's and some of Wesley's stock. Harper, it seems, did not get along with the other partners, and in 1856 he sold out to them. By that time, the paper was prospering. It appeared in some litigation in connection with this sale that the dividends were $20,000 a year, and Jones and Wesley paid $1,666 a share for Harper's stock, the par value of a share being $1,000. Wesley sold out his interest in September 1860 to Raymond and Leonard W. Jerome, the latter of whom served as consulting director until 1870. After Harper's departure, however, Jones had resumed the management of the business office, and the prosperity thus early established continued unbroken under his direction for more than a quarter of a century. The Times's reputation for balance was almost upset only 3 months after its establishment, when Louis Kossuth came to New York to find in America, if he could, material aid for the renewal of the Hungarian struggle against Austria. Magyar Americans of today may be surprised to learn that in 1851, the Times was the principal champion in America of the Magyar cause, but the Hungary of 1849 was not the Hungary of 1914. Raymond's enthusiasm over Kossuth, whose reception everywhere in America was remarkably favorable and whose progress excited almost as much public interest as the movements of Joffre in 1917, was unquestionably genuine and sprang from a love for the principles of liberty and nationalism, for which Hungary had lately fought so gallantly. Also, it must be admitted, the arrival of Kossuth was the first big local news story after the foundation of the Times, and it was necessary to show New York what the new paper could do. As a result, readers of the Times often found that of their 24 columns of news and advertising, 3 or 4 would be devoted to a speech by Kossuth, sometimes with the postscript, "Remainder tomorrow," and another column or so to an account of his doings. Nevertheless, the virtual adoption of Kossuth and Hungary by the Times was probably a good thing for the paper. Kossuth himself, after his return to Europe, acted for a time as London correspondent, and during his stay here, Raymond was enabled to defend him, a grateful labor it must have been too, against James Watson Webb, whose newspaper had taken on itself the function of advocate of the Habsburgs and Romanovs. The conflict between the two came to a head at a dinner given by the city to Kossuth on December 11, 1851, where Raymond had been appointed to respond to the toast, quote, "The press, the organized voice of freedom. It whispers hope to the oppressed and thunders defiance at the tyrant," unquote. As Raymond rose to respond to the toast and express the sentiment of the company, Webb also rose of his own accord. From the editorial attitude of his paper, it was clear that he was going to whisper hope to the tyrant and thunder defiance at the oppressed. There was a good deal of confusion, and Webb was finally suppressed by the police. Raymond delivered his speech and then entreated the audience to hear Webb on the other side. But Webb's remarks were drowned by hisses and hoots, and he was compelled to save them up and print them in his paper next day. On another occasion in that first year, Raymond's aggressive personality brought himself and his paper into prominence. The Whig National Convention met at Baltimore in June 1852. Like the national conventions of both parties for years past, it was dominated by a vigorous and truculent group of Southern leaders who were determined that neither the platform nor the candidate should be suspected of hostility to the extension of the peculiar institution. Fillmore was generally favored by the Southern delegates, General Winfield Scott by the Northern, with a little group of willful men sticking to Daniel Webster. The Southerners had their way in every detail of organization and in the writing of the platform, but the Northern leaders expected that their complacence in this respect would be met by Southern acceptance of Scott's candidacy. Raymond, who was present as the chief correspondent of the Times, mentioned this expectation in a dispatch to the paper during the balloting, and added, "If Scott is not nominated, they will charge breach of faith on the South." This was promptly telegraphed back to James Watson Webb from his paper in New York, and Webb at once gave the dispatch, which had somewhat misrepresented Raymond's language, to some of the Southern leaders. The balloting for a candidate was interrupted on the last day by a demand for the expulsion of Raymond from the convention as the author of an infamous and false attack on the integrity of the delegates. For Raymond was by this time a delegate, having been chosen by the New York representatives to take the place of a man who had gone home. At the time, this was represented as a mere accident, but it appears to have been done with intent. Some of the Northern leaders were disgusted and ashamed at their continual humiliations at the hands of the Southern fire-eaters, and knowing Raymond as a brilliant orator of unquestioned courage, they had told a delegate from Oswego to go home and give his seat to Raymond. The offending dispatch and the intrusive Webb were consequently more or less accidental provocatives of a fight already arranged, to which both sides were looking forward, the Southerners with confidence, the New Yorkers with trepidation. Raymond's speeches on this occasion were a good example of his manner. At the beginning they were mild, conciliatory, almost evasive. He disclaimed any intention to charge a bargain between North and South. He had merely expressed his own opinion. But then he exploded into a declaration that he would assert and continue to assert his opinion that if the South did not meet the North halfway, its delegates would be justly open to a charge of a breach of faith, and he, Raymond, would charge them with it here and everywhere. Then he turned on one Cobble of Florida, a veteran bravo of the debating platform, who had volunteered to put the abolitionist in his place. In a moment, Raymond had Cobble indignantly declaring to the chairman, "Sir, I cannot, I shall not submit to language of that kind." Raymond replied, "Permit me to tell the gentleman from Florida that when he puts words into my mouth which I have not used for the purpose of founding an accusation upon me, he will submit to whatever language I may see fit to use in repelling his aspersions." It was the first time in many years that a Northerner had dared to use such language towards a representative of the Southern oligarchy. According to Southerners present, this speech not only annihilated Cobble at the convention, but he never got rid of its damaging effects when he got home. And a writer, evidently an eyewitness, who gave an account of the episode in the Albany Evening Journal after Raymond's death, observed, quote, "From that hour the Whig party assumed a new character, and its representatives, with a few disgraceful exceptions, a bolder attitude. Mr. Raymond's clarion voice on that memorable occasion sounded the opening notes in the death knell of slavery." Unquote. This incident deserves some notice for the reason that in those early years Raymond's career was so largely identical with the history of the times, but it was not altogether so. In 1854, the Kansas-Nebraska Act had begun to split both parties at the North and was preparing the way for the great organization which carried Lincoln to the White House only 6 years later. Raymond was nominated for lieutenant governor by the Whig State Convention in 1854, to the great disgust of Greeley, who had wanted the office. But he had already been present as a delegate at an anti-Nebraska convention, which accepted the regular nominations that had been forced largely by its threat of secession. The Whigs carried the state by a few hundred votes, and Raymond ran a few hundred more ahead of the gubernatorial candidate. But the editorial attitude of the Times was reserved during the campaign, and it certainly was never used to promote its editor's political fortunes. 2 years later, Raymond's friends wanted him to become a candidate for governor, but, as already related, he refused. Whigs and Democrats were uniting in the organization of a new party to prevent the further extension of slavery, and Raymond did not want his personality or any recollection of old animosities, either between parties or among Whigs, to stand in the way of that movement. The Republican Party, as a national organization, had been established at an informal convention held at Pittsburgh in February 1856, a convention which gave the call for the Philadelphia Convention in June that nominated Fremont. Raymond was at Pittsburgh and wrote the long confession of faith on which the Republican Party was established, an able and convincing document which showed no sympathy with the abolitionists, but did express the determination of moderate Northerners to end the domination of public life by Southern terrorism. This declaration, some 10,000 words in length, was telegraphed from Pittsburgh and published in the Times. But there was little in the paper about the doings of the Pittsburgh Convention, and no editorial comment till long after Raymond's return. In the campaign of 1856, the Times and Raymond took a prominent part, and from that time on, for 28 years, the Times stood in the front rank of the Republican journalism of the country. But whatever neglect the institution might have been able to charge against its editor when he strayed aside into politics, it could never have accused him of making the paper an instrument of propaganda or a means to personal advancement. Newspaper mechanics was an infant art in the 50s, and the papers of those days, of course, differed greatly in contents and makeup from those of today. Whether all the changes have been for the better or not is to be doubted. Considering the conditions, Times in the 50s was an excellent newspaper. So, for that matter, were the Herald and the Tribune. The telegraph was coming into more and more general use, but still was something of a novelty, and an expensive novelty. The latest by telegraph was a heading apt to stand over a column or two of brief and heterogeneous items from everywhere, with most of the details coming along later by mail. Local news was written much more in the editorial manner than is common today. If a reporter was writing about a spade, he called it a spade, instead of describing it generally as an agricultural implement or referring the responsibility for calling it a spade to the district attorney. Sometimes, naturally, he was apt to apply the offensive designation of spade to something which was a mere trowel, and the local news probably lost in impartiality what it gained in piquancy. The editorial page was more opinionated and more violent in the expression of opinion than civilized editorial pages today. But allowing for the different manners of the time, it can hardly be doubted that, however primitive the newspapermen of that time may have been, they had a keen scent for news. An example from the early history of the Times. In September 1854, the steamer Arctic was sunk in a collision in the North Atlantic, with a loss of several hundred lives. Rumors of the disaster had been prevalent for several days after the steamer's failure to arrive had excited apprehension, but not until the night of October 10th did these rumors become precise. Even then, nobody could find responsible authority for the report that the Arctic had been sunk, and the night city editor of the Times, having put the paper to bed, climbed on a horse car to go home in the early morning hours, thinking that nothing more could be done. By one of those pieces of good luck which do happen to newspaper men more often than a skeptical world believes, though not so often as the harassed reporter could desire. The editor's attention was attracted to a befuddled passenger on the horse car who was attempting to tell the conductor all about the terrible disaster at sea. The conductor, no doubt, was not so attentive as could be desired, nor was the narrator entirely clear in thought and speech. The editor did his best, but could overhear only a few disjoined phrases, among which were Herald and bottle of wine. The first of these told him where the news had gone, and the second warned him that the prudent Herald staff had done what they could do to make it impossible for anyone else to get a coherent story from their informant. But there was another way out. The editor hurried back to the Times building and had the presses stopped. The Herald was already on the press, beyond doubt, and a man from the Times press room, in whose ability to do difficult things everybody seems to have had confidence, was told to go to the Herald building and get the first copy printed. He returned presently and reported that the Herald press room was locked up and that the carriers who ordinarily distributed the paper before daylight had been shut out. The Herald, having a big exclusive story, had sent out its mail circulation, but had determined to hold up the papers for the city until an hour after all its competitors were in the hands of their readers, when the appearance of the Herald with this huge beat would be the more impressive. The pressman was promised $50 if he could get a copy of the Herald in spite of these obstacles, and by means not recorded by the ancient chroniclers, he did it. And there was the full story of the Arctic disaster by the first returning survivor, George H. Burns. The Times composing room staff was hastily reassembled. No doubt some of them were found in nearby and easily accessible gathering places, such as the vigilance of Mr. Volstead has now abolished. And the Herald story was reset and injected into the first page of the Times. The Times City edition was circulated at the usual time the next morning, and no doubt, when the Herald appeared an hour later, many worthy citizens thought with contempt that it had merely lifted Burns's story from the Times. The next day a number of survivors arrived, and Raymond himself turned reporter and put himself under the city editor's orders for a task which, considering the limited facilities of the day, was about as hard as that which the Times staff confronted after the Titanic was sunk, and which was met as successfully. Maverick, in recording this episode, appears to think it necessary to forestall criticism by saying that, of course, Burns had undoubtedly given his story to the Herald in the supposition that it would at once be communicated to all the other papers, and that, in lifting it, the Times was merely carrying out his wishes and thwarting an iniquitous competitor. Maybe so. At any rate, the Night City editor was raised $5 a week, which was quite a lot of money in those days. The front page of a New York newspaper in the 50s was usually devoted, for the most part, either to telegraphic news of the doings of Congress and the administration, or to European news, of which a much larger amount was printed in proportion to the size of the paper than was dreamed of in recent years until the war. In August 1858, New York was in a frenzy of excitement over the successful laying of the first Atlantic cable, but that fragile connection survived barely long enough to endure some polite interchange of felicitations between Queen Victoria and President Buchanan, and then became unworkable. Not till almost a decade later was permanent cable communication established, and even in the Franco-Prussian War, cable news consisted of little but a collection of brief official dispatches and announcements, with most of the news conveyed by mail. In the 50s, it all came by mail, and an ingenious and elaborate technique had been evolved to get it as quickly as possible. Correspondents of papers and news associations in Europe sent their letters, their digests of current happenings, and the latest English or French papers by the last mail to the transatlantic steamers, which were met off Cape Race by pilot boats which took off the news dispatches. These were then taken ashore and telegraphed to New York when this was possible. Usually only the briefest skeleton of the latest news could be sent by wire, and the bulk of it had to come by train. More than once, the Times's dispatches during the war in Italy in 1859 were published in a fragmentary condition, with the explanation that a telegraph operator at some relay point between New York and the Nova Scotian coast had closed his office and gone home for the night, leaving news dispatches to wait until tomorrow. The news thus arriving would be headed somewhat as follows. Quote, 3 days later from Europe. Arrival of the City of Paris, the new English cabinet, unquote, and so on. Other overseas mail correspondence, to which much space was given, was the news from California, where men who had gone to dig wealth from the ground were preparing the way for a race which should develop new possibilities in the exercise of the free imagination, and from Central America, where William Walker and his associates were valiantly trying to repeat the exploits of Pizarro and Cortez and create the Golden Circle, which would compensate the slave states for the prospective loss of control of the federal government. On the second and third pages were book reviews and general articles something like those now appearing in newspaper magazine sections. The fourth page, editorial, began with a summary of the day's news, and usually included dramatic and musical news and critiques besides leading articles. Very late telegraphic news was often put on the editorial page or the page opposite. Local news and advertisements occupied much of the fifth, sixth, and seventh pages, and the last page was devoted chiefly to financial and commercial news and advertising. This is, of course, a generalized description, and any given issue of any paper might depart considerably from the type, but substantially this seems to have been the idea of a good newspaper in the 50s, and allowing for the handicaps imposed by the immature mechanical development of the time, it is a pretty good newspaper even yet. Raymond is credited with the invention of the display headline in 1856, but ideas of display were more modest in those days and found sufficient exercise within the limits of a single column. Even in the Civil War, single-column heads sufficed. The Times on April 4, 1865, for example, told of the capture of the Confederate capital under a single-column head as follows: Grant, Richmond, and Victory. This was in the first of the 6 columns. In the last was the story of the effect of the news in New York, of course with its own head, and the 4 columns between were filled in with a cut of the American eagle, somewhat precariously grasping his thunderbolts, his olive branch, and Richmond all at the same time. Lee's surrender was displayed with a single-column head, and so was Lincoln's death, which the Times, for the guidance of its readers, described in the top line of the head as an awful event. On great occasions, the telegraph editor sometimes found it desirable to attract attention by beginning his head with the admonitory line, highly important news, but not till the days of the Tweed ring, when the Times had the biggest local exclusive story that had ever come to a New York paper, did the headlines go beyond a single column. However, display headlines, and even descriptive headlines, are an acquired taste, as is evident from the fact that most of the world outside the United States still gets along without them. The newspapers of the 50s afforded little consolation to those who want to read the headlines because they lack the time or the intelligence to read the news. They were published for people who had time to spend on finding out what was going on. It may be that our generation prefers to read the headline, Manning elevated to bishop, voices curb on radicalism, to select a recent example, not from the Times, rather than look into the article in the hope of finding out exactly to what and in what sense Dr. Manning was elevated and just how a curb may be voiced. Perhaps this preference is natural and inevitable, an outgrowth of the spirit of the time, whatever that is. If so, as Henry Adams said about life, one may accept it without feeling the necessity of pretending to admire it. The Times was never, with the conspicuous exception of its campaign against Tweed, a crusading paper. It has on occasion done its share in exposing conditions that needed correction, but it does not select this one out of many activities of a good newspaper as a life work. It crusaded occasionally and mildly in the 50s, but after the time of Kossuth, it never lost its balance. In 1856, for example, it gave a good deal of attention to the condition of the streets and seemed much encouraged when public indignation was aroused and an attempt was made to compel the city government to give back a little service in return for unlimited opportunity of peculation. They had much to learn in the 50s. Not for 40 years were New York streets to be measurably improved, and the art of snow removal is far from perfection even yet. In 1857, James W. Simonton, then Washington correspondent of the Times, exposed a magnificent scheme of land stealing and corruption in connection with the extension of railroads into Minnesota. The affair seems to have been conducted in the grand manner, very much as the similar enterprise described in The Gilded Age. The House of Representatives was outraged in its finest sensibilities by Simonton's charges that 4 of its members were corruptly involved, and he was summoned before a congressional committee for proper rebuke. By the time the committee had finished with Simonton, it had been compelled to admit that he was telling the truth and to recommend that the 4 guilty men be expelled. Soon after Simonton was sent across the plains with General Albert Sidney Johnston's expeditionary force against the Mormons, to the regret perhaps of certain persons, among them newspaper editors eager to show how ably they could cover a war, Brigham Young came down as promptly as Davy Crockett's coon. Simonton went on to California and was lost to the Times. But another and greater war was on hand, and the Times added greatly to its prestige by its efficiency in giving the news of the war in Italy in 1859. Raymond covered that war himself, ably assisted by his Paris correspondent, Dr. W. E. Johnston, who, following a custom prevalent then and till much later, wrote over the pen name of Malakoff. The most brilliant incident of Raymond's career as a war correspondent was his eyewitness account of the Battle of Solferino, perhaps the best of many admirable pictures of the war which the Times published. Solferino displayed not only Raymond's ability as a writer, but his talent as a news editor. In those days, the press of the world was divided into 2 classes. In Class 1, alone and unapproachable, stood the London Times. The other newspapers of Europe and America differed only in their degree of inferiority, at least in the public estimation. A London Times correspondent was of course at Solferino, apparently as essential a part of the battle as the 3 sovereigns who honored it with their personal attention. And Raymond knew that when the London Times, with this man's account, reached New York, every editor would feel that the definitive and decisive story had arrived. Raymond decided not only to have as good a story as the London Times, but to beat it to New York, a feat which of course would have to be accomplished by mail. Through Malakoff's influence, Raymond's dispatch, written among the wounded in Castiglione while the guns still sounded a few miles away, was taken to Paris with Napoleon's own dispatches by a French military messenger and given to Mrs. Raymond, then at a Paris hotel. With it were directions from her husband to put it on the first steamer leaving either England or France for New York. Mrs. Raymond seems to have been a pretty good reporter herself in emergencies. 30 hours later, she put her husband's dispatch on the Liverpool mailboat with her own hands. At that moment, the London Times, whose story had come up from Italy by the same messenger, was just appearing on the streets in London, but it missed the New York mail and arrived 10 days after Raymond's account of the battle had been published. Solferino may serve as an illustration of the slowness with which European news reached New York in those days before the cable. The battle was fought on the 24th of June. On July 7th, under the heading, "The War in Italy, Advices 3 days later," the Times published the batch of news brought on a steamer leaving Ireland on June 26th. The beginning of the 2 columns of news announced that the steamer had been boarded off Cape Race by the news yacht of the Associated Press, which took off the synopsis of news prepared by our Liverpool agent. This reached St. John's, Newfoundland, on July 4, and managed to get to New York by telegraph on the 6th. Our Liverpool agent synopsis closed on June 23rd and consisted mainly of official announcements in Vienna and Paris that a battle might be fought, would be fought, but had not yet been fought. Down below all this, an inch or two above the bottom of the column, appeared a modest item dated in Paris on June 25th and headed, "The very latest by telegraph to Galway." It contained Napoleon's dispatch to Eugenie, announcing the decisive victory at Solferino. This dispatch, of course, had been mentioned in the headline, 3 or 4 banks below the top, and it was handled editorially with a due sense of its importance. The leading article was an admirable analysis of the campaign and drew from very scanty material inferences, fully justified by the event. But the custom of printing the news first received at the top of the column and letting the later dispatches follow in chronological order had a strong hold on newspaper tradition. Not till the 70s did it occur to some enterprising journalist that it might be a good idea to put the latest or most important news at the head of the column. The next mailboat brought Raymond's and Malakoff's dispatches, which the Times published on July 12th, again with the first dispatch first and the story of Solferino trailing along toward the end. The Times that day gave up 2 of its 8 pages to news and correspondence from the war. As early as 1852, it had devoted 7 of its 24 columns to the news of the final day in the famous Whig convention at Baltimore, and this without any undue prominence for Raymond. And in 1856, 9 columns of the 48, including the whole front page, were one morning given up to the publication of the full text of correspondence in a diplomatic dispute with England. Whether these displays were disproportionate is a matter of taste. Raymond's feats, however, were not the only source of distinction for the Times in the Italian War. Quite as much attention was aroused by an exploit on the internal front, which tradition ascribes to William Henry Hurlburt, whom Raymond had left in charge of the editorial page. On the morning of July 15, 1859, this gentleman was one of a party who saw a friend off on a steamer. The party spent an enjoyable morning, and then Hurlburt went to the office to write an editorial about the Quadrilateral, the famous Austrian fortress group to which the armies of Francis Joseph retired after the defeat at Solferino. Apparently his mind wandered from time to time, now to the cabinet crisis in England, now to the new fortifications of Paris, and now to the social mourning just ended. The result appeared on the Times editorial page the next morning under the heading, "The Defensive Square of Austrian Italy." Future sociologists of this well-prohibited republic are commended to a study of this article. The Times proofroom was then regarded as the best in New York, but a few days before that a proofreader had ventured to change a word in one of Hurlburt's editorials, and had been ordered, with much indignation, never to do so again. He read this article on the Quadrilateral, and found therein such expressions as the following, quote, "If we shall follow the windings of the Mincio, we shall find countless elbows formed in the elbows of the regular army. If we follow up the course of the Mincio, we shall find innumerable elbows formed by the sympathy of youth. Notwithstanding the toil spent by Austria on the spot, we should have learned that we are protected by a foreign fleet suddenly coming up on our question of citizenship. A canal cuts Mantua in two, but we may rely on the most cordial cabinet minister of the new power in England. The Adige is steep and swift at Verona. Paris is strong in her circle of fortifications," unquote, along with much else which was plausible and often accurate. Whereupon the proofreader remembered that he had been forbidden to touch a word of Hurlburt's copy, and the article was printed as written. Next day it was reprinted, as it ought to have been written, with an apologetic note that, by a confusion of manuscripts sent up at a late hour, the regrettable error had occurred, which, the Times admitted, had furnished a happy occasion for airing a little envy, malice, and uncharitableness to the less respectable among the daily journals. A friend of Raymond's reports that when he read this article in Paris, weeks later, he denounced it, as was natural enough, but did not disavow it. This generosity is praiseworthy, but it would have been rather late for a disavowal by that time. So, by the opening of the Civil War, the New York Times, the daily had been dropped from the title in 1857, had already won itself a place as one of the great papers of America. Also, it had prospered. As early as 1855, it claimed the honor of being second only to the Herald in circulation, and by the end of its first decade, nobody in the Times office would admit that it had any superior. The original quarters were long since outgrown. As early as 1854, the Times had begun to think of moving, but when plans for a new home became more definite, the paper had reached such a degree of prosperity that it was possible to build on a more magnificent scale than could have been hoped a few years earlier. The first Times building, first, that is, of those which the paper built for itself, into which the paper entered on May 1st, 1858, occupied the triangle between Park Row and Nassau and Beekman Streets, on the spot where the second Times building, erected in 1888, still stands. The growth of the paper in recent years led to the erection of the Times building in Times Square, and then of the Times Annex in West 43rd Street, which already is uncomfortably small, and each of the four homes of the Times has, in its turn, been the finest newspaper building in the country. The structure, which seemed so magnificent in the 50s, would of course be somewhat commonplace today, but in its time it was far superior to anything ever built for the accommodation of an American newspaper. For its erection, a 60% assessment was levied on the stock, and all profits above 20% a year were set aside for the time being for a building fund. The Times was making money, enough money to justify its owners in what then seemed to some of their contemporaries a rather hazardous investment in unnecessary luxury. The 5 stories of the Times building rose to the dizzy height of 80 feet above City Hall Park, and from the windows of the top floor, as Maverick wrote, the upper part of New York is spread out before the eye in one grand panoramic view. End of section 2 and of chapter 1 of part 1. Section 3 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 2, Civil War and Reconstruction, 1860 to 1869. Part 1. Raymond, as has been said, seems to have been somewhat ashamed of his ability, even rarer in that day than at present, to see both sides of a question, and felt that it sometimes gave him an appearance of irresolution. Probably the fault was more evident to him than to others. Certainly, in the great crisis that led up to the Civil War and throughout the war itself, there was nothing irresolute or Laodicean about either Raymond or his paper, and the disfavor into which both fell for a time in the early days of Reconstruction was due to the fact that Raymond happened to be right when the majority was wrong. The oldest living member of the present Times staff dates his connection with the paper from some years after the close of the Civil War. Probably every member of the staff of 1860 is dead. Certainly all the men who contributed to the formation of an editorial policy which in all its essentials was directed by Raymond himself. Present workers on the Times may be pardoned, then, for expressing a somewhat impersonal admiration for the manner in which the paper met the crisis. It was firm, in a time when there was a great deal of irresolution. But what was a rarer virtue, it saw the issues clearly in a period when loose thinking was even more general and perhaps more destructive than weakness of will. Raymond had no more sympathy with Phillips and Garrison and the rest of the abolitionist radicals of the North than with the saber-toothed fire-eaters of South Carolina. While some other New York papers took the occasion of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry to offer the South some words of warning as to the constant danger of insurrection that was an inevitable concomitant of slavery, the Times dwelt rather on the fact that the slaves had not joined Brown's party, and called the raid itself the work of either irresponsible anarchy or wild and reckless crime. Raymond was entirely in sympathy with the moderate attitude on slavery which was held by most thinking men at the North. He did not admire slavery, and eventually in the letters to Yancey, which will be noticed below, he did go at some length into the difficulties and dangers which the institution might be expected eventually to bring upon any society by which it was tolerated. But he felt that slavery in the South, though objectionable on moral and political grounds, was a Southern question. The great issue of the day was not slavery, but the slave power in politics, and the struggle with that power was indeed an irrepressible conflict. In the campaign of 1860, the Times was one of the leading Republican papers of the country, and though it favored Seward for the presidential nomination, from first to last it displayed a degree of confidence in Abraham Lincoln that was not universal among Republicans of the East. It may be supposed that in a period of such violent political emotions and such important issues, the natural tendency of a newspaper to find unsuspected merits in the candidate of its party would be strengthened. But the Times was not content with expressing its own confidence in Lincoln. It quoted copiously from his speeches of the past, as well as reproducing those of the current campaign, and did its best to give the East a proper picture of this man, whom an overruling providence, or the accidents of political manipulation, had set up as the candidate of the Republicans. At the same time, its treatment of Stephen A. Douglas won from that gentleman an acknowledgment of the courtesy and kindness which it alone of the New York journals has shown me. After the election, when the secessionists at last began to put their theories into practice, Raymond set forth his idea of the national issues in a series of 4 letters to William L. Yancey of Alabama, whom he regarded as, at that time, the leading spirit in the secession movement, and who had provoked him by a letter to the Herald. Those letters, published in the Times during November and December 1860, are perhaps the ablest of Raymond's writings, and after the lapse of 60 years still furnish perhaps as satisfactory an analysis of the underlying issues of the Civil War as has ever been compressed into this space. "We shall stand," Raymond wrote in his concluding letter, published after South Carolina had already seceded, quote, "on the Constitution which our fathers made. We shall not make a new one, nor shall we permit any human power to destroy the old one. We seek no war. We shall wage no war, except in defense of the Constitution and against its foes. But we have a country and a constitutional government. We know its worth to us and to mankind, and in case of necessity, we are ready to test its strength." Unquote. That sentiment guided the editorial course of the Times through the turbulent winter between Lincoln's election and the attack on Fort Sumter. Raymond deprecated, as all sensible men deprecated, any hasty aggression which might provoke to violence men who could still, perhaps, be brought back to reason. But he insisted that as a last resort the Union must be maintained by any means necessary. To the proposals for compromise he was favorable, on condition that they did not compromise the essential issue, that they did not nullify the election of 1860 and give back to the slave power the control of the national government which it had lost. Because no other compromise would have been acceptable, the issue inevitably had to be fought out, and from Sumter to Appomattox, the Times was unwavering in its support of Lincoln and its determination that the Federal Union must and should be preserved. Its editorial comment on Lincoln's first inaugural address was an index of its position in the weeks just before war broke out. After reviewing Lincoln's program, the Times observed, quote, "If the dangers of the hour can be averted and the Union can be saved, this is the basis on which alone it can be accomplished. If the Union cannot be saved on this basis and consistently with these principles, it is better that it should not be saved at all." Unquote. Raymond's letters to Yancey took up several columns each, but they were worth it. The editor of the paper certainly did not allow it to become in any sense a personal organ. On March 1, 1861, it published an address which he had delivered some days before on the policy of the Republican Party, but with an apologetic note that it was inserted perhaps to the exclusion of more interesting matter. It was, as a matter of fact, an illuminating statement on the prospective course of the new administration from a man who spoke with some authority, and with an authority which was to increase from year to year. Besides directing the Times in the war years, Raymond engaged in a good deal of active work for the Republican Party in state and nation. He became one of Lincoln's most valued political helpers, and in 1864 was the chairman of the New York delegation at the National Convention. He had a good deal to do with the composition of the platform, and was largely responsible for the vice presidential nomination of Andrew Johnson, a gentleman in whom Raymond not only had a personal confidence, which he eventually admitted was misplaced, but whom he valued as a representative of the Union minority in the South, and a sort of living symbol that the Union had not been and would not be disrupted. Raymond was presently made chairman of the Republican National Committee and directed the campaign that re-elected Lincoln. Unfortunately, he also allowed himself to be a congressional candidate in New York City. In 1863, he had received some votes for the senatorship, but not enough. He was elected to the lower house, however, and took his seat in March 1865. His course, as will be related presently, was highly creditable to his judgment and principles, but temporarily unfortunate not only for his own political repute, but for the welfare of the Times. During the war, however, the Times made an excellent record, not only as an organ of opinion, but as a medium of the news. And the Civil War, it is hardly necessary to recall, effected a great transformation in American journalism. For the first time in American history since the invention of the railroad and telegraph, a situation had arisen in which the public wanted to know what had happened yesterday, rather than some man's opinion on what had happened last week. Before hostilities had begun, papers which previously had printed not more than 2 or 3 columns of telegraph news a day were printing 2 or 3 pages. Correspondence by mail still existed, but was accepted only with reluctance when nothing better could be obtained. Even in the 50s, New York papers, maintaining regular correspondence in Washington, could depend for news from the rest of the country, for the most part, on brief telegrams to the Associated Press, supplemented by details from the local papers when these arrived by mail, and occasionally by letters from correspondents who, as likely as not, were volunteers. But by 1860, every New York newspaper that wanted to deserve that name had to maintain a large staff of its own correspondents in the Southern states. Thanks to their exertions, the North knew pretty well what the South was thinking in that critical year, and the South might have been better off if its knowledge of the North had been as extensive. The work of these correspondents involved a good deal both of difficulty and of danger. When secession came to be a fact and civil war was visibly just around the corner, Northerners in the South were under suspicion. The hazards that attended journalism under these conditions may be illustrated by the case of Jasper, the Times correspondent in Charleston. From the secession of the state until the beginning of the war, Jasper sent every day full and apparently fair dispatches giving the news from Charleston and the sentiments of South Carolina. The reactions of some indignant readers of the Times were of the sort with which the Times became familiar during the recent war. Honest citizens felt that only news which they liked could be true. It was assumed that because the Times printed news which might be favorable to the rebels, it or its correspondent Jasper was consequently in sympathy with rebellion. There were demands that this secessionist be no longer permitted to spread his propaganda in the columns of the Times. To one of these complaints, the Times replied editorially that Jasper went to Charleston with instructions to write strictly what was true, and to give the facts as they might fall under his observation, whether favorable to secession or otherwise. It was added that perhaps the desirability of getting his dispatches through the Charleston telegraph office had led Jasper to take a view of some phases of the situation which would be acceptable to the Carolina censors, a consideration which hampered correspondence in Germany from 1914 to 1917. But that Jasper was doing his best to tell the truth was evident from his later misfortunes. After he had watched the bombardment of Fort Sumter for several hours, he was suddenly arrested as a Federal spy and locked up in a jail which, he complained, was fit only for Negroes. A day or so later he was released and ordered to take the first train north, and his demand for the restoration of his watch and pocketbook was met by the warning from the governor that he had better not linger in Charleston, as the authorities would probably be unable to protect him from the mob. Jasper finally escaped to Washington in disguise. His experiences differ in degree rather than in kind from those of any newspaperman who tries to tell the truth as he sees it about a question on which there is violent difference of opinion. But they were not unusual in 1861. A number of Northern correspondents had narrow escapes from lynching. When the war actually began, these men, who knew the South for the most part, became correspondents with the armies. Raymond, with some assistance from the Times Washington Bureau, covered the first battle of Bull Run himself. As at Solferino, he saw most of it, or most of the earlier phase of it. At 2 o'clock, convinced that the victory was complete and that McDowell's army had nothing more to do but to march on to Richmond, Raymond went back to Washington to file his dispatch. Returning to the battlefield toward sunset, he suddenly encountered much of the army and all of the spectators in precipitate retreat. The correspondent who had written and filed the story of a great victory now had to set to work to collect the news of a great disaster. Raymond did it. He covered the story all over and sent a substitute dispatch to the Times. But there was a censor in Washington that night, and of Raymond's 2 or 3 columns, only a few disconnected and innocuous sentences ever got into the paper. This seems to have been Raymond's last appearance as a war correspondent. But the men who followed the Union armies for the Times in the East and in the West lived up to the standard which he had set both as a writer and as a gatherer of news. In the 60s, it seems to have been regarded as a natural manifestation of the news instinct to beat the other correspondents on the general's intentions for tomorrow's battle, no matter what the injury to the public interests. According to a rumor preserved in the Army, though not in the Times office, one correspondent of the paper was carried away so far by his eagerness for news during the Battle of the Wilderness that he was lucky to escape with being thrown out of the camp. One night, Grant and Meade, being desirous of talking over in the utmost privacy what they thought they could do to Lee the next day, strolled out of the headquarters tent and down to a thicket just beyond the light of the campfire. As they were talking in low tones, they heard a movement in the bushes, and, making investigation, discovered a Times correspondent lying on his belly and busily noting down the strategic plans of the Army of the Potomac. Chased away from headquarters as a result of this, the correspondent made his way to Burnside's corps and hunted news so diligently there that he came near being shot by an unsympathetic subordinate officer before Grant's leniency permitted him to get off with a reprimand. A more innocent and certainly more creditable manifestation of newspaper enterprise, made possible by the imperfect communications of those days, was the beating of official reports by the dispatches of correspondents. This happened with such frequency that one suspects that a general pursuing a beaten enemy, or trying to save the remnants of his army from a victorious one, often thought that he might as well wait until tomorrow to tell the War Department what had happened to him, as they would see it all in the papers anyhow. And the Times had the felicity, or the prudence, to beat the official reports only in the case of good news. Most expert at this was Major Ben C. Truman, one of the chief Times correspondents with the Western armies. His story of the repulse of the Confederates at Franklin, Tennessee, reached the Times 4 days before the War Department heard from Schofield, and 5 days before any other paper had the news. He also accomplished a notable beat with an advance notice of Sherman's march from Atlanta to the sea, which luckily had no disastrous effect on the campaign. Truman, in the opinion of some of his contemporaries, was the most brilliantly successful of all the correspondents of the Civil War. But other Times men, including George F. Williams, William Swinton, and Lorenzo L. Crounce, served the paper almost as well. Swinton and Crounce were the principal Times correspondents with the Army of the Potomac. Crounce, in particular, had his share of the risks of war, which correspondents encountered in those days much more often than in modern times, when they are allowed to see battles only with infrequency and from a long distance in the rear. He was wounded by a shell in 1862 and later, with some other New York newspapermen, was captured by Mosby's raiders, who let them go after taking possession of their notebooks and carrying their news back for publication in the Southern papers, a fact which suggests that newspapermen in those days must have taken much more legible notes than is the rule at present. Called back from the front for a time, Crounce served as night editor of the paper in the spring of 1864, and his vigilance prevented the Times from being deceived by a forged document purporting to be a presidential proclamation appointing a day of fasting and prayer, which was invented for its effect on the stock market and was actually published in 3 New York papers. After this, he got back to the Army of the Potomac in time to cover the fall of Richmond and the surrender of Lee. But not all the hazards of the Civil War were experienced by men in the field. The internal front, as painfully known in recent years, was one of the great facts of the Civil War also, though men had not then given it a name. And the internal front in New York became in July 1863 one of the liveliest portions of the fighting line, when the troops had all gone to Pennsylvania to stop Lee and the draft riots broke out. Raymond was no more afraid of rebellion across the street than of rebellion in the Cotton States. Some of the New York papers, congenitally sympathetic not only with the Southern Confederacy but with Tammany Hall and the elements from which that body and the draft riots both derived their chief support, found it convenient as well as congenial to pat the mob on the head. So did some of the public men of the time. The governor of the state did not think it beneath his dignity, such as it was, to try to conciliate the rioters. But while the mob was burning houses, plundering stores, and shooting policemen, Raymond was writing lines such as this, quote, "This mob is not our master. It is not to be compounded with by paying blackmail. It is not to be supplicated and sued to stay its hand. It is to be defied, confronted, grappled with, prostrated, crushed." End quote. Warned by the misfortune of the Tribune, which had actually been attacked by the rioters and saved only by opportune arrival of a detachment of the overworked police, the Times had fortified itself. The Gatling gun had lately been invented and offered to the War Department, though it was not used either widely or successfully in the war. 2 specimens of this gun had been obtained by the Times, according to tradition through the president's friendship for Raymond, and were mounted just inside the business office under the command of Leonard W. Jerome. If the mob had not been more interested in attacking those who were unable to defend themselves, it would have found some trouble waiting for it at the Times office, for the entire staff had been armed with rifles, and there was a third Gatling gun on the roof, mounted so that it could sweep the streets in any direction. It is only a malicious invention of jealous rivals that this gun was kept trained on the window of Horace Greeley's office in the nearby Tribune building. Raymond insisted that the draft was only the excuse and not the cause of the riot. Quote, "Were the conscription law to be abrogated tomorrow," he wrote, "the controlling inspiration of the mob would remain the same. It comes from sources independent of that law or of any other, from malignant hate toward those in better circumstances, from a craving for plunder, from a love of commotion, from a barbarous spite against a different race, from a disposition to bolster up the failing fortunes of the Southern rebels." End quote. Indeed, the only utterance of the Times in the period of the riot which was in any degree ambiguous was its editorial comment on Archbishop Hughes's address, which managed, with evident difficulty, to be as polite, as vague, and as non-committal as the utterances of the prelate himself. 32 members of the Times staff, it may be added, served in the Union armies, and 2 went south to join the Confederate forces. End of section 3. Section 4 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 2, Civil War and Reconstruction, 1860 to 1869. Part 2. Allowing for the curious taste of the time, which dictated such practices as beginning a long series of dispatches with the oldest of the lot and bearing the latest news at the bottom of a 5-column story, the news judgment of wartime editors was pretty good. Now and then, of course, there were exceptions to this rule. On November 20th, 1863, for example, the Times published an editorial article on 2 remarkable orations, which it printed in full that morning in its news columns. One, which took up 2 columns of the first page, was Henry Ward Beecher's speech at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, reporting his experiences as a propagandist in England. The other, by Edward Everett, briefly mentioned in the front page news story where it belonged, was published verbatim on page 2 and took up all of it. In its editorial comment, the Times remarked, quote, "We devote a broadside of this morning's Times to the publication of 2 orations, which we are sure will command the attention of the day, and not of this day only. The elaborate and finished discourses of 2 such men as Edward Everett and Henry Ward Beecher upon topics of such great national interest as those they discuss will not be lightly passed over, much less ignored altogether by any intelligent citizen." Unquote. There was another speech in that day's news, a speech which the Times printed on the front page because it was part of a front page story, and in full, it was just 2 sticks long, printed in full just after the much longer invocation by the officiating clergyman, also given word for word, and just ahead of the equally detailed list of prominent persons present. That address was received with applause, according to the Times report, but the applause was certain, even if not perfunctory, on account of the high position of the orator, and if the news story is to be believed, it provoked none of the enthusiasm called forth by Everett's speech on the same occasion. And as for editorial comment, it was not merely lightly passed over, but ignored altogether, not only in the Times office, but everywhere else. It was the address delivered by Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg. The transformations which the war accomplished in newspaper making were not confined to the demand for more news and an increase in the expense of getting it. The public which reads the newspapers is apt to forget that the mechanical task of getting the news before the public is, on the whole, as difficult as the obtaining of the news in the first place, and usually a good deal more expensive. The war drove the Times to buy additional presses and to adopt in July 1861 the process of stereotyping, which the Tribune had already tried out and without which it would have been all but impossible to meet the demands of a rapidly increasing circulation. Typesetting machines were not known until much later, and newspapermen of today may still experience a salutary awe as they contemplate the very respectable results which their predecessors accomplished with such inferior tools. On April 20th, 1861, 8 days after the attack on Fort Sumter, the Times for the first time was issued on Sunday. There had long been in existence in New York papers issued on Sunday only, as there are in England today, but New York dailies were driven to the issuance of Sunday editions by the Civil War, as were London dailies in the war lately ended. A newspaper published 7 days a week still seems uncongenial to the English temperament. The Sunday issues published occasionally between 1914 and 1919 did not establish a precedent, but the New York morning papers, once committed to the Sunday edition, never gave it up. At first, the Sunday Times was issued at the regular price of 2 cents. Before its first year was ended, however, it had gone up to 3 cents, to which price the daily paper followed it in 1862. The enormously increased telegraph tolls, the mounting prices of print paper, and the general increase in the cost of everything made this increase inevitable. In 1864, the Times, daily and Sunday, went up to 4 cents a copy, at which price it remained for 19 years. During the war, the Sunday paper was virtually the same as the issue of any other day, but it gradually came to include, first of all, a considerable literary element, and then more and more of what would today be known as magazine features. So that long before the Sunday Times had departed from the daily norm of 8 pages, it had a character which made it a sort of link between the weekly edition, by that time passing out of favor, and the modern Sunday newspaper with its many departments. The war brought increased expense, but also increased circulation. On May 2, 1861, while the war was still a novelty, the Times made the editorial declaration that it had gained 40,000 in circulation in the preceding 2 weeks. It may be noted that one of the few lapses of Raymond's paper from the standard of dignity which he set was a somewhat unworthy controversy with Bennett at the end of 1861 about the relative circulation of the Times and the Herald. The Times offered to put up a forfeit of $2,500 for the families of volunteer soldiers in support of its assertion that the Herald's circulation did not average more than 100,000, as Bennett asserted, but less than 75,000, and that the Times' daily average was more than 75,000. Bennett, perhaps from considerations of prudence, responded in a manner worthy of Greeley that the practice of betting is immoral, we cannot approve of it. And the consequence was the publication on the first page of the Times of 2 caricatures of Bennett, the first pictorial illustrations ever carried in the paper. Raymond, according to tradition, was afterwards ashamed of this, and certainly the paper which he published was able to stand on its merits without entering into a species of controversy in which the Herald was much more experienced. At any rate, The Times gained steadily in prosperity throughout the war, and in December of 1865 took a step which the pressure both of news and advertising had long since made advisable: the enlargement of its page in both directions. It continued for some years thereafter to restrict itself to 8 pages, but the pages were now 7 columns wide and of the present length. At the time, it was the largest paper in the United States, and equal in size to the ordinary edition of the London Times. There were pessimistic newspapermen in 1865 who thought that Raymond and Jones overestimated the possibilities of their business, and that a newspaper of such size could not be supported in New York. They soon learned otherwise. Shortly after this, however, the Times did suffer a serious, though temporary, setback in influence and prosperity as a consequence of Raymond's position in politics. Raymond took his seat in Congress in the special session called in March 1865. The rebellion was visibly coming to an end, and the conditions of peace and plans of Reconstruction were now the topics of greatest importance in public life. Throughout the war, the Times had been the strongest of newspaper opponents of any sort of defeatist propaganda, or of the influences working for a peace by negotiation. It had, to be sure, looked with favor on Lincoln's conference with the Confederate leaders early in the year, for it knew and trusted Lincoln. It knew that Lincoln would, as he did, refuse to consider a compromise peace. With the volunteer experts in statecraft, of a type with which our generation became familiar in the winter of 1917-18, who would have made peace by some sort of happy magic formula without settling any of the questions that were being fought out, the Times had no sympathy. But it did believe, with Grant and Lincoln, that the Southerners were our own people, citizens of an indestructible Union. It favored the punishment, at least by exile, of the few men whom it regarded as the fomenters of the rebellion, but it regarded the mass of the Southern people as led astray by its leaders. Raymond's views had been expressed in outline in the course of a speech at Wilmington as early as November 1863. In the last months of the war, they found frequent expression in the columns of the Times. On April 13, 1865, for example, the Times declared that, quote, "if the people lately in revolt choose to accept the result of the war like reasonable men, every facility should be accorded them for the speedy repossession of every franchise and privilege existing under the Constitution," unquote. It insisted, to be sure, that we must wait and see if they were going to accept the result of the war, for at that time Jefferson Davis was still at large, and there were diehards in the South who would have taken to the woods for a guerrilla war. But these extremists found no support. In a few weeks, the Southern armies had surrendered. The soldiers who might have formed guerrilla bands had gone wearily back home, and the war was at an end. By that time, however, Abraham Lincoln was dead. The war against secession had been won, but support of the constitutional theory of secession had reappeared in the most unlikely quarter, among the extreme leaders of the Republican Party. Thaddeus Stevens, Ben Wade, and their colleagues maintained that the Southern states had accomplished what no Northerner in 1861 would have admitted as possible, that they had cut themselves off from the Union. Possibly Lincoln, if he had lived, would by his great prestige have been able to beat down the opposition of these men, who, before his death, had resolved to fight him as bitterly as they afterward fought Johnson. Whether or not Lincoln could have done it, the fight was left in the hands of a president whose defects of personal character and ability brought his principles into discredit, and Raymond, who for a long time stood behind Johnson as he would have stood behind Lincoln, suffered for his defense of the ideas which, if carried out, would have made Reconstruction something more than an ironic euphemism. Raymond was still chairman of the Republican National Committee, a position which gave him prestige sufficient to overcome, to a certain degree, his newness in Congress. Before the end of 1865, he was actively opposing Stevens and the other leaders of the Radical Republicans, notably by a speech on December 24th. But already it was apparent that the radical control of Congress could not be shaken. At a public meeting in New York in the following February, Raymond undertook to defend Johnson for his veto of the Freedmen's Bureau bill, and laid the blame for the increase of ill feeling in the South during the past few months to the action of Congress and to the radical Republican press in the North. Raymond favored the immediate acceptance of the state governments which had been set up in some of the border states, and he wanted above all to prevent the reestablishment of the old sectional antagonism. But the tendency of the time was too strong for him. Nevertheless, he persisted in spite of repeated setbacks, and finally took a leading part in the National Union Convention, which met at Philadelphia in August 1866, where, for the first time since the outbreak of the war, men from all the states, Republicans and Democrats, met to bury the hatchet and try to lay down a program for national reunion. Raymond had had his suspicions that this body might not be of such a character as to command the confidence even of the moderate men in his party. Within 4 weeks before it met, he had, in a private letter, remarked that it looks now as though it would be mainly in the hands of Copperheads. But evidently he thought, when the convention actually assembled, either that this fear was unwarranted or that his influence might counteract the presence of undesirable members from the North. At any rate, he composed the Philadelphia Address, which the convention set before the country, declaring that the results of the war did not either enlarge, abridge, or in any way change or affect the powers the Constitution confers on the federal government, or release that government from the restrictions which it has imposed. This address, and the Declaration of Principles appended, was on the whole a piece of reasoning on constitutional theory not unworthy of the author of the letters to Yancey of 1860. It closed with an enthusiastic endorsement of Andrew Johnson as, quote, "a chief magistrate worthy of the nation and equal to the great crisis upon which his lot is cast," unquote. Even then, Raymond was not altogether in sympathy with Johnson's course. He supported the constitutional amendments, which were eventually grouped into one, the 14th, and thought Johnson unwise in opposing them. Raymond's only contention was that Congress had no right to make acceptance of them a condition of the readmission of any state lately in revolt. He held that the rebellion had been, all along, what Union men considered it in the spring of 1861, an insurrection and not a dissolution of partnership. But those views were too advanced for the time. Secession was accepted as a fact by the dominant group in Congress, and under the stress of passion, constitutional amendments were put through by unusual, if not absolutely irregular, methods, establishing precedents some of whose harmful effects have been seen within recent years. Raymond was at once furiously assailed by the majority of his party and was accused of having gone over to the Democrats. He lost his place as chairman of the National Committee for his part in the Philadelphia Convention, and the paper lost thousands of readers. Naturally, his journalistic rivals seized the opportunity to try to turn the momentary deviation of the Times from the majority opinion to their own financial profit. During the war and before it, the Times and the Tribune had been the leading Republican papers of the nation. No doubt Raymond and Greeley had on the whole the same ideals, as in general they upheld the same political principles on the great issues of the Civil War period, but their reactions differed according to their temperaments. Raymond, in the critical months before the war, thought that the suspicions of the South might and should be alleviated by certain prudent concessions from the Republicans, and that Southerners unsympathetic with secession should not be driven into the arms of the fire-eaters by unconsidered violence. But he insisted that the Union must be preserved at any cost, that there must be no tolerance of secession, and that the supremacy of the federal government must be vindicated. After war had begun, he never weakened in the belief that there was no choice between complete victory and ruinous disaster, that peace without victory was peace with defeat, that the war must be fought out to the complete vindication of the federal authority. But when that result had been accomplished, he felt that the interests of the nation required the speediest possible reestablishment of real national unity. Greeley, in the period between Lincoln's election and the attack on Sumter, had oscillated between plaintive declarations that the Republic could not be pinned together with bayonets, and insistence on immediate and violent coercive measures which might have put the government in the wrong in the eyes of the border states. When war had come, Greeley was a pretty good barometer. He was an enthusiast when things were going well, but after Fredericksburg and again after Chancellorsville, he was willing to throw up the sponge. And he had that curious conviction that peace might be obtained by some backstairs negotiation on neutral soil and suddenly presented on a platter to a surprised nation, which, while it endured, furnished valuable moral support to Lee, as it later did to Ludendorff. But when the Republic had been pinned together with bayonets, nobody displayed more sanctimonious horror than Greeley at Raymond's adventures in conciliation. The man who was to go Jeff Davis's bail in 1867 and accept a Democratic presidential nomination in 1872, in 1866 was accusing Raymond of acting as a copperhead and of betraying the party because he thought that Southern Democrats were still citizens of the United States. The man who in 1860 thought the South might as well go its way, who early in 1863 was talking of bowing our heads to the inevitable and was looking forward gloomily to the best attainable peace, could in 1866 compare the editor of a competing and more prosperous paper to Judas Iscariot for standing out against vindictive punishment of the South. But Greeley cherished no unchristian rancor. When Raymond was safely dead, Greeley was magnanimous enough to write that he was often misjudged as a trimmer and a time server, when in fact he spoke and wrote exactly as he thought and felt. It was true. Raymond was called a trimmer, whereas Greeley acquired a great reputation as a courageous moral leader. The difference seems to have been that Greeley took a certain time off each day to advertise his morality to the public, whereas Raymond was too busy reaching conclusions a year or so ahead of the times. A moral might be drawn from this, but it could hardly be commended to ambitious young journalists. Raymond afterwards confessed that it would have been worth $100,000 to the Times if he had never attended the Philadelphia Convention, for great numbers of its loyal supporters promptly turned away from a paper which they regarded as having gone over to the Copperheads. As it turned out, however, if Raymond had lived a few years longer, It might have been worth 100,000 to the paper that he had attended the convention, for it had the result of putting him out of politics and turning him back to give his whole attention to the Times. The conservative Republicans among his constituents — it is perhaps needless to observe that the terms conservative and radical had, in the years just after the Civil War, a technical significance entirely apart from their ordinary meanings — wanted him to try his chances for renomination to Congress. But in a letter dated only a month after the Philadelphia Convention, he refused. He denied that he had changed his politics. With the Democratic Party as it has been organized and directed since the rebellion broke out, he assured his friends, I have nothing in common. But the evils of renewed factional strife which he had attempted to avert were already afflicting the country, and Raymond realized that he could no longer do anything to resist them. And he observed that a seat in Congress ceases to have for me any attraction, or to offer any opportunity for useful public service. It is easy enough to say that Raymond knew he could not be renominated. The man's whole history is proof that considerations of this sort had nothing to do with his decision. The last 3 years of Raymond's life were of great importance to his paper. On the chief of the new issues following the war, he had taken the unpopular side, and was presently forced to admit that he was following an unworthy leader. Johnson's personal shortcomings were largely responsible for compromising the cause of the moderate Reconstructionists, but it may be supposed that Raymond's personal feeling had perhaps something to do with the fact that when the Times finally repudiated him, it was on the question of paying off the national debt with fiat money. The paper opposed the impeachment of Johnson, not so much from love of Johnson as from an estimate of the motives and a dislike of the methods of his enemies. In the campaign of 1868, the paper was once more able to be wholeheartedly Republican, for its editors had a great deal of confidence in General Grant and in the policies which the party in that year professed. But other new questions were arising which were to dominate the generation after the war, and on the chief of these, Raymond set a policy which in general was long followed. As Edward Carey, for nearly half a century one of the principal members of the editorial staff of the Times, wrote in 1911, quote, apart from his policy regarding Reconstruction, he had marked out 3 lines of discussion for his paper which were of great and lasting importance, and which even now that paper follows with profound respect for the sound brain and loyal heart that set it upon them. Unquote. The first of these was the struggle against various forms of easy but unsound money. In the 60s and 70s, the greenback movement, and later, free silver. Its insistence on sound money was at least a minor reason in the Times' unwillingness to see any merit in the presidential candidacy of Tilden, who had given it support in the most spectacular fight of its history. It drove the paper to stand for its principles behind the gold Democratic ticket in 1896, and it was the first ground for a disbelief in the miraculous powers of William Jennings Bryan, for which other reasons in sufficiency were soon discovered. In Raymond's last days also, the paper began a campaign for reform of the tariff, a principle to which it has been consistently loyal ever since. David A. Wells and Benjamin F. Tracy were called in to write special articles on this subject under Raymond, and the Times, though beaten in its first fight, as it has been beaten in many more, began in the later 60s a steady campaign for popular education on this question, which it may be hoped has contributed in some degree to the more intelligent views now prevalent. In spite of the genuflections of the present Republican Congress in the House of Rimmon, it is possible to hope that before long the protective tariff, as the past generation has known it, will be as dead as greenbackism and free silver. The third of the policies which Raymond laid down for his paper was the fight for the introduction of the merit system into the civil service, a question on which the paper had sometimes expressed itself even in its earliest years, but which it took up in earnest after the Civil War. During the next 2 decades, the Times was one of the most insistent and persistent advocates of a reform which finally triumphed in principle, and which, after 2 decades more of obstruction by practical politicians of the older sort, is now at last beginning to be the rule and not the exception in administration. It was the enduring faith of the Times in all these causes, no less than its conductor's lack of confidence in a man who seemed to embody stiff-necked opposition to most of the needed reforms of his time, which finally led the paper to break away from the Republican Party in 1884. Raymond was always a good Republican, best perhaps when he was most completely out of harmony with the dominant group in the party, but there can be no doubt that he would have approved of the decision which his partner and successor, Jones, had to make in that campaign. Local issues, too, were becoming insistent in Raymond's last years. The conduct of the New York City government had always been a scandal, varying only in degree, but by the later 60s, the city had fallen into the hands of William M. Tweed, and the scandal was becoming unendurable. Tweed had formed an entente, useful to both parties, with the faction of Wall Street manipulators headed by Jay Gould and James Fisk, Jr., which was unable to see any need for going into the long, laborious, and expensive process of building railroads when it was so much easier to acquire them already built. In 1868, the Times carried on a vigorous fight against the men who were making the Erie Railroad a name notable even in the scandalous chronicle of that period. And before Raymond's death, there had already been threats that some of the political instruments of the Wall Street Tammany inner circle might be used to attack the management of the paper. That Raymond, if he had lived, would have fought the ring as valiantly as did Jones and Jennings cannot be doubted, and no greater tribute can be given them than the statement that not even Raymond could have been more successful. The setback caused by Raymond's position in 1866 did not long affect the fortunes of the Times. It was so good a newspaper that people did not like to go without it, and its return to the outward form, at least, of party regularity furnished an excuse for a good many Republicans to come back to their old favorite. Some idea of the position which the Times held in the estimation of intelligent men at this time can be obtained from The Education of Henry Adams. Adams had known Raymond in Washington before the war, and some of his letters to Raymond from London had been published in the Times, which thus may perhaps claim to have discovered him as a writer. Coming back from London with an experience which, in any other country, as he has remarked, would have qualified him admirably for a post in the diplomatic service, he knew that it was hopeless to look for anything of the sort at a time when legations, secretaryships, and consulates were ranked with post offices as the reward of political merit. So he thought that the best chance to use his talents and realize his ambitions was in newspaper work. But when Raymond died, Adams gave up hope. For him, it was the Times or nothing. He objected to the political views of the Tribune. On the Herald, aside from other objections, He thought there was no room for any important personality but Bennett, and he disliked the strong dash of blackguardism which Dana had given the Sun. Writing for the Times, Adams could have reached a large and influential public. As for any of the other papers which his tastes would have permitted him to consider, he thought that he might as well keep on contributing to the North American Review. Whether Adams would have been permanently satisfied as a newspaper man may be doubted. His case is cited here only as an incidental testimonial to the Times' rapid recovery from the misfortune of 1866. Early in 1869, an offer of $1 million was made and refused for the property which had been established 18 years before on a cash investment of $69,000. So before Raymond's death, the Times had recovered all the ground it had lost even in this department, which Raymond himself would undoubtedly have regarded as the last and least of a good newspaper's claims to eminence. His own material fortunes had risen with those of the paper. At his death he owned a third of the stock. The salary, which had been fixed at $2,500 a year when the Times was founded, had been raised to $4,000 in 1860. At the beginning of 1869, this was increased to $10,000, a huge salary for that day, and at the same time, an annual salary of $9,000 was voted to Jones as business manager. The Times could afford it. The dividend that year was 80%. Had Raymond lived and kept out of politics, the paper, which under Jones's direction became more influential and powerful than ever before, and performed at least one public service which must rank as one of the greatest ever accomplished by an American newspaper, would probably have been still more distinguished. For Raymond was only 49 when he died suddenly on June 19, 1869, 2 months before completing his 18th year as editor of the paper. Soon after, E.L. Godkin, who had served under him, wrote in The Nation that, quote, "The Times under his management probably came nearer the newspaper of the good time coming than any other in existence. In this, that it encouraged truthfulness, the reproduction of the facts uncolored by the necessities of a cause or the editor's personal feelings among reporters, that it carried decency, temperance, and moderation into discussion and banished personality from it, and thus not only supplied the only means by which rational beings can get at the truth, but helped to abate the greatest nuisance of the age, the coarseness, violence, calumny, which does so much to drive sensible and high-minded men out of public life, or keep them from entering it." Unquote. Certainly Raymond was almost the inventor of the notion that it was possible to believe in a party, to belong to a party, and in general to support that party without being slavishly bound to its policies, right or wrong. And his course in the Civil War showed that this independence of sentiment did not involve any weakening of energies in upholding the truth as he saw it. In Carey's language, he established the corporate conscience of the Times. His successors have tried to live up to it. Yet George Henry Payne, in his History of Journalism in the United States, seems to think it necessary to account for Raymond's failure, and does so by explaining that a journalist can never succeed unless he is fathering popular or moral causes. This extraordinary statement deserves notice because it appears in the most recent book on a subject which has never yet been treated adequately, and because Mr. Payne used to be a newspaperman himself. Without going into metaphysical definitions of success, it may suffice to say that from any point of view. Raymond was a brilliant success as a journalist. He was certainly a failure as a politician, if failure means the inability to hold the most powerful political position to which he rose, the chairmanship of the Republican National Committee. But even in this sense, he was a failure only because he happened to die in the prime of life a few years before the majority came around to his view. As to Mr. Paine's curious theories on the foundation of newspaper success, it may be observed that the Times, which its worst enemies will admit is successful in the sense that it is widely read, influential, and prosperous, has never fathered any causes, popular or unpopular, moral or immoral. Nor have some others of the most famous and richest newspapers of the world. If fathering was a slip of the pen for furthering, one may wonder what moral causes James Gordon Bennett I ever promoted. Neither abolition nor voyeuristic socialism could be described as a popular cause in New York 75 years ago, yet Horace Greeley made a paper which advocated one of these doctrines and leaned strongly toward the other, successful in every sense of the word. Nor does this simple definition meet the case of a newspaper which may find prosperity in spite of the furtherance of causes which are both moral and unpopular, or in furthering those which are both popular and immoral. Whatever may be the secret of journalistic success, it can hardly be given away to the world as freely as Mr. Paine seems to think. The art of making a good newspaper is somewhat more than a mere gift for guessing what is going to be popular and moral at the same time. And, as can be proved by the examples of Greeley, Raymond, and Bennett, to come no nearer our own time, that art may be exemplified by men who sometimes guess wrong. End of section 4 and end of chapter 2 of part 1. Section 5 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1. Chapter 3. The Times and the Tweed Ring. Part 1. The Times had been so emphatically Raymond's paper that a good many people naturally wondered after his death what was going to become of it. Raymond's partner, George Jones, had long been in charge of the business office and was the ranking officer, so to speak, of those who were left. But he had had no experience in the supervision of editorial policy. His life had been spent in the business office, and few outsiders realized how thoroughly the long friendship and partnership between Raymond and Jones had indoctrinated each with the principles of the other. Nor did Jones have anything like a controlling interest in the paper. The Raymond estate, with 34 of the 100 shares, was the heaviest stockholder. Jones had or controlled in 1869 about 30. And since Raymond's son, then finishing his course at Yale, was preparing to learn the newspaper business from the ground up, it was the general expectation that in time he would succeed his father. But the Times could not wait for him. On July 22, 1869, some 5 weeks after Raymond's death, the 3 directors of the company, Jones, Leonard W. Jerome, and James B. Taylor, elected John Bigelow editor. It might have been supposed that this was an excellent selection. Bigelow had for years been associated with William Cullen Bryant in the editorial direction of the Evening Post, and his service as minister to France had increased his reputation and given him an experience in international politics which, at that particular time, was extremely valuable. Yet his career as editor of the Times lasted only a few weeks. and is interesting chiefly as illustrating the fact that in the equipment of a newspaper editor, the wisdom of the serpent is a somewhat more useful quality than the harmlessness of the dove. The summer of 1869 saw Jay Gould and Jim Fisk and their associates going on from the plunder of a railroad to the more ambitious scheme of cornering the gold supply of a nation in which the resumption of specie payments was still something of a millennial dream. As is well known, they counted on the neutrality of President Grant, who was neither a financial expert nor a connoisseur in human wile, and whose brother-in-law, Corbin, a friend of the Fisk-Gould group, was generally supposed to supply most of the financial information for the White House. Bigelow, who knew the president well, saw him early in August, and as a result of the interview, wrote for the Times 2 editorial articles on Grant's economic policy, which were generally understood as representing the views of the White House. At Gould's suggestion, Corbin prepared another editorial article, which a gentleman who was a friend of both Corbin and Bigelow succeeded in persuading the editor was also a reflection of Grant's opinion. This article, headed Financial Policy of the Administration, was published in the Times on August 25th. Luckily, Caleb C. Norville, the financial editor, had seen it in proof and had suggested to the surprised Bigelow that it showed evidence of a purpose to bull gold, presumably in furtherance of the enterprise whose beginnings were already visible to men in Wall Street. The last paragraph was struck out, and the article thereby rendered innocuous, but the rest of it was published. Less than a month later came Black Friday, when Grant shattered the final assault of the gold conspirators by opening up the Treasury's reserves, and shortly after that, Bigelow left the Times. Jones was justifiably alarmed by this experience and was consequently forced to set himself, at the age of 58, to learn something about the editorial management as well as the business affairs of the paper. There seems to have been some surprise among newspapermen of the time when it was discovered that Jones wanted to go on alone. Greeley, for example, attempted to buy the Times in the summer after Raymond's death. When the Tribune was established, Greeley had owned it all, but he was no financier, and at the time of his death retained only 1/16 of the stock. This coincidence of an editor without a newspaper and a newspaper without an editor suggested to Greeley the idea of buying the Times, which he seems to have supposed would be a burden on Jones's hands. But Jones replied that he would never sell out so long as he was on top of the sod, so Greeley had to stick to the Tribune. After Bigelow's retirement, the post of editor of the Times, under Jones's supervision, was given to George Shepard, who for some time had been one of the political editorial writers. In the 1901 Jubilee supplement of the Times, Shepard's editorship was thus characterized, quote, "The decorum and solid ability which had long characterized the Times were perfectly safe in his hands, but sprightliness was undoubtedly lacking." Unquote. There were those on the paper, however, who had perhaps an excess of sprightliness, and chief of these was Lewis J. Jennings, a man with a great deal of talent, a great deal of temperament, and a character so commingled of opposite qualities that one wonders alternately why he did not achieve brilliant success and how he managed to get as far as he did. Jennings was an Englishman who had edited the Times of India, served as American correspondent of the London Times just after the Civil War, and then written London correspondence for the New York Times. He seems to have had an affection for the name, and during Bigelow's brief editorship, he had been added to the editorial staff of the paper. Shortly after Shepard took over the direction of the editorial page on November 25, 1869, There was a murder in the Tribune office. Albert D. Richardson, one of the stockholders in and contributors to that paper, was shot and mortally wounded by a gentleman whose wife had left him for a complex of reasons, of which Richardson was one. Mrs. McFarland had obtained a divorce in Indiana, her husband having been served by publication in the local papers, and she was married to Richardson on his deathbed. 2 or 3 eminent clergymen signalized their breadth of opinion, if not their literal fidelity to the doctrines of their churches, by defending the relation as an innocent one and turning public sympathy against the injurious husband, if indeed it was not running in that direction already. This was too much for Jennings's moral principles, especially as it had happened in the office of a rival newspaper. Despite Shepard's hesitation, Jennings succeeded in getting into the Times a number of editorials on this case, which indeed was celebrated enough at the time to deserve some comment. Beginning with the innocuous and generally acceptable doctrine that newspapermen had no special privilege of seduction, he went on to ask what else could be expected from those who had preached the malignant doctrines of Fourier, destructive of family ties. This must have surprised Greeley, who by that time had almost forgotten his youthful adventures in socialism, along with other ebullient eccentricities of his earlier years. But nothing was clearer to Jennings than that the infection imported by Brisbane still befouled the Tribune office, and that free love, with its consequences of murder or suicide, was the natural result of taking the Tribune editorial page seriously. Jennings had an exceptional talent for stirring up the animals. The Tribune presently began to retaliate against these editorial attacks by a counteroffensive, but Jennings, being a recent arrival and little known, its editors naturally took for their target the respectable Shepard. After a few weeks of this, Shepard told Jones that Jennings could fight his own battles. Shepard retired to his old position as a writer of political articles, and Jennings became the editor of the Times. In the great battle against Tweed, which soon followed, Jennings was the leader of the offensive. Jones had the responsibility, and a heavy responsibility it was. John Ford, who had lately joined the editorial staff, handled most of the work of analyzing political and financial evidence that came into the hands of the paper, and, equipped with the facts exhumed by Ford, and fortified by the knowledge that Jones was standing behind him, Jennings put his talent for invective to a somewhat more useful employment than annoyance of the Tribune. It is customary in discussing the Tweed ring to call attention to the gradual and, in the long view, quite considerable improvement in the standard of New York municipal politics. Even in the worst scandals of more recent periods, the offenders showed a certain regard for outward order and decency. City officials no longer thrust their arms into the city treasury and steal money outright, as Tweed and his associates used to do. Modern peculations are measured by the thousands, where they stole millions, and the unearned increment in the fortunes of certain political leaders of today and yesterday can be traced back to such diverse and subsidiary transactions as taking a percentage from gamblers and prostitutes, or a fortunate and extremely silent partnership in contracting firms dealing with the city or with corporations dependent for franchises on municipal favor. The percentage of honest men in Tammany Hall is probably higher now than in the days of Croker, certainly higher than in the days of Tweed or Fernando Wood, and the improvement in public morals has affected even the reform movements. They are no longer, as they were apt to be in the 40s and 50s, about as bad as Tammany. They no longer can be bought off by judicious distribution of offices to their leaders, as sometimes happened in the 60s and 70s. Nor, in spite of the recent declamations of enthusiastic Republican leaders, are they as likely to make themselves impotent by divisions and quarreling as they were in the 80s and 90s. It is perhaps a matter for dispute whether stupidity and incompetence is an improvement on venality, but there is no doubt that there is a great deal of mere stupidity today, where in similar conditions even 20 years ago there would have been corruption. Still, when all allowance is made for these laudable tendencies, the dispassionate observer can hardly admit that New York would be justified in giving 3 cheers for itself, nor does the study of a century of municipal history tend to make converts for the philosophy of Pippa and Pollyanna. It is a painful chronicle of alternating indignation, apathy, and despair. If it teaches anything, it is only the old lesson that the solution of political problems is not to be found in changes of political machinery. In the last 100 years, New York has tried about everything. Greater measures of home rule have been introduced as a desperate remedy, in the hope that centralization of responsibility would enable the public to keep officials up to the mark. But it was exactly such centralization that made possible the enormous stealings of Tweed and his Confederates. In reaction from this, the city, or that part of it interested in honest government, has from time to time thrown itself on the mercy of the legislature, only to find presently, not exactly that it has exchanged King Log for King Stork, but that between storks, the one who spends stolen money at home has at least some advantage over the one who plunders the city for the enrichment of upstate. In the period of Tweed's supremacy, New York had the misfortune of enduring practically all these varieties of political experience, and for some years each new arrangement proved to be worse than what had gone before. The chief accomplishment of the Times's exposure of Tweed was the breaking of this ascending spiral. Thievery soon began again, but on a much humbler scale and with considerably more caution. And never since has municipal corruption been anything like so enormous or so flagrant as in the period between 1868 and 1871. There have been no more Tweeds, but in view of the lessons of New York City's history, it would be rather venturesome to assert that there will never be another Tweed in the future. In the 50s and early 60s, the dominant figure in Tammany Hall was Fernando Wood, but even then, Tweed was doing pretty well for himself. The Charter of 1857 had given control of the city's finances to an elective, bipartisan Board of Supervisors, 12 in number, on which Tweed managed to obtain a dominant position. Corruption, which had always existed in the city government, rapidly increased under the benign sway of this virtually irremovable body. But the golden days of graft began only with the election of 1868, when, by wholesale naturalizations at the last minute, the voting of cartloads of repeaters, stuffing of the ballot boxes, and other devices now happily gone out of fashion, Tammany elected John T. Hoffman governor of the state and A. Oakey Hall mayor of the city. The legislature was also Democratic by a very slight majority, but the precarious margin could be, and on occasion was, enlarged by the purchase of any necessary number of upstate Republicans. Tweed came into control of both state and city governments on January 1st, 1869. His domination was ended in the fall of 1871. It is a tribute both to his ingenuity and to the largeness of his view that estimates of the amount which he and his associates stole in that brief period range from $50 million to $100 million. To remove the possibility of inconvenient inquiry into his doings, Tweed put through the legislature in 1870, with the aid of purchased Republican votes, a new city charter. In its preliminary advertising, it was proclaimed as a Home Rule measure. On that understanding, it got a good deal of respectable support. Even the Times, disgusted with the conditions that had arisen under the prevalent system, in the beginning favored the measure. But it presently turned out that the document was full of jokers, and that its real effect, as John Ford has put it, was to turn the city over to the control of 4 men: the mayor, Hall, the president of the Board of Supervisors, Tweed, the controller, Richard B. Connolly, and the president of the Park Board, Peter B. Sweeney. Heads of departments were appointed by the mayor for terms of 4 or 8 years, and during their terms were practically irremovable. This alone would have been enough for moderate men, but for good measure, a provision was thrown in that all claims against the county of New York incurred previous to the passage of the act should be audited by Hall, Tweed, and Connolly, and met by revenue bonds payable during 1871. This board met only once, and then voted that all claims certified by the Board of Supervisors to the county auditor and presented by him to the Board of Audit should be authorized. In other words, Tweed sent his bills to the auditor, James Watson, one of his own creatures, and this functionary passed them on to the Board of Audit to receive a blanket endorsement from Tweed. In this manner, some $6 million was audited, mainly in connection with work done or alleged to have been done on the construction, equipment, and repair of the county courthouse. Some of the claims were purely fictitious. The others were all set down at far more than the real value of the work, and of it all, Tweed and certain of his associates received 65% at first, and eventually 85%. This was the most scandalous and the most easily visible of the multitudinous thefts promoted by Tweed. Others were of the familiar sort: fraudulent contracts, payrolls padded with the names of dead men, of babes in arms, or of Tammany ward heelers who had to be supported but did not want to soil their hands with work except on election day. Appropriations for the support of non-existent institutions, huge payments to companies in which Tweed or his friends had an interest. But the suspicions which were inevitably aroused by such enormous and ubiquitous peculations were slow in taking definite form. Ostensibly, Tweed was saving money for the city. He reduced the tax rate in 1871 and thereby won the gratitude of taxpayers who had become alarmed at the rapid and unaccountable increase in municipal expenses. Just how much the city was spending or how much it owed, nobody knew, but it was evidently a great deal. Tweed's sudden show of economy had its effect in winning support for him among the property-owning classes, and though their suspicions were not killed by any means, a good many respectable and prosperous citizens had become so discouraged with municipal politics, so willing to grasp at any straw of hope, that they were pleased to adopt the policy of the ostrich and try to pretend that they believed public affairs were being honestly conducted, instead of undertaking the difficult and dangerous process of attempting to find out. As a matter of fact, Tweed had reduced the tax rate by the very simple process of abandoning the pay-as-you-go plan of municipal finance, and meeting most of the claims which he and his friends presented to the city together with the comparatively infrequent bills from honest creditors, by the issue of 30-year bonds, while so far as possible the demands were met by short-term obligations not funded at all. In a city containing as many competent financiers as New York, there were a good many men who saw through this, but none who dared to speak out. The man who did dare to speak was George Jones, and under his direction, the Times began in September 1870 a campaign which resulted after 14 months in the complete overthrow of Tweed. That the Times did not begin its attack sooner may perhaps be ascribed to the influence of James B. Taylor, who was one of the 3 directors of the paper and one of Tweed's 4 partners in the New York Printing Company. The history of this organization would alone furnish valuable matter for reflection to political reformers and some useful hints to thieving politicians. But for the purposes of this narrative, it is enough to say that before the exposure of the ring, it had received some millions of public money for very slight services, and that Tweed's far-ranging plans looked to making it the sole agency for the printing, not only of the city, but of the state and eventually of the nation. Taylor had been a stockholder in the Times since April 1861, and his associates evidently had a good opinion of him, since though he held only 1/10 of the stock, he was elected to Raymond's place on the directorate. But that he would have been able to hold back the paper forever from its assault on the ring is a quite untenable supposition, in view of the character of George Jones. Taylor died early in September 1870, and the Times campaign began soon after. But for the first few months, the paper had nothing to go on but its suspicions, and Taylor's objections could well have been, and presumably were, based on the risk of commencing an attack on the most formidable and best entrenched group of political conspirators the country had ever known without conclusive evidence. It would be agreeable to suppose that similar considerations of prudence were alone responsible for the fact that the other dailies of the city were at best neutral in the fight, while most of them actually supported Tweed until his guilt was proved beyond any question. But the record shows otherwise. There was a reason why the Times had to fight single-handed, except for the support of Harper's Weekly, which in Nast's cartoons had a weapon even more powerful than Jennings's vituperation. Enormous sums were being spent for municipal advertising, most of which was quite unnecessary. A good deal of it went to obscure publications, either existing solely for the purpose of printing public advertisements, or chiefly maintained by that source of revenue and owned by various members of the ring. But much of it went to the regular newspapers of the city and cannot be called anything but a hush fund. For a while, the Times received its share of this advertising, which was rejected when it became apparent that it was a hush fund. But Tweed and his subordinates had been wise enough to see that the city was always pretty well in arrears of payment. When the Times refused to accept further city advertising, the city refused to pay its bill. The Times went to court and got a judgment, but the litigation furnished an excuse by which Mayor Hall tried, though unsuccessfully, to explain the animus which the paper eventually displayed by telling the truth about the city government. In the meantime, the account refused by the Times was turned over to the Tribune, which for some time showed a reluctance to believe or to publish anything reflecting on Tweed. In view of the fact that Tweed was, at that time, the boss of the Democratic Party not only in the city but in the state, and was becoming dangerously powerful in his influence on the national leaders of the party, this is an instance of magnanimity toward a political enemy quite without parallel in the history of the period. The hush fund did its work. When the other papers said anything about Tweed, it was in his defense. The Sun, to be sure, did make the ironic proposal of a monument to the benefactor of the people, the fund to be started by a contribution of 10 cents, which the Sun professed to have received from one of Tweed's admirers. Tweed indeed suspected that Dana was not altogether in earnest, and for this and other reasons refused to accept any such testimonial. But a good many of the Sun's readers, as well as some historians of later days, took the suggestion seriously. The attack was begun by the most obvious method, and the one most readily available in view of the lack of any definite evidence. The Times called the attention of its readers to Tweed's sudden and enormous wealth, and asked where he had got it. Again and again, the paper called on the respectable leaders of the Democratic Party to disown their associate. But just then, that would have been somewhat difficult. Tweed could have disowned them and remained a Democrat, but they could hardly disown the man who had carried the state for the presidential ticket in 1868 and who was still in absolute control of the state organization, without finding themselves out in the cold. Then the Times began to ask for a little information about the city's finances. For a year and a half, no statement of them had been published. It was presumed that the controller, Connolly, was still keeping books, but they were locked away as carefully as the golden plates of the Book of Mormon, despite a law which prescribed that they should be open to the public. For 2 months, the campaign was carried on with all the vigor of which Jennings was capable, but apparently it had little effect. In the fall of 1870, the reform ticket, supported by Republicans, Independents, and those Democrats who had turned against Tweed, either on principle or because they had been excluded from the profits that were reserved for the favorites of the inner circle, was beaten by a handsome majority. There was a good deal of reason to suppose that Governor Hoffman and Mayor Hall owed their reelection largely to Tweed's foresight in buying up a good many of the Republican election inspectors. But whatever the reason, they were reelected. But the Times and Harper's Weekly kept on fighting. They kept on despite the discouragement of the election, the evidence that only a minority of New Yorkers took any interest in the continuous and enormous thefts of their own money, despite the opposition of all the other papers, which imputed motives to the Times running all the way down from partisan malice against the Democratic leader and vindictive efforts to force the payment of the overdue advertising bill to accusations that the editors of the paper had been bought. In view of the fact that Tweed and his friends could, and eventually did, offer a good deal more for the Times's silence than could conceivably be bid by anybody for its continuance of the attacks, this was not a very plausible accusation, but it was often repeated and doubtless believed by a good many who had their own reasons for clinging to their faith in Tweed. A great many worthy citizens thought that the Times was unreasonable and vindictive. There was heard the complaint, since become painfully familiar, that criticisms of the administration were injuring the good name and the credit of the city, and that it was the duty of all good citizens to boost New York and its officials. Even the reformers of the period were silent. The Citizens Association had lately been formed for the promotion of higher standards of municipal government. It was organized and intended for reform. It began as a representative of public-spirited taxpayers, and its president was Peter Cooper. But its secretary was soon won over by the gift of a municipal office, and Peter Cooper presently allowed himself to be convinced that Tweed and his friends had stolen as much as they could use, and that hereafter it would be to their interest to turn conservative and save money for the taxpayer. If this happened to the chief reform organization of the period, it may be surmised how easily Tweed flattered, bribed, or terrorized other respectable citizens into giving him at least tacit support. It was dangerous to oppose him, particularly dangerous for rich men, since Tweed controlled the assessments for taxation and could raise them to any figure that suited him if property owners gave him cause for hostility. And undoubtedly a good many men kept still out of sheer apathy, the apathy begotten of long experience with city governments, each of which was more corrupt than its predecessor, and the conviction that even if good citizens got together, they would probably be beaten up at the polls by Tammany thugs or counted out by Tammany election inspectors. The most amazing instance of Tweed's ability to mobilize the respectability of the city in his support is the famous audit of the comptroller's books in the fall of 1870. The Times had been calling on Connolly to let the citizens know how much the city was spending and what it owed. In October, Connolly suddenly announced that he would do so and would submit his books to the inspection of 6 of the most distinguished and reputable businessmen of New York: Moses Taylor, E.D. Brown, John Jacob Astor, George K. Sesteri, Edward Schell, and Marshall O. Roberts. Their report was published on November 1, just before the election, and undoubtedly gave to many good citizens a plausible pacifier for the disturbed conscience. For the committee reported that, quote, "The account books of the department are faithfully kept. We have come to the conclusion and certify that the financial affairs of the city, under the charge of the comptroller, are administered in a correct and faithful manner," unquote. As Ford observes in his Life of Andrew H. Green, quote, "These names represent the foremost financial interests of their time, and no group of men could have been selected more likely to command the confidence of the people of New York. Yet at the very time they certified to the correctness of the comptroller's books, those records contained the evidence of direct thefts amounting to about $12 million, while the testimony they bore to indirect stealing was equivalent to many millions more," unquote. Connolly's books indeed were correct. They showed that thus much money had been paid to such and such persons for this and that. When the Times later published these records, it was at once observed that payments of several $100,000 to individual carpenters or painters for a month's work seemed somewhat unusual, and that it was curious that 3 or 4 men had endorsed all the receipts, no matter in whose names the claims stood. But nothing of the sort seems to have occurred to the 6 respectable citizens. Their report, however, was convincing enough to those who wanted to be convinced. But Tweed discovered that there was one man in New York who could not be bought off or scared off. The Times continued the fight. Tweed did everything he could to fight back. 2 years before, when the paper was fighting the Erie Railroad conspirators, a Tweed Fisk judge had suggested to the grand jury that it had better indict Raymond and Jones, but the grand jury did not take the advice. Now a new course was adopted. Tweed tried to amend the criminal code so as to give to judges, of whom he had several in his pocket, greatly increased latitude in deciding what was contempt of court. When this attempt failed, Tweed's agent started the story that the land on which the Times building was situated, and which had been occupied before by the Brick Presbyterian Church, had been sold under a restriction binding it for all time to church uses. The effort to eject the paper from its home also came to nothing, but it gave Jones a good deal of worry for some time. Worse still, he had not only enemies without, but some lukewarm supporters in his own camp. Raymond had been dead less than a year and a half, but already his family wanted to get rid of their stock in the Times. The interest of the Taylor estate could hardly be counted as hostile to Tweed, and merchants afraid of the ring had begun to withdraw their advertising from the paper, which was continuing its fight in spite of the testimony of New York's most reputable businessmen that the city finances were administered in a correct and faithful manner. As a matter of fact, the decline in the paper's income was not large, but it was exaggerated by rumor, and Tweed might hope that some of the stockholders would begin to put pressure on Jones. It was evidently in the conviction that Jones either would be willing or would be compelled to withdraw from a losing fight that Tweed formed early in 1871 a company to buy the control of the Times, one of the most curiously assorted companies that was ever brought together for publishing a newspaper, or for anything else. The science and art of politics were represented by Tweed, Oakey Hall, and Sweeney. Finance, high and low, by Fisk, Gould, and Cyrus W. Field. And the necessary flavoring of probity and rectitude was provided by Peter Cooper and Moses Taylor. Just what these gentlemen would have done with a newspaper, if they had had it, would be hard to say. But one thing they would certainly have done. They would have silenced the only journalistic critic of the ring. It may be that sooner or later thievery on such a grand scale would have been exposed and defeated, but there is no certainty that anything but death would have interrupted Tweed's activities. And, as it happened, the final exposure by the Times came just as the ring was preparing a new scheme, the Viaduct Railroad, which was to begin with a theft of $5 million and might have gone 10 times farther before it was finished. Perhaps if the Times had been put out of the way, a champion would have been raised up in the course of time, but no candidates for the position were visible in 1871, and even 2 or 3 years more might have enabled Tweed to do as much damage to New York as could be accomplished by anything but an earthquake and tidal wave. All this was plain enough to George Jones, and he refused to sell. And since rumors that the Times was to be bought and put out of the way had been widely circulated, he published in the paper on March 29, 1871, a statement over his signature which disposed of Tweed's hopes in that direction for all time. Quote, "No money that could be offered me," he wrote, "should induce me to dispose of a single share of my property to the Tammany faction, or to any man associated with it, or indeed to any person or party whatever, until this struggle is fought out. I have the same confidence in the integrity and firmness of my fellow proprietors. Rather than prove false to the public in the present crisis, I would, if the necessity by any possibility arose, immediately start another journal to denounce those frauds upon the people which are so great a scandal to the city. And I should carry with me in this renewal of our present labors the colleagues who have already stood by me through a long and arduous contest." End quote. After that, the Times continued with redoubled vigor, but without much more success until well in the summer. A new reform organization was established. It held a mass meeting in Cooper Union. It commented upon the fact that the city debt had gone up something like $100 million in 2 years, but the masses remained unaffected. Proof of what everybody believed was not forthcoming, and Tweed and his friends looked forward with confidence to the time when, having stolen everything in New York that was not tied down, they could go on to Albany and Washington. End of section 5. Section 6 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 3, The Times and the Tweed Ring. Part 2. For the benefit of those who believe that the right is sure to triumph in the end, it may be observed that the actual exposure of Tweed was due to an accident, the overturn of a sleigh in which the county auditor, one of Tweed's most useful subordinates, was riding. This was in December 1870. The auditor died of his injuries some weeks later and was replaced by the county bookkeeper, and into the bookkeeper's office went Matthew J. O'Rourke, a political follower of James O'Brien in a Democratic faction on bad terms with Tweed. Whether the actual discovery of the thefts should be credited to O'Rourke himself or to one Copeland, an accountant in his office, is somewhat doubtful. But at any rate, there was an investigation of some of the claims, which proved at once what ought to have been evident even from the most superficial inspection, that millions were being stolen. The evidence gathered in O'Rourke's office and later published in the Times showed that $6 million had been spent for repairs on the county courthouse, payment being authorized by Mayor Hall and Comptroller Connolly, of which 90% was pure graft, and that there had been frauds of almost equal magnitude in the renting and furnishing of armories. This was a dangerously large matter, too large for minor officials to handle, but the discoveries were promptly reported to O'Brien. In the somewhat discouraging history of that period, when high officers of city, state, and federal governments regarded their positions as nothing more than opportunities for grand larceny, it is pleasant to come upon this instance of obscure public servants receiving modest salaries, who apparently out of no other motive than a sense of fidelity to their trust gave away information which Tweed would undoubtedly have paid them $1 million to conceal. O'Brien now had the facts, but it was something of a question what he would do with them. Eventually he gave them to the Times, but the Times was not his first choice. The transcript of Connolly's books was the biggest exclusive local story ever offered to a New York newspaper, but it was offered to one newspaper which refused it. Then, realizing that nobody else would take it, he gave it to the Times, but at first would not give his consent to its publication. Knowledge of the facts fortified the Times in its denunciation of the report of the 6 respectable citizens, and eventually O'Brien's reluctance disappeared. By the time he gave his consent for the publication of the evidence, Tweed had found out what was going on. He had failed to scare Jones out or to freeze him out. Now there remained but one recourse, to try to buy him. One afternoon in the early summer of 1871, a lawyer with whom Jones was on friendly terms asked the publisher to come to his office for a business consultation. When Jones entered, he found to his surprise that only one man was in the room, Comptroller Connolly, and Connolly promptly came to the point and offered Jones $5 million to suppress the news. "I don't think," Jones remarked, "that the devil will ever bid higher for me than that." Connolly seems to have taken this as encouragement, for he at once added, "Think of what you could do with $5 million. Why, you could go to Europe and live like a prince." Thereupon, Jones made his refusal unmistakable, and Connolly went away sorrowing, for he had great possessions. But before entering on a fight with which the publication of the evidence would become a death struggle, Jones felt it desirable to make his own position somewhat safer. The Raymond family still wanted to sell its stock. Undoubtedly, that stock could have been sold to Tweed, and the fact that it was not, directly or indirectly, is proof enough that though the Raymonds were getting out of the Times, they were still loyal to its interests. But Jones was afraid that somehow Tweed would get control of this stock, and while it would not give him a dominating influence on the paper, it would enable him, by alleging that the interests of the stockholders were being injured by the campaign, to start litigation which could have given one of Tweed's pocket judges an excuse for appointing a receiver. Jones had to make sure that the Raymond share could be counted on the right side, and he found invaluable support in E.B. Morgan of Aurora, New York, who had owned 2 shares of stock when the Times was founded, had aided in the financing of the building project, and had recently taken a more vigorous interest, not only in his property, but in the fight which Jones was making against Tweed. On July 8, the Times published a long digest of some of its evidence relating to frauds in the rental of armories, and in the succeeding days there were repeated editorial attacks on the Ring and promises of greater exposures to come. But Jones was not ready to go on till he had fortified his position, and that was soon done. On July 19th, the editorial page of the Times began with a short statement to the effect that the 34 shares of Times stock held by the Raymond estate had been purchased by Morgan, who would thereafter be associated with Jones in the management of the paper. The statement continued, quote, "It has been repeatedly asserted that the Raymond shares were likely to fall into the possession of the New York Ring, and it is in order to assure our friends of the groundlessness of all such statements that we make known the actual facts. The price paid in ready money for the shares in question was $375,000. Down to the time of Mr. Raymond's death, the shares had never sold for more than $6,000 each. Mr. Morgan has now paid upward of $11,000 each for 34 of them, and this transaction is the most conclusive answer which could be furnished to the absurd rumors sometimes circulated to the effect that the course taken by the New York Times toward the Tammany leaders had depreciated the value of the property." Unquote. Immediately following this was a double-leaded editorial headed "Two Thieves," in which Jennings threw his hat into the air with a loud and joyous whoop and declared that evidence which the Times was about to publish would prove that at least 2 of the 4 leaders of the Ring were criminals. Of these gentlemen, one eventually escaped conviction by flight to Europe, and the other by grace of a hung jury. That both were what Jennings called them, nobody has ever seriously doubted. The next day, the Times published another long analysis of some of its evidence, this time relating to the furnishing of armories. This article, like its predecessor, was written by John Ford and was accompanied by a fiery editorial by Jennings. And on the 22nd, the Times opened up with all its batteries. When it came to the evidence afforded by the controller's books as to the money spent, ostensibly, on the new courthouse, the figures themselves spoke more forcibly than any summary or any comment. Those very figures which had been audited and approved by the 6 respectable citizens. The previous articles had been published on the editorial page, running over into the page opposite, and even on the 21st, the front page of the Times had begun in the usual style with a single column head, General News. But on the 22nd, the Times published a chapter of figures from the controller's books on the front page in broad measure and under a 3-column head. So far as can be ascertained, this was the first time a real display heading had ever appeared in the Times, but the editors felt apparently that the facts they had to set before the public deserved the aid of all the resources of the typography of the period. Jennings's editorial accompanying the first chapter of the accounts also employed full-face type for emphasizing some of the figures, and the small capitals, in which then, as now, the names of individuals appeared in editorials, were also used for some of Jennings' epithets, such as scoundrels, swindlers, thieves, and other terms which he evidently felt were synonymous with some of the personal names mentioned. That editorial demanded immediate criminal prosecution of some of the city officials, and it contained the observation, fully justified by the conditions of the time, that, quote, "if the public does not come to the same conclusion before we have finished our extracts from the controller's books, then facts have lost their power to convince, and public spirit must be regarded as dead." Unquote. The facts were convincing enough. It appeared, for example, that for carpets in the courthouse, enough money had been paid out to cover City Hall Park 3 times over with the finest carpet that could be bought in New York. A single carpenter, according to the books, had received more than $360,000 within a month for his work in repairing a courthouse which was not yet finished. Of course, the carpenter never got it. Whatever the name in which the bill was made out, and the assurance of the ring may be gauged by the fact that one of the city's creditors was put down as Philip F. Dummy, the checks given in payment were endorsed by members of a few firms in which Tweed and some of his accomplices were partners. Altogether, the controller's books fully supported the Times's editorial assertion that a man who had a bill of $5,000 against the city for work honestly done could not get it paid until he raised it to $55,000, with the balance going by one means or another to Tweed and his friends. Readers of the Times were allowed 1 day to think over the first chapter from Connolly's books, and on the 24th, another followed. There was still another before the end of the week, and on Saturday the 29th, all the evidence, with some editorial comment, was put into a special 4-page supplement. This document was printed in both English and German, for the German Americans at that time were a much more distinct racial group than at present, and one which furnished valuable aid to municipal reform. But for various motives, of which partisanship was the most worthy, the German American press had hitherto given its support to Tweed, so the Times let the Germans read the evidence in their own language. It had been announced beforehand that 200,000 copies of that supplement would be issued, a wholly unprecedented edition for a New York paper in those days. As a matter of fact, the edition ran to 220,000, and a few hours after the presses had stopped, it became apparent that this had not begun to meet the demand. The presses started again, and for a whole week were run continuously, except when getting out the regular issues of the Times, in printing the famous supplement. Altogether, more than 500,000 copies were issued. The people of New York now had the proof. It remained to be seen if they were capable of defending themselves. At first, the Ring was confident enough. Tweed's famous comment, "Well, what are you going to do about it?" epitomized their reaction to the exposure. Mayor Hall seemed to think that he could meet the accusations by declaring that the papers were surreptitiously obtained from a dishonest servant. and it says a good deal for the standards of the time that the charge of dishonesty against the man who had exposed the theft of millions by city officials was seriously received by a large part of the public. Hall further remarked that the animus of the Times could be found in the delayed payment for the advertising contract already mentioned. Neither he nor anybody else made other reference to the story told by the figures than an occasional remark about alleged records or garbled accounts. All over the country, the revelations made by the Times were the chief topic of news and of editorial comment. Only in New York City did the newspapers appear to know nothing about it. Greeley, to be sure, who belatedly remembered that he was not only a moral man but a Republican, ventured to suggest that Tweed and his associates might sue the Times for libel, a procedure which the Times earnestly invited. But the other papers did not even by this much dignify the disclosures with any comment that might be twisted into an admission that they amounted to anything. The papers of London and Paris published long editorial comments on New York politics, but the New York papers seemed to see in them only what Mayor Hall called them, the gross attacks of a partisan journal upon the credit of the city. Nevertheless, the public, or a part of it, was awakened. The claims, it will be remembered, which were authorized by the Board of Audit, and which, it was now apparent, contained anywhere from 60 to 100% of pure graft, were to be met by the issuance of revenue bonds payable during the year. For 2 years there had been no statement of city finances. As Ford writes, nobody save the men in power and those in their immediate confidence knew at what figure city bonds were being negotiated, or at what rate the debt was increasing. The first consequence of the revelations was the sudden and very natural refusal of bankers to lend any more money to an administration which was getting no one knew how much, but pretty certainly was stealing most of what it got. And there, for some weeks, matters rested. Public indignation was steadily rising as the Times brought out more evidence. Most of the tax money had been spent, and the city could no longer borrow money. Municipal employees were not getting their pay. Already the summer of 1871 had seen one serious riot when several hundred members of an Irish mob, which had attacked the Orangemen's parade, had been shot down by militia, and it seemed that this might be only a beginning. Now mobs of unpaid laborers gathered every day in City Hall Park, and Tweed and his friends, with the aid of his newspaper supporters, were trying with some success to transfer the blame for the shortage of city money from the thieves to the reformers who had exposed the thefts. And while there was not much money left in the city treasury, there was no guarantee that Tweed and his friends would not steal what little had escaped them, for they calmly refused to resign, and under the Tweed Charter, they could not be removed. On September 4th, there was a mass meeting of citizens in Cooper Union, with former Mayor William F. Havemeyer presiding, and a committee of 70 was appointed to investigate the frauds and prosecute the criminals. But Tweed and his friends were not asleep. Immediately after this meeting, there was a robbery in the comptroller's office. The vouchers, which would have furnished evidence that no jury could have disregarded, were taken out of the glass case, which had been thought sufficient to protect them, and it was later found that they had been removed and burned by a Tweed official. Something desperate had to be done, and John Foley, a prominent figure in reform movements of the time, did it. Bringing suit as a taxpayer, he got an injunction on September 14th, restraining the comptroller from paying out any more money on claims against the city. This meant that not only the fraudulent claims could not be paid, But the honest claims of contractors, the wages of laborers, even the wages of the police, if the four chief conspirators had had the courage to hang on and wait for the inevitable riots, it is possible that they could have escaped with no other punishment than the compulsion to be a little more moderate thereafter. For the rioters would undoubtedly have turned their attention to the Times and the Reformers before going on to the more profitable investigation of the stores of Broadway and the residences of Fifth Avenue, leaving the homes of Tweed and his friends untouched under their guards of shoulder hitters. But luckily the conspirators lost their nerve, and then came one more proof of the familiar fact that the principal advantage of the forces of law over the criminal classes lies in the absence of honor among thieves. The mayor suggested to Controller Connolly that inasmuch as his administration had been somewhat discredited by the voucher theft, he had better resign. Connolly rightly thought that resignation just then would be taken as confession, and he also concluded that Tweed, Hall, and Sweeney had decided that somebody would have to be thrown to the wolves. Being in some perplexity, he asked the advice of Samuel J. Tilden and William F. Havemeyer, with whom he had been associated in the more respectable activities of the Democratic Party, and they promptly told him that he had better appoint Andrew H. Green as deputy controller and turn over the office to him. There were few men in the city who knew more than Green about the city government, and none who was more certainly above suspicion. Connolly took the advice, and Green's appointment on September 16th marked the beginning of the end of the Tweed Ring. In the second phase of the fight, the Times had more assistance, for reform was beginning to become not only fairly safe, but somewhat popular. But it was also less spectacular, and Green's tenure of office took the form of a long trench war against all forms of corruption, intimidation, and chicanery. The mayor at first refused to recognize the appointment, and then tried to turn him out. The office had to be guarded by armed men. Under the injunction, the deputy controller could pay out no city money, and the funds left in the treasury were not sufficient to meet the interest on city bonds, which would be due in 6 weeks. While valid claims were being sorted out from the mass of fraudulent charges, no payrolls could be met, and the danger of riot disappeared only very slowly and gradually. Before it disappeared, the Star, a paper which had received a good deal of money from the ring, published the home addresses of Jennings and Jones, with a hardly veiled suggestion to city employees whose families were starving that these men were responsible for the stoppage of wages. When the Times made some comments on this, the Star had the hardihood to declare that not the Star but the Times was inciting to riot by trying to prevent Tweed and his friends from collecting what little was left. Not all the newspapers of the city attempted to stir up riots, but virtually all of them were hostile to Green's administration of the city finances. The reason was simple enough. Among the bills which he refused to pay until their validity had been certified were those for newspaper advertising. In consequence of this, the man who actually put a stop to the thefts and brought the city finances into as near order as was possible after 2 years of wholesale brigandage, who had borrowed money on the strength of his own reputation for integrity to meet immediate and unavoidable obligations at a time when he had no legal authority to make commitments in the name of the city, who eventually saw that all honest creditors got their money, and that as little as possible was paid out for suspicious claims, had to fight through the greater part of his term of office with practically no newspaper support except from the Times. Green had the hardest and most thankless part of the work. Even of the papers which still opposed him, Some had begun before Election Day to denounce Tweed and all his doings, except those by which the paper stood to profit. The investigations of the Citizens Committee and Mr. Tilden's study of the accounts in the Broadway Bank, showing how the stolen money was divided, had driven some of the more timorous members of the Tweed combination to seek foreign parts, and it was clear that if the election went against Tweed, the ring was broken. And it did go against him. Tweed's own district sent him back to the state Senate, but almost all of his candidates elsewhere were beaten. And the Times jubilantly asserted that the result justifies our confidence in the capacity of the people, even in large cities, for self-government. That was a long time ago. Men had not learned then that though St. Michael may slay the dragon on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, that old serpent will probably be crawling about as vigorous as ever by the middle of June. The Tweed ring, to be sure, was broken, and the consequences of the prosecution were fairly typical of what has happened in 100 similar cases in American municipal history. Because Tweed was the chief offender, because the evils of his time had become embodied in the popular imagination in his person, he was pursued with vigor through a long and tortuous career of indictments, hung juries, convictions, prison terms unduly shortened by technicalities, flights to California, Spain, and Cuba, rearrests, civil suits, and finally, commitment in default of payment of a judgment to Ludlow Street Jail, where he died. Of the other principals in the ring, all in one way or another escaped jail. A few minor personages were convicted and locked up, and of the numerous millions stolen from the city, a few $100,000 was recovered, and that was all. 3 years later, the Tammany ticket once more swept the city. To be sure, it was a somewhat deodorized Tammany. It was ruled by honest John Kelly, and its ticket contained so considerable an infusion of respectable men that it might be a matter of some doubt whether the tiger was a black beast with yellow stripes or a yellow beast with black stripes. But it was the same old tiger, and before long it was up to the same old tricks. In view of all this, municipal reformers may be excused if they occasionally become faint with weariness and the heat of the day, if they wonder whether their efforts really serve any useful end but their own personal pleasure, and incline to suspect that while they may be hedonists, they are certainly not utilitarians. Nevertheless, experience has shown that this same prematurely triumphant Times editorial was accurate when it said that the theory that government is only organized robbery has received its death blow. No other administration has ever been so bad as that over which Oakey Hall presided and which was ruled by Tweed. Even the worst governments of later decades did give the city some value for at least a good part of the money spent, and there has never been any parallel to the astounding robberies committed under the guise of repairs and furnishings for the Tweed courthouse. Reform movements are bolder now. They have behind them something of a tradition of occasional victory. They are no longer beaten before they start. They need no longer fear that there is serious danger of voters being terrorized by mobs of gangsters or of regularly elected candidates being counted out. That a majority of the residents of New York City still prefer a bad government to a good one might be assumed from election results now as ever, but some of them change their minds occasionally, and the minority which wants a decent administration no longer stays away from the polls from sheer hopeless conviction that it could accomplish nothing. No city administration of these times could dream of attempting to conceal its accounts from the public, and certainly no future Tweed, if there shall ever be any, would find that respectable newspapers are willing, as they were in 1871, to eat the bread of infamy and earn the wage of shame. For these ameliorations, such as they are, no single man can claim the credit. They are the work of many public-spirited men working through many years, but no one man has contributed so much to this improvement as George Jones. End of Section 6 and of Chapter 3 of Part 1. Section 7 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1. Chapter 4. National Politics, 1872 to 1884. Part 1. The victory over Tweed was such a success as no American newspaper had ever scored before. It raised the prestige of the Times to a height that had been unheard of, even in the most prosperous periods of Raymond's editorship, and gave it a worldwide renown eclipsing that which the Herald had won by its lavishness and eccentricities, while establishing it solidly in the favor of friends of good government in the United States. In the year after Tweed's fall, the Times received still further accessions of influence and prosperity through the defection of the Tribune from the Republican Party. At that time, only 7 years after Appomattox, partisan animosities burned with a fierceness such as Americans of a later generation can hardly realize, and even in the case of newspapers, which as purveyors of the news were as good as the Times and the Tribune, a large, if not a predominant, part of the constituency valued the paper as a political organ rather than as a vehicle of information. When Greeley split off from his party and accepted a presidential nomination not only from the liberal Republicans but from the Democrats, the Tribune suffered, as the Times had suffered in 1866 and considerably more. In 1872, the Times could and did advertise itself as the only Republican morning paper in New York, and the support of the faithful flowed to it accordingly. Its influence in the early 70s was greater than it had ever been before, and its prosperity may be judged by the fact that some of its stock sold in 1876 at 15 times the face value. Yet the prosperous and powerful Times of the 70s had a circulation only about a tenth of that enjoyed by the Times today. Evidence for the entire period is not available, but in the fall of 1871, at the height of the campaign against Tweed, just before the election in which the Times led the reform forces to victory, the circulation never exceeded 36,000. The circulation of the supplement, with the extracts from the controller's books, is, of course, an exception, and now and then, on the morning after election, the paper might have shown a higher figure. But on the whole, it may be said that the leading Republican paper of the East, at least, if not of the entire United States, in those years of prosperity sold anywhere from 31,000 to 35,000 copies a day. It would be interesting to learn just what was the true circulation of the Times's contemporaries. Whatever it may have been, it was certainly not what they asserted. But statements of circulation 50 years ago belonged to the field of relativity rather than of conventional mathematics, and the circulation managers of that day have long since gone to face the final audit of the recording angel. And even on this small circulation, the Times paid regularly a dividend of 80, 90, or 100% on its capitalization of $100,000. There was no reason why it shouldn't have paid dividends. Salaries were lower, as were living costs. The expense of news getting was still very moderate. During the later months of 1918, the Times often had a bill for cable tolls of $15,000 a week, but in the 70s, $15,000 would have paid the cable tolls of all the New York newspapers for a whole year. And while the circulation of daily papers was not large, most of them had weekly editions, and the ethical standards of the time permitted papers to allow the national committees of the great parties in presidential years to buy and distribute the weekly edition by the hundred thousands. That source of revenue has disappeared with the disappearance of weekly editions, and with the spread of a newer conception of newspaper ethics for which the present management of the Times may perhaps claim some degree of credit. A similar improvement has led to the exclusion of certain kinds of advertising, which in the 70s were regarded as unobjectionable. It may be observed that the business conscience of the Times in the 70s was notably higher than that of some of its contemporaries. By all the standards of the time, its prosperity was well deserved, as was its political influence. Nevertheless, there was from the first a certain insecurity in this lofty position, an insecurity due to the character which Raymond had given the Times from its very first number, indeed, even from that prospectus, which had promised that it would be free from bigoted devotion to narrow interests. For there had been a painful degree of truth in Oakey Hall's observation when the Times first published the figures from Connolly's books, that such an eminent Republican newspaper might be able to keep itself busy investigating the corruption in its own party. To the scandals which flourished in Washington, invisible to the somewhat too long-sighted eye of President Grant, the editors of the Times could not be blind, and seeing them, they could not fail to condemn them, even though their Republican principles made them sometimes delay such condemnation rather too long, in the hope that the party would do its own house cleaning. Unfortunately, the party was not so minded, and the Times, which had always maintained a measure of independence unusual in its day, was compelled on occasion to express itself with a frankness which met with disfavor from more extreme partisans. So the chief interest in the history of the Times in the 13 years between the overthrow of Tweed and the campaign of 1884 lies in the struggle of its editors, continually more difficult and finally hopeless, to reconcile their principles with their party allegiance. To one who studies the evidence of that struggle in the columns of the paper for those years, there is apt to be suggested the simile of a loyal wife doing her best to get along with a scandalously dissipated husband. The Times had not exactly married the Republican Party to reform it, but it did what it could to bring the party back to the straight and narrow path, and without success. Its reproaches were dignified. They never sank to the level of nagging. Perhaps, indeed, they were too dignified to be effective, as the Times's readiness to believe in the reformatory intentions of its errant partner was certainly too complacent. But at last the connection became unendurable, and under the final affront of the nomination of Blaine, the Times walked out of the party and slammed the door. After that, it would have taken a miracle of miracles to bring it back. When the liberal Republicans met in 1872, the Times saw in their convention a strange assortment of well-intentioned but impractical doctrinaires, and of practical politicians who were disappointed because their rivals had crowded them away from the trough. That reform was needed, the Times did not deny, but it could not see that it was likely to be accomplished by these gentlemen. And when the Cincinnati Convention nominated Horace Greeley, the paper which had known Greeley and enjoyed his hostility for 20 years had no further occasion to seek for any concealed merits in the liberal Republican organization. Greeley's attitude toward Tweed had weakened his standing as a reformer, and when he permitted the Democrats to accept him as their candidate, the paper which Greeley had so fiercely denounced only 6 years earlier for favoring a policy of reconciliation with the South could hardly place as much faith in his sincere desire for better things as perhaps it merited. Persons so violently and assiduously sincere as Greeley in a variety of contradictory causes can hardly expect to be understood by their fellows who are less gifted in moral fervor and metaphysical tergiversation. In view of the standards of newspaper controversy prevalent at the time, it says a good deal for the editors of the Times that they confined their attacks on Greeley to his political views and affiliations, and did not drag out the old scandal of voyeurism and free love. Yet the Times did not deny during that campaign that something had to be done. On October 29, 1872, in the course of an editorial devoted chiefly to the prediction that the re-election of Grant in the following week would mean the disappearance of the Democratic Party, there appeared this observation, quote, "With the exception of one or two unfounded flings or insinuations at the present administration, there is nothing in the Cincinnati platform, liberal Republican, to which any Republican will not heartily assent, nor, on the other hand, is there anything in the platform adopted at Philadelphia by the regulars to which any supporter of Horace Greeley can take exception." Unquote. However, it could well have seemed to honest and patriotic men in 1872, and indeed it did seem to several millions of them, that it was safer to give the Republican organization another chance, though the Times was at that time probably the strongest and most influential Republican paper in the country, though its editors could have solidified their position and made still more certain their prosperity by becoming an out-and-out party organ. They did not fail in the succeeding years to denounce the misdeeds of men in Washington, even when close to the administration. As a collector and distributor of news, too, the Times maintained in the early 70s the high standard of past years, and often surpassed it. The cable was now working at last, though its capacity was small. The Franco-German War had seen the first use of its facilities for the transmission of important news, and even then only 2 or 3 columns a day of condensed bulletins and official statements had come in this way, with the mails bringing the detailed accounts of the defeats of the French army, the heroism of the Défense Nationale, the fall of one empire, and the rise of another. The Times covered that war thoroughly and well. If it was somewhat outshone by the Tribune, it had an honorable excuse, for the Times in 1870-71 was giving up a good deal of its space and of its energy to attacks on Tweed, while the Tribune had no interest in this particular field of the news. Great domestic news stories of the period were also handled exceptionally well. In the case of the fires at Chicago in 1871 and Boston in 1872, the Times gave more than a page on each of the first 2 days to stories of the disaster, and at the time of the Boston fire, issued special editions through the afternoon of Sunday while the fire was at its height. Much of the credit for the excellence of the Times news service at this period must go to John C. Reed, who came to the paper in 1872 and served for 17 years thereafter as managing editor. He was one of the greatest news editors of the time, a pioneer of the new age, which has seen the news department take over a good deal of the predominance which formerly belonged to the editorial page. Under Reed, The Times performed in 1874 and 1875 a feat without parallel in New York journalism up to that time: the reporting in full of the court proceedings in the suit of Theodore Tilton against the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher for alienation of Mrs. Tilton's affections and misconduct with her. Editorial comment at the time and later suggests that the editors of the Times did not have that complete faith in the reverend gentleman's innocence which was entertained by his congregation, and the prevalence of doubt in the community was suggested by the eventual disagreement of the jury. But they handled the news with full appreciation of its value. Each day's story began with a lead of 2 columns or so, followed by a complete stenographic transcript of evidence and argument, the whole sometimes taking up as much as 3 pages in what was by that time a 12-page newspaper. It was an expensive proceeding, but it was a great achievement in giving the public the news. No doubt a good many readers of the Times thought that the paper was giving an undue amount of space to this chronicle of sin and suffering. Those complaints come in often enough even in these days from readers who appreciate the paper's general reluctance to display news of this sort and wonder why a good general rule should occasionally be violated. But there was a reason in the Beecher case, as there has usually been a reason in similar affairs since. Dr. Beecher was one of the most prominent clergymen in the country. There was a natural curiosity as to whether he was practicing what he preached. One of the counsel at the trial declared that all Christendom was hanging on its outcome. Full reporting of its course was not a mere pandering to vulgar curiosity, but a recognition of the value of the case as news. But always in the background was the horrendous ghost of Republican corruption and misgovernment, a ghost which refused to be laid, and which was every now and then uttering hollow groans such as could not fail to be heard by the editors even of a good Republican paper. General Grant's second administration failed to be that Saturnian reign which the Times had hoped in 1872. The great panic of 1873, though no doubt a natural reaction from the violent expansion just after the Civil War, provided a background of economic dissatisfaction for political discontent. A bad business kept getting worse, and it was becoming apparent that the country might not be willing to wait much longer for the often deferred reforms within the party. And a warning, strong and unmistakable, was given by the election of 1874, when the Democrats recaptured the House of Representatives and elected governors in a number of states, including New York. Looking back from the vantage point of half a century later, one is compelled to admit that the Times seems to have been somewhat unjust to Samuel J. Tilden, whose great accomplishments in exposing and prosecuting members of the Tweed group had won him the Democratic nomination for the governorship in 1874. The Times felt that Tilden had only climbed on the bandwagon of reform when it had become safe to do so. During the early and critical days of the struggle against Tweed, before the publication of the Comptroller's accounts, Tilden had given the Times no help, but neither had anybody else except Thomas Nast. And it could not be denied that the beginning of the end had come when Connolly turned over his office to Andrew H. Green on Tilden's advice and insistence. This alone would have given Tilden an honorable place in the gallery of reformers, and his later services in analyzing the accounts of the Broadway Bank, which showed the disposition of the plunder, and in forcing the impeachment of the worst of the Tweed-Fisk judges, had been of great and enduring value. Against this, the Times could set off his tolerance of Tweed before the exposures, and of the undoubted fraud which had procured the Democratic victory in the state and city elections of 1868. Tilden had kept his eyes shut when they should have been open, but he was not the only man who did that in the Gilded Age. He had opened them at last, and opened them quite as widely as the eyes of the times were opened toward similar misconduct in the Republican Party. He was in pretty bad company before 1871, and when he accepted the support of Kelly in 1874. But a politician who wanted to keep out of bad company in those days would have had to climb to the top of an ivory tower and pull his ladder up after him. When Tilden was nominated for the governorship, the Times had given cordial enough recognition of his ability and character, and its opposition to him during the campaign was directed only against his associates. Indeed, Tilden suffered, like many respectable candidates, from the distrust of some of his supporters, and he set an excellent precedent by showing very promptly that he was his own master. Unlike many of the Western leaders of his party, he was a sound money man. He was as firm against Tammany as ever, and presently he uncovered, prosecuted, and broke up the bipartisan ring of canal grafters which had for years past maintained pleasant and profitable relations with administrations of both parties. The Times gave Tilden hearty support against the canal conspirators, and at the same time it was compelled to condemn the scandalous abuses which had been disclosed in Washington, abuses not only ignored by the national administration, but oftentimes actually shared in by men more or less close to the throne. In 1875, the prospect of the coming elections was enough to discourage any honest Republican. A Democratic governor of New York was sending political crooks to jail without caring what party they belonged to, while a Republican president of undoubted personal integrity was blindly standing by his friends, and every week or so brought some new evidence that his friends were profiting by his confidence. The men who managed the federal government behind the respectable figure of Grant could neither learn nor forget. The Times was compelled to repeat that the third-term movement was folly, that there was no reason for breaking an old and sound precedent for the sake of a man whose executive abilities were obviously not of a class with his military talents. The third-term movement eventually subsided, to rise again in later years, but with its subsidence came the growth of the probability that James G. Blaine would become the presidential candidate, and most of the editors of the Times were convinced that Blaine would not do. Reform was needed, was demanded, and it would be an insult to the country to pretend that Blaine was the man to bring it about. By giving expression, even with due caution, to these opinions, the Times had by the beginning of 1876 fallen pretty well into the bad graces of an administration which on the whole it had supported much more steadfastly than that administration deserved, and dissatisfaction with the Times's independence led to another scheme to take the paper away from George Jones, whom the friends of the administration regarded as chiefly responsible for the Times' unwillingness to exculpate a thief merely because he was a Republican. Jones was the largest stockholder, but he was not a majority stockholder. He had been saved from a similar attempt during the fight against Tweed by the opportune assistance of E.B. Morgan, but in 1876 he had to save himself, and unfortunately he had enemies within the office. Louis J. Jennings, the editor-in-chief, whose republicanism was of a more blazing and reckless type than Jones's, entered into a plan with certain Republican politicians affiliated with the Grant administration to get control of the paper and make it a real organ of the party. Apparently, they had some support among the stockholders, and the 10 shares belonging to the estate of James B. Taylor were now on the market and might be used to solidify the control of the Times in the hands of Jennings and his friends. But on February 4, 1876, it was announced that Jones had bought the Taylor stock, thus becoming for the first time owner of a majority of the shares. The price paid for Taylor's 10 shares was $150,000, and this fact had become known in financial and newspaper circles. Rivals of the Times, unwilling to admit that this represented the real value of the stock, had circulated the report that part of the price represented back dividends, or that it had been unduly inflated by bidding up against the friends of Jennings. It was also said that the Times had spent $40,000 in reporting the Beecher trial. If so, it got it all back in increased circulation. At any rate, Jones took the occasion of the announcement of this purchase to deny all these rumors, and to inform the public that in 1875 the Times had paid a dividend of $100,000, or 100% of the par value of its stock. At that rate, $15,000 a share was a reasonable enough price. Further, the announcement informed the Times readers that, quote, "At no time during the last 15 years, that is, since the beginning of the Civil War, has the paper paid a less dividend than 80% on the original capital, and in some cases the dividend has been 100%. During the same period, the entire indebtedness on the Times building and property has been paid off, and the paper is now in the satisfactory position of owing no one anything." Unquote. It was added that the circulation was larger than ever before in the Times's history. The conspiracy being thus defeated, and Jones left in unhampered control of the paper, Jennings resigned in the following month and went back to England, where he became a member of Parliament and passed his later years in the writing of books about the joys of the rural pedestrian. One of the illustrated papers at the time celebrated Jennings's departure by a cartoon which represented Jones standing on the roof of the Times building and administering to his late editor-in-chief a kick which had sent him clear across the Atlantic, so that he might be seen in the distance dropping on the sod of Great Britain. Jennings had made many enemies in New York who were glad to see him go, but it must be said that this scurrilous caricature somewhat unduly simplified and dramatized the transaction. John Ford, who had made his reputation by his work on the Connolly books, succeeded Jennings as editor and held that position until 1883. So the Times came into the campaign of 1876 still a Republican paper, but a paper with a shade of independence unpleasing to true zealots of the party. It was a campaign in which the paper played a very important part, and in whose outcome one of its executives, acting on his own responsibility and outside of office hours, had a part which was probably decisive. The Times's attitude toward both the threatened nomination of Blaine and what many have always believed to have been the election of Tilden has been the subject of some misconception and of a certain amount of interested misrepresentation. The account which follows is based upon office tradition and the recollection of surviving members of the staff, together with a study of the files of the period. If Blaine, whom the Times had shown to be clearly unfit for the presidential chair, had actually been nominated in 1876, there would undoubtedly have been some beating of the breast in the Times office, but the balance of probability seems to indicate that the paper would have supported him. But the Mulligan letters disabled Blaine for the time being, and the convention set a precedent by selecting a respectable gentleman from Ohio, who was not handicapped by a record, bad or good. The Times supported Hayes with an enthusiasm undoubtedly enhanced by the memory of what had so narrowly been escaped, and attacked Tilden with a bitterness which can be explained only by the combination of an honest conviction that he was the less desirable candidate, with a deadly fear that he was going to be elected. The sentiments of the editors concerning the great issues of the time, when those issues could be separated from questions of partisan preference and personal hostility, may be read in an editorial on November 10, headed Republican Responsibilities. This was 2 days after the election. The first awful sinking of heart that had come with the early returns on election night had passed away. Latest returns, at least Republican returns, from the doubtful states indicated victory, and it was not yet apparent that the Democrats would be unsportsmanlike enough to object to any measures by which the grand old party that had saved the Union might find it necessary to perpetuate its beneficent sway. 2 days after the election, Republicans could speak their honest feelings with a freedom that would have been unsafe before and afterward. And in the editorial of that day, the Times denounced the carpetbag governments and declared that the party would not have had such a narrow squeak if its leaders had paid attention to the popular demand for reforms in the civil service and the national finance. That editorial of November 10, in fact, is a sound and well-reasoned Democratic campaign document. The Times's news service during the campaign was full and able. It was, unfortunately, dominated by political prejudice, but to a large degree that was the rule in those days. And though political correspondence was full of vituperation of the enemy, the Times was generally first with the news, good or bad. Something must also be allowed for the temperament of John Reed, the managing editor. Reed had served in the war and had spent some time in Libby prison. According to an office tradition, a Virginian who had known him before the war observed as he was entering, quote, "There goes John Reed. He'll never come out alive," unquote. Unfortunately, Reed overheard him, and upon coming out alive, he transferred his resentment from this lone rebel to the entire Democratic Party. Whatever weight may be given to this legend, Reed's partisanship was certainly rather exceptionally bitter even for those days, and was reflected to some degree in the news columns of the Times. The paper had had a number of political correspondents in the South, and its readers were pretty well informed of the conditions likely to surround the election. It was a time of bitter feeling, a trial of strength between the reviving forces of Southern self-government and the carpetbag administrations which saw themselves facing a long, postponed, and heavy accounting. The result of the polling at any given point would pretty obviously turn on the question whether the Ku Klux would keep the Negroes away from the polls, or the regular army would keep the Ku Klux away from the polls. On both sides were very earnest men, so firmly convinced of the eternal justice of their purpose that they felt that the end legitimized any means that might be necessary. So the election of 1876, all through the South, could be accurately described in Clausewitz's famous phrase as, quote, "the continuation of politics by other means," unquote. Early reports from all sources on election night indicated that Tilden was winning, but early reports on election night do not always, though they do generally, furnish an accurate forecast of the result, as is evident from the recent example of 1916. The other papers conceded the election of Tilden, even the Tribune, which was trying to atone by excessive zeal for its heresy of 1872. But the first edition of the Times, which went to press at a considerably later hour in those days, as is now customary, began with the headline, "A Doubtful Election." And it was a doubtful election. some of the states being still claimed by both sides, with that pertinacity which campaign managers exhibit when they have any excuse at all. The first edition editorial contained the statements that the result was still in doubt and that both parties had exhausted their full legitimate strength, together with some observations on Democratic election methods in New York City and in the South, quote, where there is only too much reason to fear that they have been successful, unquote. Then some analysis of the electoral vote, conceding most of the South to the Democrats and ending in the conclusion that to elect Tildens, the Democrats would have to carry, of the states where the contest had been hardest, New York, New Jersey, and either Oregon or Florida. New York they had beyond dispute. At the time of sending the edition to press, the result in New Jersey was uncertain. Oregon had not been heard from, and Florida was claimed by the Democrats. The final election extra, which went to press at 6 o'clock in the morning, contained the same statements as to the doubtful result. New Jersey was conceded to the Democrats. Oregon was claimed for the Republicans. The tabulation assigned 184 votes to Tilden and 181 to Hayes, including Oregon, Louisiana, and South Carolina, with the 4 of Florida still in doubt. And the editorial ended with the statement that, quote, if the Republicans have carried that state as they claim, unquote, Hayes would win by 1 vote. John Bigelow, in his Life of Tilden, saw a deep and dark significance in the fact that ungenerous references to the Democratic shotgun tactics in the South and the fear that they had been successful had been removed from the editorial in the last edition. Having been a newspaperman once himself, Mr. Bigelow might have appreciated the fact that something had to be taken out in order to insert the tabulation of the vote by states, which appeared in the last edition and not in the first, while still leaving the article of approximately the same length. It will be seen that the essential differences between the first and last editions consist in the ascription of Oregon, previously not heard from, to the Republicans, the substitution of a Republican assertion of victory in Florida for the Democratic claim made in the earlier edition, with the final result set down as doubtful, and the transfer of Louisiana and South Carolina from Tilden to Hayes. Any number of profound and elaborate explanations have been offered for these changes, as well as for the Times's assertion that the result was doubtful. One story, first published in The Sun in 1887, was that Zachariah Chandler, chairman of the Republican National Committee, and William E. Chandler, who seems to have been a sort of deckhand and general roustabout for that body, sent a message to the Times in the early morning hours instructing the paper to, quote, claim Louisiana, Florida, and South Carolina at all hazards through thick and thin, unquote. Aside from the fact that the Times was not under the orders of these gentlemen, this story is disposed of by the circumstance that at that time Zach Chandler was asleep in his room at the Fifth Avenue Hotel and probably troubled by nightmares, while William E. Chandler was just arriving by train from New Hampshire and reading in the Tribune of the great Tilden victory. More widely circulated and more generally believed has been the tale that the Times would never have thought of casting any doubt on the election of Tilden if Abram S. Hewitt, chairman of the Democratic National Committee, had not incautiously sent a message to the office toward morning, asking what figures the Times had from Louisiana, Florida, and South Carolina. According to this version, Reed decided that if the Democratic National Committee didn't know what had happened, it might still be possible to save the sinking ship, a point of view which certainly Reed did impress on Zach Chandler after the last edition had been put to bed. But in supposing that this message had a decisive influence on the Times, some chroniclers of the episode have forgotten that a newspaper office on election night receives news from other sources than national committees. It is true that about midnight, Hewitt sent to the Times office to ask what majority the paper was conceding to Tilden, and Reed defiantly answered, "None." As the first edition shows, the other editors were not quite so positive in their confidence, but at least this fact pretty well refutes the allegation that when the first edition went to press, the Times had no doubt of the election of Tilden. The other message, asking for the Times's figures from the doubtful states, did indeed come in from the Democratic headquarters, not from Hewitt, but from Arthur Pugh Gorman, between editions, and it did undoubtedly gladden the heart of John Reed. But its influence on the men who declared in the final edition that the election was in doubt was only subsidiary. That the Democrats had no news of glorious victories in the doubtful states was a fact to be taken into consideration, but along with, and subordinate to, the other facts which had come into the office in the telegraphic dispatches of early morning. The truth is, in the words of an article printed in the Times on June 11, 1887, that, quote, "On the morning after the election of 1876, the Times had the news, which no other paper in the United States had, and which the Republican National Committee did not have. It obtained it through its own enterprise and sagacity, and it paid for it." End quote. And the news was that the result was still in doubt. When the last edition went to press that morning, there were present in the Times office John Ford, the editor-in-chief, George Shepard and Edward Carey, political editorial writers, and John Reed, managing editor. Besides Charles R. Miller, the present editor of the paper, who was then at the telegraph desk, and labored under the added handicap of being the lone supporter of Tilden in a company whose other members were all Republicans. The editorial council passed upon the news. What was the news? Oregon had been heard from. An Associated Press dispatch from Portland, by way of San Francisco, reported that the Republicans claimed the state by a majority of 500. That was the only news from Oregon, and it is the sort of news which has been accepted provisionally, in default of better, in every newspaper office in the country on every election night. Florida was still in doubt. An early morning dispatch from Augusta, Georgia, said that the Democrats claimed Florida by a small majority. A dispatch from the same place just before midnight had said that both sides claimed the state. If Reed's enthusiasm carried the council out of line, it was in the weighing of those two dispatches. South Carolina had been put by the Times in the Republican column. An Associated Press dispatch from Charleston at 2:15 a.m. said that the election was very close, and that it seemed probable that the Republican presidential ticket and the Democratic state ticket would win. An earlier message from the same source said that the Democrats claimed the state by 4,000, but that the result depended on some of the coast counties which could not be reached by telegraph. A special dispatch to the Times from Columbia reported that the Republicans had probably carried the state by 10,000, and that the Republican State Committee claimed it by from 15,000 to 20,000. Louisiana, the Times also assigned to Hayes. A message from the chairman of the Republican State Committee declared that the state had gone Republican by 6,000 or 8,000. An Associated Press dispatch from New Orleans said that the Democrats claimed the state by 20,000, the best informed moderate Republicans by 4,000, but that the returns were meager and insufficient for an accurate estimate. This was the evidence. It certainly seems that it offered reasonable ground for thinking that the election was still in doubt, and if the Democratic National Committee itself was not informed as to the result in some of the doubtful states, that fact hardly justified news editors in giving them offhand to the Democrats. In the Times Jubilee Supplement, the chief influence in making this decision was assigned to Edward Carey, who was certainly not a bigoted Republican and who could hardly be suspected of much sympathy with the sort of methods that might, and presently did, commend themselves to Zach Chandler. To working newspapermen who know upon what slender grounds election night estimates are sometimes made up, and how generally these hazardous estimates are justified by the event, the decision of the Times editors will arouse little of the suspicion that was drawn upon this transaction by the proceedings of the Republican leaders in the following weeks. Undoubtedly, the Times incurred unwarranted suspicion on this occasion from the enterprises subsequently undertaken, motu proprio, by its managing editor. But when John Reed left the Times office at daybreak on Wednesday, woke Zach Chandler out of his troubled sleep, and presented that surprised but delighted statesman with his own analysis of the election returns, he was acting as an unterrified Republican, and not as managing editor of the Times. The paper can hardly be held responsible for the telegrams which he presently dispatched to Republican leaders in the doubtful states, over Chandler's signature, containing such pointed suggestions as, "Don't be defrauded," and "Can you hold your state?" Those telegrams were charged to the Times because at the telegraph office where Reed filed them, the Republican National Committee had no charge account. In the circumstances, Mr. John Bigelow's indignant comments on the conspiracy in the Times office are somewhat beside the point. But then Mr. Bigelow, besides having a very real ground for indignation in the proceedings which eventually put Hayes in the White House, had perhaps, through the unhappy though innocent experience with the gold corner which ended his career as editor of the Times, acquired a somewhat exaggerated impression of the susceptibility of the paper to the schemes of conspirators. Thursday's paper began with the joyful heading, "The Battle Won," and contained the declaration that Florida was Republican by 1,500 or 2,000. But it must be confessed that the dispatches on which this was based all came from Republican campaign managers, and it requires no very fantastic imagination to see in them the prompt response to the messages which Reed had dispatched in the name of Zach Chandler on Wednesday morning. Thereafter, the paper stuck to its guns. It believed honestly that Hayes had been elected, and it said so. Newspaper custom of the period did not require that the election night's news should contain any statements from the authorities of the opposition party, or any account of the manner in which the opposition candidate received the returns. On Wednesday, the Times had published a dispatch from Columbus on Hayes's reception of the news, but not till Friday did it notice the Democrats at all, and then only to denounce as fabrications some assertions of the, quote, outrage mill, otherwise the press bureau of the Democratic National Committee, which continued to maintain the heretical opinion that Tilden had been elected. On Saturday, an editorial headed, "Let the count be honest," expressed approval of Grant's ordering regulars to the disputed states, and echoed his statement that it would be infinitely better for the party to lose the election than to win a victory tainted by the suspicion of fraud. There can be no doubt that the man who wrote these lines was quite as sincere as when he went on in the next paragraph to declare that an honest count would show that Hayes was elected. The editors of the Times could see no merit in the proposal of an electoral commission. To the Times, it was indubitable that the President of the Senate alone had the right to count the votes as received from the states, and that the two houses had no more privilege in the matter than any other spectators. There was a good deal of force in the Times's criticisms of the Electoral Commission. Proposed as a method for reconciling the conflicting claims of the two houses of Congress, it was easily reducible, in fact, to the shifting of the whole burden of decision to a single justice of the Supreme Court. Not without reason, the Times observed that it would be simpler and equally fair to let Tilden and Hayes cut for the high card, and the paper's disapproval of the measure as bringing the Supreme Court into politics was entirely justified by the event. It appears, however, that objections to the Electoral Commission were based in some degree on the fear that some of its Republican members would double-cross Hayes. The Times was obviously relieved when David Davis, who was expected to become the nonpartisan 15th member of the commission, resigned his seat on the Supreme Bench to go into the Senate. But it did not breathe easily till the first of the cases from Florida had been decided. The Times editorial the next day expressed regret that the decision had been reached by the partisan vote of 8-7, but the explanation was easy. Quote, "Not one Democratic senator, not even one Democratic justice, could be found impartial enough to sustain the decision which was finally reached," unquote, by the 8 Republicans. Though for some of President Hayes's policies the Times's praise could be only damningly faint, it supported him vigorously when it could in his efforts to improve the standard of public service, and it found reason for jubilation in at least one event which happened during his administration, the resumption of specie payments. The Times had fought so steadily and vigorously for the maintenance of sound principles of national finance and currency that it could see in this one more sign that hope for better things in public life was not wholly illusory. One effect of Hayes's conduct of the presidential office was to give the Times a higher opinion of his predecessor, and when the campaign of 1880 came in sight, the paper gave some encouragement to the movement to bring General Grant in for a third term. But this support seems to have been due largely to the returning fear of Blaine and lack of confidence in some of the other competitors for the nomination. At any rate, when the Republican convention nominated Garfield, the Times gave him hearty support. If the statement that he was, quote, "strong in his freedom from intrigue to gain the nomination," unquote, hardly seems as indisputable after 40 years as it did when it was written, the Times's approval of his soundness on financial issues was as creditable to him as to the paper. And if the editorial on the civil service plank in the Republican platform was compelled to admit that the party leaders were against any reform in this direction, the editors could soothe their suspicions of the grand old party by turning their eyes to the familiar spectacle of the iniquitous opposition. News dispatches from the Democratic convention were full of such violent denunciations and such bitter sneers as would not now be likely to appear even in editorial criticism of the opposition party. When Hancock was nominated, the Times called him a pretentious blockhead and inflated Franklin Pierce, and remarked that the convention had nominated a Northern general to resurrect a Confederate government. Hayes, to the great dissatisfaction of the Times, as well as of a good many Northern Republicans who were not yet certain that the South was back in the Union, had withdrawn the federal troops from the Southern states, and it was evident that this election could not be won, either before or after the counting of the vote, by the methods that had succeeded in 1876. Perhaps fear of the outcome may account for the vigor with which the Times derided Tilden's refusal to let his name go before the convention, and continued its attacks on the great claimant until Hancock was actually the candidate. However, there is no uncertainty as to the result of the election of 1880. The story of the election of Garfield and Arthur in the Times of Wednesday morning, November 3rd, was headed, "The Great Trust Renewed," and the editorial comment, as usual, referred to the great responsibilities which lay on the leaders of the Republican Party. "The momentous issues of the past are decided," said the Times, in remarking that sectional questions were disappearing and that an election was once more turning on problems which did not depend on the climate for their impression on the voters. How true that was, the Times itself was to show 4 years later. End of section 7. Section 8 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 4, National Politics, 1872 to 1884. Part 2. In the quarrel over patronage in New York State, which led to the fight between Garfield and Conkling, the Times sided with the president and made some severe criticisms of the part played in support of the New York senators by Vice President Arthur, whom, when he was nominated, it had described as, quote, "a man eminently worthy of a wider sphere for his abilities," unquote. That description is not usually applied to the vice presidency, but when Arthur exerted his abilities in the extra-official sphere of manipulations at Albany, a great many people felt that this was rather beneath the dignity of the second officer of the federal government. And then Garfield was shot. The Times' editorial comment on the morning after very naturally pointed the moral of the evil results occasioned by the demoralization of the civil service, which had led a disappointed office seeker to shoot the President of the United States. Also, there was some rather stern castigation for political leaders whose bitter attacks on the President might have had their effect on the mind of Guiteau, which in the Times' opinion was not remotely akin to those of Conkling and Platt. The next editorial, headed "To Whom It May Concern," contained these somewhat pointed observations. Quote, "When James A. Garfield was reported yesterday as lying at the point of death, new bitterness was added to the poignancy of public feeling by the thought that Chester A. Arthur would be his successor. No holder of the vice presidential office has ever made it so plainly subordinate to his self-interest as a politician and his narrowness as a partisan," unquote. When Garfield died, however, the Times expressed approval of the correctness of Arthur's attitude during the interim, in which there had been much discussion of the president's disability. But it added, quote, "The moment he selects an administrative officer because the nominee is his friend, and not at all because he possesses qualities which render him obviously fit to perform certain public duties, that moment his administration will be discredited," unquote. Arthur's record made this admonition somewhat desirable, but if it should be taken literally, one must fear that a good many administrations would have been discredited. Arthur as president turned out a good deal better than there had been reason to fear, but by no means as well as could have been desired, and throughout his term the Times was slowly drawing farther away from what politicians would call reliability. The great causes in which the paper had long been interested now absorbed still more of its attention. Civil service reform, though progressing slowly, was having a hard fight against the sturdy opposition of political leaders. Tariff reform was still, for most of the country, a matter of religious sentiment and not of common sense, as Hancock discovered to his misfortune, and prevalent through much of the country, especially those parts of the West in which a whole generation was working itself to death to bring in civilization. There was a conviction that most of the problems of poverty would be solved if by some formula men could borrow 100-cent dollars and pay their debts in 50-cent dollars, or in pieces of paper which the United States government might see fit to regard as dollars. To educate the public on these issues took up much of the energy of the editors of the Times, and the perception that their efforts were regarded as a rule with positive hostility by the leaders of the party gradually cooled that fierce Republican enthusiasm which had burned highest in the office in 1876. Moreover, corruption at Washington was not yet a matter of ancient history, and the Times in 1881, by exposing the Star route frauds, accomplished a public service which deserves to be ranked next to the overthrow of Tweed in the paper's Res Gestae. The contracting for the delivery of mails on certain routes, marked with a star on post office records, lying for the most part in remote and thinly settled parts of the country, had provided an opening for some enterprising grafters. The stealing had been going on for years, and the money abstracted from the public treasury seems to have amounted to something like $8 or $10 million. The guilty officials were to be found in almost every branch of the service, and their confederates outside the department included several politicians of national eminence. The frauds were discovered by some of those eccentric persons who, holding public office in that period, regarded it as their duty to live on their salaries and treat their offices as a public trust. Like the men who exposed Tweed, they knew there was not much use in reporting their discoveries to high officials, and like those men, they offered the facts to a newspaper. The parallel goes one step farther. In each case, the Times was the second choice. Information as to the Star route peculations was offered to the Washington correspondent of another New York newspaper, who sent to his office a synopsis of the evidence. It was plain to the editors that the trail led pretty high up in the post office department and in political life outside, and it seems to have been feared that in the rarefied atmosphere of those lofty altitudes, investigating journalists might find the climbing uncomfortable. So the paper first selected by the discoverers declined their offerings with thanks, and they came to the Times. The work of following up their leads and analyzing the methods of the conspirators was given to Frank D. Root of the Times Washington office, who is still with the paper. He did his work very thoroughly, and by way of a greeting to the new administration, the Times in the spring of 1881 published the whole history of the frauds with appropriate comment. In the early days of the exposure, Root's stories sometimes occupied the entire front page of the paper and most of the second, and they had their effect in indictments, resignations, and a cleanup of the department. The eventual result, of course, was not wholly satisfactory. 4 years later, in editorial comment on the end of the last of the numerous prosecutions arising from the disclosures, the Times was compelled to record that the case had closed with, quote, "not 1 cent recovered and not one guilty man punished," unquote. But the stealing had been stopped, and one more piece of evidence had been offered that, with the development of investigative journalism, the way of the transgressor was at least a little harder than in the past. In another instance in that same year, the Times showed that it could crusade when it found occasion. Justice Theodoric R. Westbrook of the State Supreme Court had been lending his valuable support to Jay Gould in the financiers' effort to get control of the Manhattan Elevated Railway Company. The jurist had even gone to the length of holding court in Gould's office, and had written to Gould that he would, quote, go to the very verge of judicial discretion, unquote, in the aid of Gould's schemes. The Times investigated and exposed these transactions, which were promptly taken up in the Assembly in the hope of impeaching the judge. One of the leaders in the effort to get the Assembly to impeach Westbrook was a young man of good family just beginning his official career, to whom the city editor of the Times furnished the evidence on which he based his first attack on a misbehaving public servant and a malefactor of great wealth. As usual, justice flashed in the pan. The Assembly, for certain devious but not very dark reasons, finally refused to bring charges against Westbrook, but the judge thereafter walked as delicately as Agag when he was dealing with Jay Gould, and Assemblyman Theodore Roosevelt found himself well started on a career as a reformer, which the Times always thereafter regarded with interest, even when it could not give it support. Another enterprise of the paper at about that time was of a less bellicose nature, but equally praiseworthy: the raising of a $250,000 fund for General Grant. First suggested in 1880 by John M. Forbes of Boston, it was taken up by the Times immediately after the election. George Jones took a deep personal interest in the campaign and succeeded in pushing it through to complete success by the following March. Thereafter, he served as one of the trustees of the fund until his death. Accomplishments such as these, together with the general high standard of the paper's news service and editorial expression, kept the Times prosperous and powerful in the early 80s. New influences were coming into journalism, changes which were perhaps deplorable, but probably inevitable, were bringing papers of a different type into prominence. But the Times maintained its distinction as a conservative paper, a Republican paper to be sure, but never subservient to the party managers, interested in a number of causes essentially nonpartisan, and so drifting steadily away from partisan allegiance. That it would actually break away from the party, nobody expected until it actually happened. But the ground was prepared by the whole history of the paper and of the party in the previous years. By 1884, a good many men were getting ready to break away from the Republican Party. Those promises of reform had been too often made and too regularly forgotten to carry much conviction. The party's reputation was no longer sufficient to carry a weak candidate. By the beginning of 1884, sensible men were beginning to realize that it would need a very strong candidate and a lot of luck. And when it became apparent that James G. Blaine, carrying all the handicap of the Mulligan letters and the rest of his past, was likely to get the nomination, and that the most hopeful of his competitors was President Arthur, it was evident that the party might have to carry a heavier load than it had borne for a number of years. The first efforts of the Times were devoted to a fight against either of these nominations, and all through the spring of 1884, the paper conducted an editorial campaign designed to remind Republicans who wanted to win that this year the head of the ticket might have to carry the party instead of riding free on its record. By that time, the editor of the Times was Charles R. Miller, who had succeeded John Ford as editor-in-chief in April 1883, and who has held that position ever since. Mr. Miller was born in Hanover, New Hampshire in 1849, graduated from Dartmouth in 1872, and after several years on the Springfield Republican, came to the Times in 1876. Though of Democratic origin, He was at that time an independent in politics. His influence must be counted as considerable in determining the course of the paper in the campaign, but most of the other editors and Mr. Jones were in agreement that this year, at any rate, it would be impossible to support an obviously unfit nominee. An exception should be made of the ever-faithful Reed, who continued to believe that the Republican Party was the sole repository of eternal truth, and thought that even a hint of departure from its ranks was the unpardonable sin. But nearly everybody else on the Times felt that though the paper ought to support the Republican ticket if it could, there were circumstances in which its duty to the public demanded a different course. The deciding voice, however, had to be that of Mr. Jones. The editors who had grown tired of apologizing for the party's record, who had felt the gradual turning away of many of the most honorable and intelligent Republicans from the leaders of the party, and who had seen with misgiving the failure of efforts to head off the drift to Blaine. These men did not own the paper. In fact, none of them had any stock in it at all, and the certain financial penalties of secession from the party must be borne by Jones. These considerations were laid frankly before the owner of the paper by its editor, and with equal frankness, he declared that he could not and would not support a candidate whom he regarded as deplorably unfit for the presidential office. The Times published on May 23rd an editorial headed, "Neither Blaine nor Arthur." The text of that sermon lay in this sentence, quote, "The list of men to choose from is not a long one. We do not believe that this is a year when any good Republican will do," unquote. But there was still hope in the office that the Republican convention would select a satisfactory candidate, and on the same page appeared an editorial calling attention to the blunders which the Democrats had committed, as usual, in the House of Representatives. The next day, the campaign was continued in an article headed, "Neither Arthur nor Blaine." In this, Mr. Miller spoke aloud an opinion which a good many Republicans had been almost afraid to whisper in private, but which they knew to be true. The party is not strong enough to elect a president by the votes of what may be called its regular members. The notorious defects of Blaine were briefly mentioned, and President Arthur was dismissed with the remark that he, quote, "has done better than was expected, and is reported to have been a modest, quiet, inoffensive occupant of the executive office," unquote. But this was no time for modesty and inoffensiveness. The country needed something more than that. Quote, "Neither Blaine nor Arthur," the editorial continued, "is a possible president. The choice of a candidate must start from that fact. That once clearly recognized, it ought not be difficult to find a man who can poll the full Republican vote, and with it, enough of the independent vote to keep the government in the hands of the party which, we are convinced, is the safest and best," unquote. When the suspicion gradually arose that the Times might not swallow Blaine, people began to ask questions. One of these, a query from an indignant subscriber who asked outright if the Times will support the nominee of the Chicago Republican Convention, was answered on the editorial page, May 29th. Quote, "If the nominee of the Chicago Republican Convention," said the editorial reply, "is a man worthy to be President of the United States, the New York Times will give him a hearty and vigorous support. If he shall be a man unworthy to hold that high office, a man who personally and politically, in office or out, represents principles and practices which the Times abhors and has counseled the party to shun, we shall watch with great interest the efforts of those responsible for such a nomination to elect the candidate, but we shall give them no help." Unquote. There it was in plain language. Raymond's paper, Jones's paper, the paper that had led the Republican journalism of the nation for a decade, would not support Blaine. That it would support the Democratic nominee was as yet by no means certain, even to its editors, and in the spring of 1884, nobody looked on the possible departure from the Republican Party as anything but a temporary absence without leave. But absence of any kind, for any reason, was certain to displease a great many readers, and it was yet to be seen whether the paper's defection would do more harm to the Republican Party or to the Times. At any rate, the decision was soon made. Blaine was nominated June 6th on the fourth ballot, and on the following morning, a Times editorial headed, "Facing the Fires of Defeat," announced that the paper would not support him, but would watch the party's adventures in the ensuing canvass with the interest of a friend and physician. Blaine, in the opinion of the Times, represented the average of Republican principles and purposes, of Republican honor and conscience, as they now are. And it was suggested that defeat will be the salvation of the Republican Party. The editors of a Republican paper, which had just made such a difficult and costly decision, might be expected to hope and believe that one sad experience would purge the party, and that thereafter intelligent and patriotic men could return to it without qualms, that the Times never has returned to the party, and that for the next 12 years it leaned toward the Democrats, was due partly to the unexpectedly large amount of original sin remaining in the Republican Party even after the purgatorial experience of 1884, and partly to the new spirit that was coming into American politics and was embodied by Grover Cleveland. End of Section 8 and end of Chapter 4 of Part 1. Section 9 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 1, Chapter 5, The Times in Transition, 1884 to 1896. The campaign of 1884 definitely closed an epoch in the history of the Times. It is hardly likely that anybody foresaw how complete would be the break with the party which, for 28 years, had commanded the loyal support of the paper. The Republicans had no monopoly of corruption and incompetence, and it was quite possible that the Democrats might make a nomination as bad as that of the party in power. But they did not. Cleveland was not very well known in 1884, but his good record as governor had given the editors of the Times confidence in his principles and his capacity. At that time, they were not personally acquainted with him. The long personal friendship between Mr. Miller and the president was a later growth. But what they knew of his public record was satisfactory, and they soon came to the conclusion that he deserved the paper's support. And they had a good deal of company. In the latter part of July, a considerable number of the best men in the Republican Party decided to support Cleveland, and the mugwump campaign was on. So if the Times had left the party with which it had so long been associated, it found itself almost at once recognized as the principal spokesman for a group which represented much of the best of the old Republican Party and practically none of its undesirable elements. And for years thereafter, the paper retained this position. and found its independence not only more comfortable and satisfactory than its former party allegiance, but for a time almost as lucrative. The rejection of Blaine did indeed bring losses, which were considerable, but not disastrous. And as an offset to the defections, the paper won many new readers who had previously found its intense republicanism somewhat unpalatable. The income did indeed drop a long way in that year. The net profits of the paper were $188,000 in 1883 and only $56,000 in 1884. But much of this decrease was due to a reduction in price from 4 cents to 2, in the hope of meeting the competition of the 2-cent World and Sun, which took effect in September 1883. And within a few years, the Times, despite the loss of circulation income which followed the change to 2 cents, had recovered most of the lost ground and was very nearly as prosperous as it had been in its best years of the past. The decline of its fortunes in the early 90s was due to a complex of reasons, which will be analyzed presently, but it does not seem that in the long run it lost very much by abandoning the Republican Party. What those readers missed who left it in 1884 was, it may be presumed, not so much Republican editorials as Republican news. Though deeply aggrieved by the alteration in the paper's political allegiance, John Reed stuck to the ship, and before the campaign was over, the political correspondents were speaking of the grand old party in pretty much the same uncomplimentary language that had been poured out in previous years on the Democrats. Apparently, political writers of the period were moved more by loyalty to the paper than by their predilections for any party. The result of the election was a little doubtful in 1884, not so doubtful as some of the Republican leaders pretended, to be sure, but Cleveland carried New York by only 1,100 votes, and without New York he could not have won. On election night, his supporters thought his majority was considerably larger, but some of the Republicans believed that Blaine had carried the state, and certain eminent stock speculators kept the wires busy with alleged news to that effect. The judgment of the Times rested on the reports of its own unequaled election news service. Those reports in 1876 had indicated that the election was in doubt, and while at this distance one may believe that the Republican claims were unjustified, the evidence gathered by the Times correspondents did point to a conclusion borne out by the results. This is what happened in 1884. If 3 days after the election, the Times insisted that there could no longer be any doubt of Cleveland's victory, it was because the reports of correspondents in whom the office had learned to have faith, and of the county chairman who wired their figures every night, gave New York to Cleveland by a majority of 1,276. This was less than 200 off the final and official figure, and to have come so close as that in a vote of over 1 million in those more primitive days and in such a hotly contested election was a really remarkable feat of news gathering. President Cleveland turned out even better than the Times had hoped. He fought persistently and in great measure successfully for the causes in which the paper was most deeply interested: reform of the tariff and the civil service, and maintenance of sound ideas of public finance. With him, indeed, a new era began. The war was over, and the folly of partisan divisions based on memories of the war was becoming more apparent. The old names, the old forms survived, but there were new issues and new ideas, and for the next decade, the Times had an important part in forming the public opinion of the new day. In 1888, the Times, still an independent paper, gave Cleveland its support for re-election without any hesitation. He had earned it. But David B. Hill, the Democratic candidate for governor, had not earned, in the Times' opinion, the support of the paper. Accordingly, the paper's influence in the state campaign was thrown to the support of the gubernatorial candidacy of Warner Miller. It was the Times' luck to back the loser in each case. Cleveland was beaten, and Miller went down in history as the intrepid leader who fell outside the breastworks. The Republican Party was coming back hungry after a long fast, and outside the breastworks was a poor place to fall. Nothing occurred in Benjamin Harrison's administration to change the Times' opinion that Grover Cleveland was the most competent and trustworthy man in American public life, and in 1892 it supported his presidential candidacy once more with the conviction born of long acquaintance and complete confidence. In Cleveland's second term, the paper had fallen on evil days financially, and its support was perhaps no longer so powerful as it had been, but it was wholehearted and unhesitating through a period of years when the president most needed friends. The Republicans had luckily been turned out in time to escape the blame for the Panic of 1893 and were prospering by the misfortunes and division of their opponents. A good deal of the Democratic Party had gone out to eat grass like Nebuchadnezzar, and the rest of it was mainly occupied in doing the work of the Republicans in the tariff struggle. The president's support was distinguished by quality rather than by quantity. But the Times saw a man fighting against desperate odds to preserve the credit of the nation, to win more and more of the public service away from the spoilsmen, and to keep faith with the people on the tariff issue, and it did what it could to hold up his hands. What is perhaps even more to its credit, the paper stood by Cleveland in the Venezuelan question, when many who had supported him on domestic issues thought that his rashness was likely to provoke a needless war. The Times maintained throughout that crisis that Cleveland's Venezuelan message to Congress was not a war message, but a peace message, that the resources of routine diplomacy had already been exhausted without result, and that decisive and arresting action was needed to prevent the dispute from drifting to a point where there would have been nothing to do but give up the Monroe Doctrine or fight. The event showed that this view was correct. When the British government realized that America took the Monroe Doctrine seriously, neither the ministry nor the people was willing to make an issue in support of a petty intrigue of colonial policy, and Cleveland not only won his point, but succeeded in making both America and England realize that they were worth a good deal more to each other than they had suspected. This happy consequence could not be foreseen at the time by most Americans, and some of the most bitter opponents of the president were men who had hitherto given him their support. The position of the Times was due not only to well-grounded confidence in Cleveland's insight, but to a correct interpretation of the issues. It is easy to praise it now, but it took both wisdom and courage to adopt it then. In 1896, the paper was in something of a quandary as to the presidential campaign. For the ideas and the principles of William Jennings Bryan, it had no use. It had seen in past decades a good many messiahs from the tall grass who promised to make $2 grow where one had grown before. But it saw no particular reason for confidence in the party of Mark Hanna. On the tariff question, the leaders of the Republican Party stood for everything the Times abhorred, and while eventually the party and its candidate took the right position on the overshadowing issue of the currency, they were a long time in making up their minds. So the Times gave its support to the gold Democratic ticket of Palmer and Buckner. In a sense, of course, its efforts were wasted. Everybody knew that Palmer and Buckner could do nothing but make a gesture of protest, but a protest was badly needed in that year. At the end of Cleveland's second administration, on March 2, 1897, the Times published a 6-column editorial signed with the initials of Charles R. Miller. So far as can be discovered, the only signed editorial that has ever appeared in the paper, except in discussion of the paper's own affairs, reviewing the president's record. Today, when hardly anybody denies Cleveland's claim to greatness, this contemporary estimate can be studied with some profit. In the history of the Times, there is nothing more creditable than the steadfast and loyal support which the paper gave to Abraham Lincoln and Grover Cleveland in dark days when it could not be foreseen that the faith of its editors would be approved by the judgment of posterity. American journalism was changing fast in the 80s. The first influence in bringing in new ideas that were destined to work more powerfully than their originators realized was that of Charles A. Dana. The most powerful influence was that of Joseph Pulitzer. Between them, they eventually succeeded in inflicting mortal injuries on the old type of political newspaper that had flourished in the age of the slavery issue, the Civil War, and Reconstruction. Of the old-timers, the Times survived longest, with the possible exception of the Tribune, which passed a good many years in a state of coma with only occasional signs of persisting vitality. The modern type of newspaper, in which the news side is predominant, though not to the exclusion of a vigorous editorial page, has taken form during the control of the Times by the present management, and it may not unfairly be said that management has had a considerable influence in establishing the character of such papers. But in the late 80s and early 90s, American journalism was headed in a different direction, and the Times stood out as almost the last representative of the old school. That it retained its influence in a changing world so long as it did, and indeed that it survived its extraneous misfortunes and lived to rise again, is sufficient evidence of the vitality of its old organization, even when compelled to meet conditions for which it was not wholly prepared. Though personal journalism, in the old sense, had passed, the editorial page was still, for perhaps the majority of Times readers, the most important part of the paper. But the news service was still good. As an instance may be cited an episode which was remembered in the Times office because of the fact that it produced the most expensive cable message which the paper has ever received. In 1884, there was under negotiation a commercial treaty with Spain, which would have an important effect on American trade with Cuba and Puerto Rico. John W. Foster, the American minister in Madrid, was conducting negotiations with the Spanish Foreign Ministry, but the provisions of the expected treaty were carefully kept a secret. Since they were of great importance to all exporters and merchants doing business with the Spanish West Indies, all the papers had been trying hard to find out the contents of the treaty in Washington and Madrid, but both governments were extremely reticent. At last it became known that the treaty had been completed, and that Minister Foster was bringing it home for presentation to the Senate. Early in December 1884, the Times received information that certain persons in Madrid were able, and would be willing, to communicate the text of the treaty, which they seemed to have obtained through financial connections, to an American newspaper. At once, the Times cabled a credit of $8,000 to these men to cover cable tolls, necessary expenses, and whatever personal remuneration might be found suitable. The full text of the treaty was cabled back to the Times at a cable rate of 66 cents a word, translated in the office and published on December 8th. It occupied 5 columns of the front page, and the rest of the page was taken up with as many expressions of opinion from businessmen as could be obtained on Sunday. John W. Foster, on that morning, woke up in the downtown hotel to which he had been driven from the pier the night before, and upon opening his copy of the Times, dived hastily under the bed and looked in his bag. To his certain knowledge, the only copy of that treaty in the United States had been brought in by him the night before, and he could explain the publication in the Times only on the theory that somebody had gone through his baggage in the night. But his copy of the treaty was still there, and it was duly taken to Washington and laid before the Senate. By that time, however, men who had studied the treaty had come to the conclusion that it did not give sufficient protection to American commercial interests, and its rejection by the Senate may be taken as the result principally of the prompt and full publication in the Times. Another foreign news story on which the Times beat the town was the revolution in Brazil, which overthrew the Emperor Dom Pedro II. A feature of the Times which its readers could count on every Sunday was Harold Frederick's cable letter from London. In those simpler days, only exceptional events in Europe were reported at any length as soon as they happened. The daily cables carried only a sort of skeleton of the news, and every New York paper depended on the weekly cable letters from London and Paris for general interpretive discussion of foreign affairs. In this field, of great importance in those days, Harold Frederick was in the 80s and 90s without superior, and his correspondence from London was one of the great features of the Times. Toward the very end of Mr. Jones's life, in the early summer of 1891, the Times undertook another crusade, this time against certain abuses in the New York Life Insurance Company. W.C. Van Antwerp, then a member of the Times's Wall Street staff and later president of the Stock Exchange, followed up a tip which had come to the paper with such amazing exposures that before long the officers of the company had filed personal libel suits against Jones and Miller for millions of dollars. These suits naturally had no consequence, except to make the Times more diligent in proving its case, and the affair ended in the board of directors of the company coming in a body to the office of the editor of the Times and asking him to tell them how to clean house. As a result of this visit, John A. McCall was elected president of the company, and the necessary reforms were carried out. The building, which in 1857 had seemed preposterously expensive and unnecessarily large for a newspaper office, was by this time too small. Construction of the second building erected by the Times, and the fourth home of the paper, which, like the first, was in its day the finest newspaper structure in the country, was begun in 1888 from designs by George B. Post, and involved an engineering feat which aroused much astonishment at the time. It was found impossible to move out temporarily while the old building was razed and a new one erected on the same spot, and it became necessary to tear down the old building and put up the new one at the same time, while the work of getting out the paper continued in the midst of the wreckers and rebuilders. Thus, as the old building disappeared, the new one gradually took shape in its place, and by April 1889, the work of reconstruction was completed. Mr. Jones was fond of saying in his later years that this building would be his monument. He was mistaken in that. It was soon surpassed in size and splendor by new skyscrapers, and before long it passed out of the control of the Times, though it continued to house the paper for a decade after it had ceased to be, in fact, the Times building. He may have thought that the paper itself would be another monument, but in that, too, he was mistaken. The Times fell into misfortune and had to be rebuilt by other men. His true monument is a house not made with hands. It is to be found in a better informed public opinion, a higher standard of public morality, in a city and a nation where workers for good government are no longer hopeless or afraid. He died on August 12, 1891, at the age of 80, having spent the last half of his life in the Times office. In the editorial appraisal of his work, which appeared in the paper after its death, it was said that, quote, his wish was that the newspaper should pay more attention to the worthy than to the unworthy side of human nature, that it should commend itself to right-thinking persons of some seriousness of mind and judgment, rather than strive to satisfy the desire to know what the sinful and frivolous are about, unquote. Further in that editorial, it was stated that no writer of the Times was ever required or asked to urge upon the public views which he did not accept himself. This ought to be true on every newspaper, and it is true on a good many, on more today than 30 years ago. To the best of the knowledge and belief of the oldest members of the staff, it has always been true on the Times. It is often supposed that the decline in the financial prosperity of the Times, which set in the early 90s, had its origin years earlier, in the loss of Republican readers in 1884 and the reluctance of Jones to adopt the new methods of a new age. As already suggested, there does not seem much ground for this belief. The ground lost in 1884 had been pretty nearly recovered within 3 or 4 years. What really started the Times downhill was the heavy expense of the new building. The annual profit dropped from well over $100,000 in the middle 80s to only $15,000 in 1890. It was true that the business system of the Times was out of date. It had done well enough in the 60s and 70s, when making a newspaper was a much simpler and less expensive matter. But times had changed. Expenses, necessary expenses, were rising every year. Competition was keener, abler, and more vigorous than ever before, and the Times was at a disadvantage with some of its competitors whose methods of advertising themselves and of gathering and presenting the news were not handicapped by any ethical scruples. A business organization of the modern type the paper had never had, and had never needed so long as George Jones was alive. There was no sound system of cost accounting. Nobody knew just what the paper was getting out of the money it spent. But if the machine was antiquated and rusty, Jones knew every peculiarity of its workings, and so long as he lived to run it, he could get results. When he died and a new man took the wheel, the defects of the mechanism became painfully apparent. The great majority of the Times stock was owned by Mr. Jones at his death and left by him to his children, with the injunction embodied in his will that the paper should never be sold. Its active direction was assumed by his son Gilbert and his son-in-law, Henry L. Dyer. Gilbert E. Jones had been trained in the Times office for 20 years, but there are some things about newspaper management that cannot be learned, but must come by the gift of God. In one respect, indeed, Gilbert Jones was an expert. He knew a great deal about newspaper mechanics. But neither he nor Dyer could operate an outworn business mechanism and recover the money that had been sunk in the new building. Also, the Times under George Jones had paid so well that his children were left with a good deal of property outside their stock in the paper. Naturally, when the Times began to lose, they were somewhat reluctant to throw into it the money which would enable them to live on in independence and comfort, aside from any consideration of its fortunes. It is hardly surprising that when it became apparent that the new management could not make the paper pay, the heirs began to think of disregarding the stipulation that they should hold on to the paper whether it proved to be a source of profit or a drain upon the fortunes of the family. The reduction of the price to 2 cents in 1883 had not brought the expected increase in circulation and had materially reduced the income. The 2-cent Times was soon forced to compete with 1-cent papers, and the stroke of genius which saved the Times in 1898 by reducing the price to 1 cent and discovering a new army of readers in a field where it had been supposed there was no appetite for anything but the variegated and somewhat too highly flavored menu offered by some of the other papers, was beyond the vision of the heirs of George Jones. The best they could do was to raise the price, and it was set at 3 cents in December 1891. The result was a further loss in circulation, and before Jones had been dead a year, his children were preparing to get rid of a property which had been a gold mine in his hands, but which they found only a burden. It came to the knowledge of the editors of the Times, late in 1892, that the paper was likely to be sold, and sold to a gentleman who, whatever his good qualities, could hardly be regarded as an entirely desirable chief by the men who had served Raymond and Jones. There were men on the Times who understood and valued its great traditions, who had given the best part of their lives as a contribution to its work, and who were unwilling to let that work come to nothing. And it was as a desperate resort that they undertook to buy the paper themselves with the aid of their friends. On April 13, 1893, the Times was sold to the New York Times Publishing Company, of which the president was Charles R. Miller, the editor of the paper. Mr. Miller and his associates, Edward Carey and George F. Spinney, had been the organizers of the new company. Some of the men associated with them in the ownership had come in because of personal friendship, others because they appreciated the continuing need for a paper such as the Times. The price paid to the Jones estate was $1 million, and it bought virtually nothing but the name and goodwill of the paper. The real estate was transferred to another company controlled by Mr. Jones's heirs, and his newspaper continued as a tenant in the building erected with its profits and its credit. In order to recoup themselves for the losses sustained in the past 2 years, Jones and Dyer had also retained the outstanding accounts receivable. The presses were old and dilapidated. The linotype machines were only leased. $1 million was a good deal of money to pay for the privilege of continuing the business at the old stand, but the men who paid it were those who knew, loved, and appreciated the merits of the paper. The heirs of Mr. Jones were naturally more interested in getting a price which would set them back in the position they had occupied before they had essayed to publish the Times themselves, while its editors were chiefly concerned to prevent it from being sold down the river. This difference in purpose also accounts for the fact that the new owners were willing, when they found it necessary, to pay cash. As a matter of fact, one man who had promised and expected to invest $50,000 in the enterprise found at the last moment that he could not get the money. So Jones and Dyer, appreciating the loyalty of the men who wanted to continue George Jones's paper and who could not possibly scrape together more than $950,000, decided to accept that sum. Though the editors of the Times held only a small minority of the stock in the new company, it was understood that they were to undertake the editorial and business management of the paper. Unfortunately, it could not be managed without money. All the money still due the Times was to be paid to the Jones estate, and the editors had put into the purchase price every cent they had or could raise among their friends. They had no outside properties such as would have enabled Jones and Dyer to carry the paper for a time at a loss. And then came the panic of 1893. Not only did that panic make it all but impossible to find money to carry on the paper, but it led to a great and ruinous decrease in advertising, especially financial advertising, in which the Times had always been preeminent. The new company never had a chance to get started. The only surprising feature of its history is that it managed to hold on for 3 years. Eventually, it managed to sell $250,000 of debenture notes, and the money thus received carried the paper along, but it was losing more heavily every day. As it lost money, it became less able to incur expenditures for the gathering and presentation of news, and becoming thus a less valuable paper, it lost still more money. The editorial page was as good as ever, and its valiant support of President Cleveland is one of the brightest spots in the history of the Times. But it is the only bright spot between 1893 and 1896. For the restoration of the paper to its former state, various schemes were devised by the men who had invested in the new company, but none of them gave much ground for confidence, and it began to seem that the great institution built up by Raymond and Jones might fall into unworthy hands, or lose its individuality by consolidation with another paper. Hope that the Times could be restored while retaining its character had almost vanished, when there appeared in New York a small-town newspaperman from Tennessee who became interested in the problem and presently set himself to find a solution. This was Adolph S. Ox of Chattanooga. End of Section 9 and end of Chapter 5 of Part 1. Section 10 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 1, Restoration of the Times, 1896 to 1900. Part 1. The history of the New York Times since 1896 should properly be written with a somewhat different emphasis and from another viewpoint than the story of the paper under Raymond and Jones. In their day, a newspaper was first of all a vehicle of political opinion, and, as has been noted, the Times retained that character longer than most of its contemporaries. The art of gathering and presenting news was primitive in Raymond's day and indeed in Jones's day, and the idea of impartial and disinterested news was less generally respected. So the history of the Times before 1896 must in large part be the history of a political newspaper and its interaction with the changing feelings of the period. In the story of the Times as it is today, a paper which was born again in 1896, discussion of political views takes a secondary position. For most newspaper readers of the present, the news department is of more importance than anything else, and in the modern history of the art of getting and presenting news, the Times has a prominent part. Another department of the paper, subordinate but essential, also claims a share of interest. In the time of Raymond and Jones, the volume of business even of the most successful paper was small by modern standards, and its organization had none of the intricacy of development essential for a paper of today. Nor were the ethical standards of the mid-19th century as exacting as those of today. The modern newspaper has to find revenue, free of subvention of any kind and particularly in the shape of political patronage, to provide for the enormous expenditures for news. The history of the development of the business affairs of the Times in the past 25 years offers a good deal of instruction and interest. It is the story of the rise of a paper exemplifying certain principles from destitution to a degree of prosperity almost without parallel, and one which seemed to a good many newspapermen beyond the reach of a paper conducted on those principles. Moreover, the editorial character of the Times has always been pretty much the same in prosperity and in adversity. In 1851, in 1871, in 1884, and in 1921, it was a sober, conservative, dignified paper, always American, with its special position in the esteem of readers who valued sobriety of discussion and intelligent and balanced judgment. The principal interest in the history of the modern times lies in the process by which this paper, which in its best days of old had seldom had more than 35,000 subscribers, came to appeal to more than 10 times that number. Its rise surprised even its conductors. The best they hoped 25 years ago was that a paper conducted on the principles which they held might attain as large a circulation as 50,000. The story of this astounding rise to prosperity and influence has been told by other writers, but only in fragments. This history will attempt for the first time to tell it as a whole, and with fuller and more authentic details than have previously been presented to the reader, in the belief that it will be found instructive by men engaged in making newspapers, and of some interest even to the general public, which believes more and knows less about newspaper making than about almost any other business on earth. The story is unfinished. Its action is still going on. Its chief actors, or most of them, are still on the stage. This fact perhaps imposes some restraint on the historian, but it is his belief, and the belief of the conductors of the Times, that no relevant detail of the story has been omitted. Because it is an unfinished story, however, the narrative must be treated as a record rather than as a critical history. It is too early for detached judgment on most of the work of the past 25 years in the Times office, and in any case, the men who have done that work and whose views are represented in this part of the narrative are not the men to pass judgment on what they themselves have done. The rise of the Times possesses, to a rather unusual degree, that romance which attaches to the growth of most great business enterprises, but that side of the story must be left for treatment by persons outside the institution. It could, moreover, easily lead to a distorted view of some of the phases of that growth. The fact that the Times was often in past years desperately hard up has some romantic and dramatic value, but for the purposes of this narrative, the fact which may be assumed is less important than the policies pursued by the management of the paper in that situation. Essentially, then, this story must be something in the nature of a report of a laboratory experiment, presented by those who have done the work for the critical judgment of the public outside. Adolph S. Ochs, publisher of the Chattanooga Times, who came into the history of the New York Times in the spring of 1896, had been first actively interested in New York City papers by a hasty summons from a friend in New York, who had telegraphed, quote, "The opportunity of your life lies before you," unquote. This opportunity, it was presently discovered, was the business management of the New York Mercury, a publication which maintained a rather precarious existence in somewhat the same field as that now occupied by the Morning Telegraph. The great free silver campaign of 1896 was about to begin, and a group of silver senators had planned to buy the Mercury and establish it as a free silver daily in New York. Mr. Ochs's informant was a personal friend, Leopold Wallach, a prominent member of the New York bar, who later was for many years, until his death, legal advisor of the Times. He, though hostile to the free silver cause, had become acquainted in a professional way with some of these gentlemen, and when he learned that they were seeking an experienced newspaperman as business manager of the enterprise, he at once thought of his friend in Chattanooga. To the execution of this plan, however, there was an insuperable obstacle. Mr. Ox believed in the gold standard, and his newspaper, the Chattanooga Times, was its most consistent advocate in the southern states at a time when most of the Southern Democrats were making a fetish of 16 to 1. When he learned the nature of the enterprise, after arriving in New York, he declined to consider the offer, and for various reasons the plan was presently abandoned. The owner of the Mercury, however, was still eager to get rid of his property, and after some conversations with Mr. Ox, he offered to sell it to him. Mr. Ox saw what he thought was an opening in New York City for a small, strictly news paper at 1 cent. Although he was not particularly interested in the Mercury as it then was, it seemed to him that the Mercury might be transformed into a newspaper of this sort, for it was a client of the Associated Newspapers of New York and received their full service. This service was at that time quite complete, as the New York Sun, Times, Herald, and Tribune were directing the United Press Organization in a bitter contest with the Associated Press, which at that time was composed chiefly of Western papers. But the negotiation for the purchase of the Mercury came to nothing when the owner found he could not give an assurance for a continuance of the Press Association news service of the other New York dailies. The Mercury shortly thereafter ceased publication, but the negotiations had caused Mr. Ox to make several trips to New York, and in the meantime, a rather academic interest, which he had previously expressed in the affairs of the Times, had been awakened. It happened that in 1890, Harry Alloway, a member of the Times Wall Street staff, had been entertained by Mr. Ox while on a trip through the South, and had heard him remark that the New York Times offered the greatest opportunity in American journalism. Long after this, on March 12, 1896, Mr. Ox's 38th birthday, he received a telegram from Mr. Alloway saying that if he was interested, there seemed likely to be an opportunity of acquiring the New York Times with no very large outlay of money. Alloway knew of the financial difficulties of the Times and of some plans for its reorganization, and telegraphed to Mr. Ox purely as a friendly act, without authority from anyone. Mr. Ox did not take the matter very seriously, but it happened that the next day he had occasion to go to Chicago. While there, he took lunch with his friend, Herman H. Colsatt, publisher and proprietor of the Chicago Times-Herald, to whom he incidentally mentioned the telegram from Alloway. A general discussion of the New York newspaper situation ensued, and Mr. Colsatt observed that he thought the Times was Mr. Ox's opportunity. To this, Mr. Ox objected that he didn't think he was a big enough man for the job. "Don't tell anybody," Mr. Colsatt advised him, "and they'll never find out." Arriving in New York a few days later, Mr. Ox met Mr. Alloway and learned from him the information he had gathered about the situation in the Times office, that a plan of reorganization was being discussed, that several newspaper managers in New York had been approached with the suggestion that they try to rebuild the Times, and that for an investment of $250,000 it might be possible to secure control. Mr. Ox having displayed interest, Mr. Alloway arranged an interview with Charles R. Miller, the editor-in-chief. Mr. Ox and Mr. Miller met for the first time that evening at Mr. Miller's residence. The interview had been arranged for a few minutes after dinner, as Mr. Miller had an engagement to accompany his family to the theater. Two kindred souls met. The discussion of the situation of the times and of Mr. Ox's ideas of newspaper making was so absorbing that the family went ahead to the theater on the understanding that Mr. Miller would join them later. The performance ended, they returned, and found the discussion still in progress. It lasted until midnight, and resulted in convincing Mr. Miller that the man from Chattanooga had some pretty sound ideas about the reconstruction of the times. Mr. Miller arranged for Mr. Ox to meet the next day the men who were working out a plan of reorganization, for which they had secured some promises of new capital. Charles R. Flint and Spencer Trask, who were at the head of this movement, were both favorably impressed, and invited Mr. Ox at once to join the syndicate they were forming, which had only a day or so left to make its plans operative and hold the tentative subscriptions. But the plan required more money from Mr. Ox than he could command, or would have cared to endeavor to secure. When he declined to become financially interested, Mr. Flint had acquired such confidence in his ideas that he offered Mr. Ox the management of the proposed reorganized company, and intimated that a salary of $50,000 a year was not beyond the possibilities. In other circumstances, Mr. Ox might have been willing to go down in history as the first Tennessean who ever got such a salary, but he was of the opinion that if he tried to manage the times for somebody else, the most probable result would be the speedy disappearance of the job, the salary, and the times. The failure of this plan left the way clear for that faction of the stockholders which wanted to consolidate the Times with the New York Recorder, a daily newspaper on which several millions had been spent in a fruitless effort to establish it. They had even gone so far as to file at Albany applications for a charter for the Times Recorder Company with a capital of $2.5 million. When Charles R. Miller and Edward Carey, who were the chief editors of the paper and members of its board of directors, obtained the appointment of a receiver and circumvented this plan. All those interested in the reorganization who had met Mr. Ox seemed agreed that he was the man the Times needed, and the receiver, Mr. Alfred Ely, was selected by those friendly to Mr. Ox. But it should be remembered that before his appearance, it had been the conviction of most of those interested in the Times that it needed a man experienced in New York journalism to do the work. Every ambitious managing editor in town had long ago been approached and invited to attempt the restoration of the Times, and with one accord they had all made excuses. Not till the whole field of metropolitan journalism had been searched in vain for a rescuer, not till every one of the men who ought to have known had declared that the Times could not be restored, did Mr. Ox get his chance. These experienced men with intimate knowledge of the New York newspaper situation were of one opinion, that it would require several $1 million to resuscitate the Times and place it in a position to compete with the Herald, the World, the Journal, the Tribune, and the Sun, all having men of great wealth as owners or interested in their success. Mr. Ox's experience, to be sure, had been varied enough. He was 38 years old. He had started in the newspaper business at the age of 11 as a carrier of papers, had graduated from that position to printer's devil, and had worked up through every position which either the news, the editorial, or the business department of Tennessee journalism had to offer, until at the age of 20, he had become proprietor and publisher of the Chattanooga Times. In 18 years, he had brought this paper to a degree of prosperity remarkable in a city of that size, and to a position in public confidence perhaps still more unusual, for the obstacles to journalistic virtue are perhaps most formidable in the smaller cities. Among Southern newspaper men, he was already widely known, but Chattanooga is a long way from New York, and the gentlemen who were trying to dig the Times out of the drifts were slow to admit that a problem which was by this time too much for them, and which had been politely evaded by some of the ablest newspaper managers in New York, could be solved by an unknown from a small town. Fortunately, Mr. Ox was able to gather a formidable volume of letters of recommendation. They came from the President of the United States, from senators, governors, and bishops, from bank presidents, railroad presidents, editors of rival newspapers, and people who had known him in Chattanooga. That he was able to produce so many of them was perhaps due to the fact that he had been semi-officially recognized as the entertainer of distinguished visitors to Chattanooga, and thus had become fairly well acquainted with a wider circle than the ordinary newspaper man of the interior could know. At any rate, he had many letters, and their tone was convincing. They served to reinforce the confidence which had gradually been established by personal contact. It was expected that the receivership, which was a friendly one, would be required for only a few days, pending the adoption of a plan of reorganization fathered by Mr. Spencer Trask. But this scheme also miscarried, and with Mr. Trask's encouragement, Mr. Ox submitted a new plan, which he presented personally to nearly every stockholder and creditor of the New York Times Publishing Company. It was approved and accepted, and Mr. Trask consented to act as chairman of the reorganization committee, whose other members were Marcellus Hartley, Alfred Ely, James T. Woodward, and E. Moriah Davison. The plan was declared operative on July 2, 1896. It was a pretty large undertaking for Mr. Ox to buy control of the Times, even though he was buying it mostly with his ability rather than his money. But it was not much larger in proportion than the effort he had made 18 years before when, not yet old enough to vote, he had bought the Chattanooga Times by paying $250 in cash, borrowed, and assuming its debt of $1,500. It seemed to him that the principles which had succeeded in Chattanooga might succeed equally well in New York. At any rate, they were the only principles which he felt competent to put into practice. Only one new resolution did he make on coming to New York, a firm resolve not to have any other outside interest, but to give all his attention and employ all the resources of his credit for the interests of the Times. The plan of reorganization has already been told in various publications, but may perhaps here be given in outline. A new organization, the New York Times Company, was formed with a capital of 10,000 shares of par value of $100. 2,000 of these shares were traded in for the 10,000 shares of the old company. The holders of the outstanding obligations of the Times, amounting to some $300,000, received in exchange an equal amount of 5% bonds of the new company. And perhaps the most exacting part of the financing of the reorganization was accomplished when $200,000 more of these bonds were sold at par to provide that operating capital, the lack of which had been so severely felt in past years. As a persuasive, 15 shares of stock were offered to each purchaser of a $1,000 bond. Mr. Ox himself, scraping together all the money he had or could borrow, bought $75,000 of these bonds, receiving with them 1,125 shares of stock. Of the remaining capital stock of the company, 3,876 shares were put into escrow to be delivered to Mr. Ox whenever the paper had earned and paid expenses for a period of 3 consecutive years. Thus he would have, and within less than 4 years did have, 5,001 of the 10,000 shares and $75,000 in bonds, the whole acquired by the payment of $75,000 for the bonds and by his personal services. That $75,000 was the financial investment and the only investment, aside from his own labors, which the controlling stockholder of the Times made for his majority interest. The company thus organized bought the Times at public sale on August 13, 1896. The receivership was terminated by court order. On August 18, 1896, the property was formally transferred to the reorganized company, with Mr. Ox as publisher in unrestricted control, and the saddest chapter in the history of the Times was closed. It may be well at this point to puncture a few bubbles of fantasy which have been widely blown about. The Times probably has the distinction of having been more generally misrepresented than any other newspaper in the United States. Some of these misrepresentations are due to malice, some to the somewhat painfully widespread inability of members of the human race to believe in the honesty of their fellows. A good many of them, one must suppose, have no other origin than the myth-making instinct whose pervasiveness is perhaps not fully appreciated by any but newspapermen. The rejuvenated Times succeeded so rapidly and so brilliantly that people who could not understand its success found it most convenient to suppose that great sums of money had been poured into it from some secret and probably discreditable reservoir. Ignorance was soon reinforced by hostility. Persons who disagreed with the conservatism of the Times' editorial policy and who were quite unable to conceive the idea that a man and even a newspaper might honestly believe in conservative principles, thought that the explanation could be found in the theory that the Times had been bought by Wall Street bankers. It is unfortunately true that a large percentage of the all-too-human race can find no explanation for disagreement with its opinions, except that those who disagree have been bought by somebody. And the ascription to various eminent financiers of the honor of being the man behind the throne on the Times is probably due quite as much to credulity as to malice. It is more romantic and entertaining to suppose that a newspaper is the mouthpiece of a mysterious malefactor of great wealth, who gives his orders to its editors in a few pregnant monosyllables, than to accept the prosaic truth that it represents the views of its owners and conductors. In more recent years, the legend of British gold offered a convenient explanation of the Times's attitude on the Great War to Irish and German enthusiasts who were used to the idea of subsidized newspapers. But the force of this view was somewhat diminished when the Irish and Germans extended it from the Times to all other American newspapers which failed to see in Sinn Fein and Kaiserism the sum of human perfection. The secret ownership or control of the Times has been ascribed to so many different men that one might suppose some doubt would have arisen in the minds of the most credulous. At any rate, they couldn't all own it at once, but the number of people who can be fooled all the time is regrettably large. A few of the more important myths will here be cited and explained, insofar as they can be explained by anything except the credulity of human nature. It is not to be supposed that the explanations will be accepted by Sinn Feiners, admirers of the late Kaiser, or devotees of the principles of Karl Marx or Nikolai Lenin. To convince these gentlemen is beyond the power of human logic, but some explanation may perhaps be of interest to the large number of readers of the Times who have heard these various rumors and have perhaps been inclined to believe them because the paper has not thought them worthy of explicit denial. President Cleveland, for example, did not bring Mr. Ox up from Chattanooga to set a good Democratic paper on its feet. Mr. Cleveland had no more idea when Mr. Ox came to New York that he was going to buy the Times than did Mr. Ox himself. The only possible basis for this legend lies in the fact that when Mr. Ox found New Yorkers somewhat reluctant to accept the views of a man about whom they knew nothing, he collected a large number of letters of recommendation, as noted above, from everybody whose endorsement seemed likely of value. Naturally, a recommendation from Mr. Cleveland, then in the White House, would carry a good deal of weight. The president wrote that, quote, "In your management of the Chattanooga Times, you have demonstrated such a faithful adherence to democratic principles and have so bravely supported the ideas and policies which tend to the safety of our country as well as of our party, that I would be glad to see you in a larger sphere of usefulness." Unquote. This was Mr. Cleveland's sole contribution to the reorganization of the Times. Of the various bankers who have been mentioned as the controlling influence in the Times, August Belmont has perhaps the distinction of having been named most often. Mr. Belmont, as a matter of fact, owned $25,000 of the debentures of the old company, which he exchanged for bonds of the new organization, and these bonds were bought by the Times long ago at par and retired. The assertion that he controlled the Times was some years ago spread rather widely by the Hearst papers, which eventually retracted it when its untruth was demonstrated. It is doubtless often repeated by persons who do not realize how it came to be diffused. Before the inventive German propagandist supplied the more brilliant explanation of British gold, it was a favorite doctrine of socialist thinkers that the Times was an organ of the Morgan firm. J.P. Morgan and Company held $25,000 of the debentures of the old company, like Mr. Belmont, and, like him, accepted for these obligations an equal amount of the bonds of the new company, which were also bought and paid for by the Times at par value and retired years ago. Numerous other financiers, traction magnates, and politicians, shady and otherwise, have also figured in these romances, but none of them ever owned a dollar's worth of the Times Company stock, or in any manner had the power to influence the policies of the Times, editorial or other, nor did any of them ever get anything out of the Times except such information as they may have obtained from its news columns, or such moral elevation as they may have derived from the study of its editorial page. And it might be added that none of them was ever in a position to control, influence, or affect the paper's policies. But theorists who have been unwilling to display favoritism by believing that any one man was the secret master of the Times, when so many have been mentioned, have cherished the belief that the paper was dominated by its bondholders as a group. It is not. The outstanding bonds amount to less than $600,000. The name of every person or institution holding more than 1% of this not very formidable amount may be found on the editorial page of the paper twice a year. These bonds represent the residue of an issue of $1,200,000 put out some years ago in financing the construction of the Times building after retiring the bonds of 1896. The bonds were bought, just as any other bonds are bought, by people who thought they were a good investment, who believed, that is to say, that the Times would be able to pay interest and principal. It will be noted that more than half that issue has already been retired out of earnings. As the Times grew and moved into new quarters, it had to make heavy investments in real estate and machinery. The Times building, like any other new building, was mortgaged during its construction. The mortgage was placed, like any other mortgage, because those who made the loan thought that the Times building was a safe risk. It is being constantly reduced and is now less than $1 million on property worth several times that amount. So bonds and mortgage, the total indebtedness of the company, amount to something like $1,500,000. The cash resources of the company are more than sufficient to pay this off at any time. The value of the company's real estate and paper mill properties, entirely apart from plant, goodwill, and other resources, is several times the indebtedness. So virtually, the New York Times as a newspaper entity is free of any indebtedness of any kind or description. Where did the money come from which built up the institution? Aside from $100,000 of the $200,000 of new capital provided by the sale of bonds in 1896, it came out of the earnings. Of the money which the paper has earned during the last 25 years, in round figures $100 million, 97% has been put into the operation and development of the property, and 3% has been kept for the owners in dividends. There have been commercial borrowings from time to time, as in any business, but the loans have always been paid promptly, and in no case were the lenders influenced by any other consideration than the belief that they would be paid promptly. Indeed, why should the owners of the Times submit to outside influence? They own a large and prosperous institution out of debt, which brings them in all the income they can reasonably require. Quite aside from moral considerations and the reluctance which many men feel to sell their souls, the owners and controllers of the Times have no particular use for British gold or Wall Street gold or any other gold that might be offered for the control of the paper. They have all the gold necessary for their requirements. It is perhaps a tribute to the prosperity of the Times that it is rarely accused of being controlled by its advertisers. It is accused of about everything else, but this charge would be too obviously ridiculous. It may be in order to observe, however, that even in the days when it was struggling desperately, the Times was never controlled by its advertisers. Certain advertisers on occasion may have made efforts to influence the business policy of the paper. They never succeeded. Sometimes they withdrew their advertising, but they nearly always came back, and came back knowing that they were buying advertising space and nothing more. The Times is sometimes called the organ of the investing classes. The concept of a class organ is somewhat more familiar in Europe than in the United States, where about its only true exemplars, aside from trade journals, can be found in those socialist papers which speak for the modest number of sectarians who consider themselves the whole working class. The Times can be called the organ of the investing class only in the sense that most investors read it because of the volume and reliability of its financial news. Because most investors read it, It is the favored medium for financial advertising. But financial advertising, like any other advertising, buys only advertising space. As a matter of fact, the belief that newspapers as a class are controlled by their advertisers is a popular delusion not much more respectable than the belief that breaking a mirror brings bad luck. Breaking some mirrors does bring bad luck, in restaurants and bar rooms, for example, and some newspapers may be controlled by their advertisers. The proportion is considerably smaller than it was 25 years ago, and it is growing smaller every year. No, the Times is not owned or controlled by Lord Northcliffe, or Wall Street bankers, or traction interests, or the owners of department stores. It is owned by the men and women whose names appear in the list of stockholders, officially published every 6 months, and controlled by the owner of its majority stock, Adolph S. Ox. As has been said, the $200,000 obtained by the sale of bonds for cash was supposed to provide the working capital for the newspaper. Mr. Ox discovered after taking charge that unfunded obligations of the paper would eat up half that sum. He had, then, about $100,000 to go on, and that is all the fresh capital that has been put into the Times since 1896. It has paid its way out of its earnings. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of the New York Times, 1851 to 1921, by Elmer Holmes Davis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 2, Chapter 1, Restoration of the Times, 1896 to 1900. Part 2. The purpose of the new management was announced in the following salutatory published on the editorial page over Mr. Ox's signature on August 19, 1896. Quote, "To undertake the management of the New York Times with its great history for right doing, and to attempt to keep bright the luster which Henry J. Raymond and George Jones have given it is an extraordinary task. But if a sincere desire to conduct a high-standard newspaper, clean, dignified, and trustworthy, requires honesty, watchfulness, earnestness, industry, and practical knowledge applied with common sense, I entertain the hope that I can succeed in maintaining the high estimate that thoughtful, pure-minded people have ever had of the New York Times. It will be my earnest aim that the New York Times give the news, all the news, in concise and attractive form, in language that is parliamentary in good society, and give it as early, if not earlier, than it can be learned through any other reliable medium. To give the news impartially, without fear or favor, regardless of any party, sect, or interest involved. To make of the columns of the New York Times a forum for the consideration of all questions of public importance, and to that end, to invite intelligent discussion from all shades of opinion. There will be no radical changes in the personnel of the present efficient staff. Mr. Charles R. Miller, who has so ably for many years presided over the editorial page, will continue to be the editor. Nor will there be a departure from the general tone and character and policies pursued with relation to public questions that have distinguished the New York Times as a nonpartisan newspaper, unless it be, if possible, to intensify its devotion to the cause of sound money and tariff reform, opposition to wastefulness and peculation in administering public affairs, and in its advocacy of the lowest tax consistent with good government, and no more government than is absolutely necessary to protect society, maintain individual and vested rights, and assure the free exercise of a sound conscience." Unquote. It will be seen that this platform was, in large degree, a reaffirmation of the traditional principles of the times. From the ideal of impartiality of news and of discussion, the paper had indeed departed considerably in its most Republican days, but it had returned after its Declaration of Independence in 1884. The emphasis upon certain features of this newspaper policy, however, was dictated by conditions of the times. Reference to the Times's appeal to thoughtful, pure-minded people, and the promise that news would be given earlier than it can be learned through any other reliable medium, were the first guns in the aggressive war against yellow journalism, which the Times now undertook and which it carried through to entire success. But at the outset, that fight seemed all but hopeless. Yellow journalism was a good deal more powerful in the 90s than today, and it was a good deal yellower. Mr. Pulitzer, who had awakened the 80s by his development of the world, had been followed and imitated in the early 90s by Mr. Hearst, who made prodigal expenditures of money and was not hampered by any of the restraints which modified some of the enterprises of his rival. If in some details of outward appearance the journals then called yellow are in our day even more excruciating, their character is not so offensive. And it must be remembered, of course, that the world has undergone such a development in the last 2 decades that it long ago lost the character of a yellow journal, as that phrase was understood when the Yellow Kid cartoons first brought it into currency. The World and the Journal in 1896 were considered quite deplorable from most points of view, but they were prosperous. They sold for 1 cent and had enormous circulations, as circulations went in those days. They made a great deal of noise about themselves and about each other, and attracted a corresponding amount of attention. They spent money wildly for new features, or even to get news. And they embellished the news with such unsavory details as are perhaps less often given to the public today, and, in any event, are less offensive to the somewhat broader tolerance of our time than they were in the 90s. The consequent reaction of a considerable part of the reading public was very much the same as 45 years before, when Raymond had set out to conduct a paper which should be welcomed into the homes which found no interest in the trivialities of the Sun, and were repelled by the vulgarity of the Herald, and by what was regarded as the insidious immorality of the Tribune. A good many homes, schools, and clubs deliberately excluded the World and the Journal in 1896, but their fierce rivalry, their reckless expenditure, and even in some degree the quality of the brains which they had been able to obtain, gave them a certain advantage over their competitors. Of the other papers of the period, The Sun was brilliantly written, and was read chiefly by people who liked brilliant writing. It printed as much news as its reporters and correspondents, in the pressure of more important business, had time to get, and as its make-up men found it necessary to admit to the columns as an offset to literature. Aside from that, its energies were principally devoted to the contentions that New Yorkers could never be persuaded to ride in subway trains, and that Whitelaw Reid had driven Horace Greeley to the madhouse and the grave. The Herald was a daily directory, had an excellent foreign service, but otherwise had no particular claim on the attention of readers, unless they happened to be interested in the doings of a somewhat curiously defined society, or in premature burial, dogs, and more dubious topics of interest. The Tribune carried a small but genteel stock of Republican ideas, most of which had lain for a considerable time on the shelves. There was room for a paper whose first object was to get the news promptly and publish it with due attention to its relative value, a paper so conducted that nobody need be ashamed to be seen reading it, but containing all the solid content which intelligent readers wanted, and for which, in desperation, they sometimes had to burrow in the muck heaps of the yellows. This ideal of the times was presently expressed in the motto, "All the news that's fit to print," first published on the editorial page on October 25, 1896, and carried in a box on the front page from February 10th of the following year down to the present day. Probably no newspaper motto has ever aroused more discussion or more obstinate difference of opinion. A difference, it may be observed, which is to be found in the Times office as well as outside. In its most literal and narrowest interpretation, it of course suggests that terrible crime widely discussed under the title of suppression of news. This phrase itself is something of a begging of the question, for no newspaper is large enough to publish accounts of all happenings, even if anybody would read them. In every newspaper office, every day, there must be a selection of the most interesting or important happenings, as many of them as can be crowded into the paper, in the sense that the less interesting or important items have to be left out. There is suppression of news in every newspaper office all the time, as many self-admiring persons have discovered. All the news that's fit to print, however, has been criticized, even by more or less friendly commentators, as implying the exercise of editorial judgment as to what news may be too horrible or obscene for the public, a right which, it is assumed, no editor possesses. But no newspaper ever published all the harrowing details of the Armenian massacres, for instance. The essential facts were published. The decorative trimmings could well be left to the imagination. It has been argued that if it is news of sufficient importance, it is fit to print. The Times has never held otherwise. The fact of an atrocious crime or a deplorable scandal is news. The sordid particulars have sometimes a legitimate news value, but more often their only appeal is to the salacious curiosity. The motto has often been contrasted with Dana's remark that whatever divine providence permits to occur, I am not too proud to report. But there are certain details of events permitted by divine providence which have never been and will never be printed in the Sun, even though mention of the events in a general way may be published as news. It is a question of methods, of treatment, of emphasis, a fact which may easily be proved by the protests which the Times often receives against items published in its columns which seem to some of its readers unfit to print. There is often a difference of opinion among editors of the Times as to whether the unassailable general principle that what is news should be printed justifies the inclusion of certain details which are of dubious fitness, and no doubt the practice of the paper occasionally fails to agree altogether with this excellent principle. But the influence of the motto is present nonetheless. It has been described as a silent monitor at the copy desk, and in the course of years its influence has been sufficient to keep a good deal of contaminating and worthless material out of the paper. If it be held that a doctrine so difficult to define precisely is a rather unsafe guide, it should be remembered that it was first adopted in somewhat unusual circumstances. In effect, all the news that's fit to print was a war cry, the slogan under which the reorganized Times fought for a footing against the formidable competition of the Herald, the World, and the Journal. What it meant, in essence, was that the Times was going to be as good a vehicle of news as any of those papers, and that it would be free from their indecency, eccentricity, distortion, or sensationalism. The publisher of the Times once answered a question as to what news is unfit to print with the brief definition, "What's untrue." A great deal of the so-called news published by some of the Times's contemporaries in 1896 was untrue, sometimes, though not very often, deliberately invented, more frequently mishandled, edited, or colored until it conveyed an entirely inaccurate impression. There was to be none of this sort of thing in the Times, and so far as its editors are humanly able to live up to their good intentions, there never has been. Moreover, the columns of the Times were not to be filled with matter which depended for its interest to the public purely on its appeal to prurient cravings or to unwarranted suspicion. The motto selected in 1896 might have been restated as "The News, All the News, and Nothing but the News." This was the sort of paper, and the only sort of paper, which the new publisher of the Times would or could produce. It was still to be seen whether he was right in believing that New York in the 90s offered a living for such a paper, and the experiment was begun under a heavy handicap, with an outworn plant, a tradition of misfortune, and a discouraged staff, to say nothing of the general opinion that the new venture had little chance of success. The new publisher was quite as well aware as anybody else of the difficulties which he had to face, but he was of the opinion that there were some counterbalancing advantages which had been overlooked by some of the men who had thought the Times beyond hope of recovery. In the first place, it did have a great tradition. Within the memory of many thousands of newspaper readers, indeed, until a few years previously, it had been one of the great newspapers of the country. Its name and standing had by no means been destroyed by its comparatively brief period of misfortune. In a sense, the goodwill was still there. It was not on the surface, of course. It would have to be dug out and cultivated, as the experience of the previous management showed. Nevertheless, the gentleman who had sold the name and goodwill of the paper for $1,000,000 in 1893 had, perhaps, given better value than they realized. The Times had fallen into a situation from which it could work out only by showing merit. But once that merit was shown, it would find a welcome in many homes where it had been a valued friend in the past. A new paper with a new name would have had to spend an enormous amount of money to establish this friendly disposition, which the new management of the Times would find ready to welcome it, if the Times could succeed in recovering the attention of these readers. And it should be observed that the reconstruction of the Times involved no change in the essential character of the paper. The new publisher indulged in no eccentric experiments, no effort to emulate prominent and profitable features of rival publications. It is perhaps fortunate that his capital was so small, for he did not have the money to do this sort of thing even if he had wanted to. He felt that the chief asset of the Times was its character, its tradition, its goodwill. That character was to be preserved. The remnant of old readers who continued to buy the Times because they liked that kind of paper were not to be driven away by any sudden alteration of the paper's character in the vain effort to emulate its competitors. The Times was to be the same kind of paper as of old, a kind of paper which a large part of the reading public was known to like. The changes under the new management were intended only to make it a better paper of that kind. Another item of value was the paper's staff. The new publisher intended to make no changes unless experience showed him that change was necessary, for he had a high admiration for the staff as he found it. Indeed, the men then getting out the Times were, on the whole, the men who had produced and edited it in the days of its greatness. They were no longer getting the results which they had got then, but this was due to a complex of reasons in which the inexperience of the heirs of George Jones, the bad luck of their successors in taking over the paper without any working capital on the eve of a financial panic, and the lack of a sound business organization were most important. Given even a little breathing space from importunate financial obligations, and a somewhat better direction of energy, and they could make it a great paper once more. Nevertheless, the situation was bad enough. When Mr. Ox assumed the control of the Times, an old and trusted employee to whom had been confided some of the details of the paper's management too painful to be widely disseminated, took him into his office, unlocked his roll-top desk, and with tears in his eyes imparted to the new publisher his shameful secret. The Times was printing 19,000 copies a day, and 10,000 of them were coming back unsold. The net circulation was 9,000, and it was growing smaller every day. Mr. Ox said something to the effect that he thought the circulation would be increased before long. "Increased?" said his astonished hearer. "Increased? Mr. Ox, if you could keep it from going down any further, you'd be a wonderful man." However, the new publisher set to work to see what he could do. One item of waste which was soon reduced, though it was a long time before it was entirely eliminated, was the printing of papers that came back to the office, old paper bin, from the newsstands where they had vainly waited for purchasers. While staying in New York and making arrangements for the purchase of the Times, Mr. Ox had noticed that at the newsstand he patronized, he was always offered the Sun. At first he felt rather flattered at the idea that the keen-eyed news dealer had judged him to be the sort of man who would want the Sun, for this was in the height of Dana's fame as a producer of newspaper literature, and to be seen reading the Sun was, at that time, a mark of intellectual distinction. But inquiry discovered that the news dealer was actuated by a more sordid motive. The Sun circulation system allowed no returns, and in consequence, the first thing the news dealer thought of was to sell off his stock of Suns. When they were gone, he could turn to the distribution of the other papers, with the restful assurance that such copies as he could not sell could be sent back to the office and would cost him nothing. It seemed to Mr. Ox, upon reflection, that the papers which permitted the return of unsold copies were in effect supplying the capital for the promotion of the Sun. So the Times first reduced the return privilege to 10%, presently abolished it entirely for the Saturday issue with the literary supplement, and eventually eliminated it altogether. Thereafter, the bills for print paper could be paid with the consoling assurance that, at any rate, the Times was paid for every copy sent out to the news dealers. Meanwhile, the new publisher had been finding his way about the office. He had the idea that the essentials of successful newspaper publishing were pretty much the same in New York as in Chattanooga, that, as he afterward expressed it, the best policy was no policy, a reliance on honesty, industry, and unhampered judgment. In time, this doctrine proved its worth by its practical success, but it seemed so strange at the time that years afterward the editor of another New York paper said that Mr. Ox had come to town and taught us something new. It did not seem so to him. He thought he had merely reminded New York newspapermen of something they had forgotten. In a sense, of course, that statement could be applied to the rise of almost any successful newspaper. Perhaps the history of journalism could be expressed in a formula of rotary motion. Every 20 years or so, somebody achieves a great success by digging up an old truth that had been discarded. One truth rediscovered on the Times in the 90s, however, has perhaps a more generally useful application than the secrets of the success of other newspapers. This is the ancient but still somewhat surprising fact that thorough knowledge and unremitting diligence are likely, barring accident, to bring results. The new publisher of the Times, who had come from the interior of the country to undertake the solution of a problem which to veterans of New York journalism seemed entirely hopeless, was regarded by a good many observers as a man with more money than brains, a judgment which, in view of the actual state of his fortunes, was anything but complimentary. But he knew every department of the newspaper business from the ground up. It was his opinion that the Times staff, as it then existed, was as competent and well-equipped a body of men as could be found on any newspaper in the country, and that the paper could be rehabilitated by those men. What they needed was more coordination and a little more enthusiasm. Too many of the subordinates had allowed themselves to slip into a groove and were conducting their own particular duties in a routine grown familiar with years of practice, without paying much attention to the relation of their work to the whole. Men were apt to stick to themselves and ignore what went on about them. The arrival of the new publisher brought a good deal of encouragement to men at the top who had become acquainted with him and had caught something of his enthusiasm. But for most of the staff, enthusiasm had to wait for acquaintance. When Mr. Ox came in with the intention of turning the Times around and starting it uphill, the majority of the staff watched him with interest, but at first without any great amount of confidence. He was a new man and unknown, and he had undertaken a job which seemed to be too much for anybody. He was welcome because the ruin of the paper without some new stimulus seemed only a question of time, but it was still to be seen if he could give it that stimulus. As for the publisher, he experienced a certain diffidence as he began to familiarize himself with his new associates. He was now set as commanding officer over men, a good many of them older than himself, of whom he had been hearing for years with a certain amount of awe. These great names of New York journalism had resounded rather thunderously in Chattanooga, and it required a considerable time for Mr. Ox to get over his conviction that they were persons of a somewhat different order of professional eminence, or that, at any rate, they were New Yorkers, while he was fresh from a small town. Nevertheless, he set to work to invigorate the staff, to inspire it with new courage, and to find out in the meantime what was the matter with the Times. Much was done from the very first in bringing the members of the staff together, but it may serve as an illustration of the necessity of beginning pretty much from the ground up, that the publisher found that one of his first tasks was to educate the staff into reading the paper. They were induced to read the Times by the somewhat roundabout expedient of giving to each man the task of comparing each day's issue of the Times with one of its contemporaries. The publisher had discovered that the writers had preferences among the other morning papers, and he assigned each man to find out every morning what his pet paper had discovered that was unknown to the Times. It perhaps goes without saying that this task of comparison was already part of the work of the news department. It was laid upon the editorial council for purely educational reasons, and it worked. Before long, the men who were reading the Times because they had to know if it had been beaten on the day's news found themselves compelled to admit that there was a good deal in it that was worth reading. This instance may illustrate the work which had to be done in coordinating the work of the various members of the Times staff. The work was done because there was a directing influence to see that it was done, and before long the Times had an organization, still rudimentary, but more deserving of the name than anything it had ever known before. There was a man at the head who understood the work of every department from his own experience, and who not only knew whether that work was being well done, but had been able to inspire the workers with a more vivid interest in the welfare of the whole institution. And another element in their confidence, perhaps of slower growth, was the realization that the new chief was in complete and absolute control, unhampered by any external influences whatever. It is unfortunately true that outside influence on many newspapers has been, a past tense is used because this condition, though still existing in some newspaper offices, is much less general now than it used to be, so strong that a good many newspaper men of wide experience find it hard to believe that it is not universal. The Times has had a good deal of difficulty in persuading some of its employees that news is not to be handled in deference to editorial policy, just as it had trouble in the 90s in convincing them that news was not to be treated with a view to the supposed prejudices of influential outsiders. The new publisher was to a certain extent regarded for a time as the representative of the men who had sunk their money in the Times a few years before, and it took time for the employees to realize that he was conducting it himself without any orders from outside. When they did realize it, as he took care they should, it gave a tremendous impetus to the industry of a staff which had been afraid of shadows for some time past, and now, at last, began to realize that they were only shadows. Meanwhile, there had been some experiments with the contents of the Times. Certain departments had continued for years by the force of inertia, and it was suspected by the new publisher that they no longer served any useful purpose. One of the daily features of the paper was a feuilleton, which Mr. Ox suppressed as soon as he took charge. The paper happened on that day to be publishing the next to the last installment of a continued story. Mr. Ox did not want fiction, and he insisted that the story stop right there, but was persuaded to let the concluding chapters appear the next day. It is true that the largest newspaper circulation in the world had been built up by the Petit Parisien on the basis of serial fiction and human interest, and it is true that even so dignified a paper as the Temps lately gave up much of its scanty space to the serial publication of Florence Barclay's novel, The Rosary. But aside from the question of the difference in French and American ideas of a newspaper, it must be remembered that the American institution of the popular fiction magazine is unknown in France. The newspapers are both newspapers and fiction magazines in effect. Whatever may or may not have been the increment in circulation gained by various American newspaper magazine sections through the publication of fiction, it may be doubted if any American paper ever accomplished much by printing fiction in its daily issue, unless it be that peculiar type of fiction which is written for and found only upon the woman's page of evening newspapers. At any rate, the Times never suffered from its abandonment of the popular fiction field to the new venture of Mr. McClure, which was just then opening a new epoch in American magazine history. Another department which was abolished was the detailed report of prices in the commodity markets. Again, Mr. Ox found dissent from his opinion that these had no place in the Times, and that people who were interested in this item were a good deal more likely to get it out of the trade papers. So strong was the opposition of the circulation department to the abandonment of this feature that the publisher finally decided to try dropping out these reports a little at a time. A stick here and a stick there, the space given to commodity markets was reduced without any expected clamors of protest from readers who had learned to look for it every morning. At last, when 4 whole columns of what is technically known as punk had been excised from the paper, the Times did hear from a subscriber at Haverstraw who wrote that he missed the quotations on naval stores. And that was all. It was demonstrated to be a sheer waste of valuable space. Some of this material eventually found its way back into the paper, but in better form. Where the new management found a legitimate field of the news which existing papers had left uncovered, it took up and gave some attention to it. But there was to be no more competition with trade journals on their own ground. And when punk came back, the deadening routine which had gradually deprived these old departments of their usefulness had disappeared. It is probable that by the publication of the complete court calendars, for instance, the Times has gained a considerable number of readers, and the great development of the page of business news, which began early in the history of the present administration but grew gradually through many years, has made the Times the favorite daily of many men in businesses which are served by extraordinarily good trade papers. But the entire process, both of subtraction and of addition, has been a matter of special judgment in individual cases. If an existing department seemed to be serving no useful purpose, it went out. If the addition of a new department promised to justify the effort and expense, it was introduced. How to decide what was needed and what could be abolished? Well, it is betraying no trade secret to say that this was a matter of judgment based on experience. But the mere cutting out of dead wood was only a part, and a small part, of the work. The rise from 9,000 to 350,000 was not accomplished by mere elimination of useless items, nor by tightening up the business office, establishing a sound accounting system, and cutting losses. There had to be some positive achievements. One of the most useful of these was the wide advertisement of the policy expressed in the motto, "All the news that's fit to print." That motto, when adopted, aroused a good deal of discussion, which was fostered and abetted by the management of the paper. For some months, a huge electric sign at 23rd Street and Broadway made known to the passing throng the legend of the Times. There were some editorial expositions of the ideals expressed by the motto, and after these had made Times readers familiar with the intentions of the new publisher, a prize of $100 was offered for any 10-word motto which seemed better to express those ideals. Richard Watson Gilder, editor of The Century, was asked to act as judge in the contest, which brought out some 20,000 suggestions, of which 150 were thought good enough to publish. The prize was given to All the World's News, but not a School for Scandal. But to the editors of the Times, this did not seem as satisfactory as their own device. So, though the inventor of this motto got his $100, all the news that's fit to print continued to be the motto of the paper. All this attracted a certain amount of attention to the new methods on an old paper, and a certain number of readers were drawn to buy the Times and find out what all the disturbance was about. It is hardly necessary to say that the advertisement would have been useless if they had not discovered, on examining the Times, that it was living up to its promises, that it was giving the news and presenting it with sanity and decency. Meanwhile, some new and valuable features had been added to the paper. The first of these, and one of the most important, was the Illustrated Sunday Magazine, first published as part of the Sunday paper on December 6, 1896, 3 weeks after Mr. Ox took control. Newspaper Sunday magazines in that day were distinguished chiefly by the so-called comic supplement, a feature which the Times has never had, never needed, and never desired. The magazine section, in the narrower sense of the word, was also influenced chiefly by the yellow journals. The type is still represented by some belated survivals, rather less flamboyant than 25 years ago. Against this, the Times offered a pictorial supplement printed on good coated paper and illustrated with half-tone photographs. It was as great an advance in its day as the more recent rotogravure pictorial supplement, and it gave a real illustrated news magazine to the New York newspaper public. This magazine was popular from the very first. Perhaps its greatest accomplishment was the publication of the pictures of Queen Victoria's Jubilee in 1897. 50 photographs of the procession on June 22nd were bought at 10 guineas apiece from the official photographer and rushed to New York. And on July 4th, the Times Illustrated magazine published 16 pages of them. They were not only published in the Times before any other New York paper had them, but they were well printed so that the reader could see what they were, something which a reproduction on ordinary newsprint could hardly have accomplished. That feat, which cost altogether $5,000, a considerable sum to the Times of 1897, is still remembered in the office as one of the first of a long series of beats, and it added greatly to the reputation of the Illustrated magazine. But week in and week out, that magazine was widely prized, and when it was discontinued in September 1899 after 3 years of existence, chiefly because the Times had attained so large a circulation that the magazine could no longer be produced by the inadequate plant then available, it left a good many mourners, who only in recent years have found an adequate substitute in the present pictorial and magazine supplements of the Sunday paper. Perhaps the most important service of that magazine in the long run was its effect on other newspapers, many of which were inspired to imitate it. This was true in a still higher degree of the next feature of the rejuvenated Times, the Saturday Review of Books, first published on October 10, 1896, and edited then and long afterward by Francis W. Halsey. In this publication was carried out an idea of the publisher of the Times that a newspaper book review should be a literary newspaper, treating newly published books as news, and containing besides other news of literary happenings. While open to criticism from several standpoints, the treating of books as news is certainly more in accordance with the function of a daily newspaper, as well as somewhat easier to do well than more serious effort at literary criticism. And in the Times Saturday Review, the news of the literary world was assembled and presented better than ever before in an American daily. Moreover, the new tabloid form, with the excellent typography and good quality of paper used, attracted the attention of readers to book news which they might have passed by in the columns of the regular edition. As an example of the conviction of students of literature that it did meet a long-felt want, may be cited the action of Professor C. Alfonso Smith, then at the Louisiana State University, who required all members of some of his classes in English literature to take the Times Book Review in order to keep up with current events in the literary field. This publication, too, has since been imitated and, in some instances, improved upon. But in 1896, it was a new idea which once more made the New York public realize that something was happening on the Times. Its ultimate service to the cause of book reviewing in the United States, a cause which still needs all the help it can get, but which is considerably better off than it was in 1896, was perhaps even greater than its contribution to the well-being of the Times. For a considerable time, indeed, it seemed that this new publication was to be a gratuitous and disinterested contribution to American letters. It found immediate favor with readers, but not with advertisers. Book publishers argued that when the book reviews were embodied in the regular news columns of the paper, as had previously been the custom, they and the adjacent advertising would be seen by the general reader, whereas if they were segregated in a special supplement, they would receive the attention only of the limited and presumably impecunious section of the reading public which was interested in books. Only very slowly did the publishers realize that people who were interested in books were more likely to buy books, when they had any money to buy them with, than those who irritably turned over the sheet in order to escape from the book reviews to the sporting news on the next page. After the first publisher tried the experiment of advertising in the book review, others soon followed, and before long the publication was paying its way. There were disadvantages about the publication of the literary supplement on Saturday. It had to be in the form of loose sheets, folded into the rest of the paper. If the reader did not want the book review, he merely opened up the paper and let the sheets flutter out, and they fluttered well. The Saturday morning paper naturally was read by people on their way downtown to work. Those who didn't care to carry the book review about with them, they rarely failed to look over it, let it blow away in the wind. So one morning the management of the Times was attracted, and rather aggrieved, by a cartoon in Life entitled The Literary Supplement, and depicting a citizen desperately trying to struggle out of an elevated station through a heap of discarded sheets of the Times Saturday Book Review. This was publicity, though not of the most favorable sort, but it was finally decided that the book review would go better with the Sunday paper, in most instances delivered at the home, where it could be conveniently laid aside for reading at leisure. Once more, however, the book publishers were disturbed by the change. Some of them had scruples against advertising in a Sunday paper. One or two publishers held out for a little while and insisted on advertising only in the regular issue of Saturday, but their rivals soon began to get results, which gradually drew all the book advertising into the book review supplement to the Sunday edition. The more recent history of the Times Book Review is another matter. Superficially, its combination with the magazine section may seem to be a reversal of the principle on which the literary supplement was originally separated from the body of the paper. But the present-day book review and magazine is still in a process of development, whose event, it is hoped, will justify the belief of the management of the Times that a still better literary newspaper is attainable than has ever yet been produced. If the history of the various transformations of the Times literary supplement shows anything, it shows that books are, generally speaking, bought by the people who like to read about books, and that literary advertising will bring results if placed alongside literary news, wherever that may be. Still another feature was added to the Times on November 8, 1897, in the Weekly Financial Review, which was published for a number of years thereafter as a supplement to the Monday morning paper. Each of these additions to the paper brought new readers, and others were constantly being attracted by the slow and steady improvement of the quality of the paper. Another innovation of the new management was the giving over of much of the space allotted to letters from readers to the views of those who disagreed with the editorial opinions of the paper. This was not wholly a novelty in American journalism, but the Times now began to do it on a scale previously unknown. Not so very many years before 1896, most American newspapers, the Times among them, had been reluctant to print even news which did not accord with editorial policy. That time had passed, and the new management of the Times now made a point of opening its columns to the presentation of views on any side of any subject, as a matter of news and as a contribution to the formation of well-grounded opinion. Almost all decent newspapers do that now, but it was a novelty in the 90s. It has perhaps some perils. Certain inveterate self-advertisers have nothing to do but flood the columns of all newspapers with their letters, and if the editors occasionally feel that other people have a right to be heard, these correspondents at once conclude that they are being suppressed for unworthy reasons. Also, if a book review opens its correspondence page to all comers, that page is likely to be filled with complaints from authors who feel that the reviewers did not do justice to their works. Nevertheless, the practice is now universally recognized as useful and necessary, an opinion which was a rarity in the days when the Times first began to invite letters from people who disagreed with it. The editorial page was as good as ever. In the campaign of 1896, when the paper supported the gold Democratic ticket of Palmer and Buckner, the Times's editorial arguments for sound money were powerful and effective. The publisher and the editors took the issues of that campaign so seriously that they all marched in the Great Gold Parade, the biggest New York had ever known, and they had the satisfaction of feeling at the end of the campaign that the Times's editorial attitude had counted for a good deal in the sound money discussion. The improvement of the news columns in the direction of impartiality, which had made much progress since the secession of the Times from the Republican Party, was carried still further under a new publisher who was interested in politics only as an external observer and good citizen. The loss of subscribers had stopped. In the first year and a half of the new management, the circulation had more than doubled, and the deficit was now rapidly approaching the vanishing point. Advertising was coming to the paper in increasing amounts. It had been the boast of Mr. Jones that no man had ever been asked to subscribe to the Times or to advertise in the Times. If he chose to do either, that was his own affair, but nobody would give him any provocation. Whatever the merits or demerits of this attitude, the time for it had passed by 1896. If a newspaper owner of that period chose to regard his paper as something which he published for his own personal pleasure, there was considerable danger that the public would respect his reticence. The new management of the Times had space to sell for legitimate advertising, which in its opinion would satisfy the purchaser and give him his money's worth, and they did not regard it as beneath their dignity to tell him about it. Nevertheless, certain types of advertising were from the first carefully excluded. While not all patent medicines are kept out of the Times' advertising columns, the rules adopted under the new management were so strict that almost all of this matter was automatically rejected. Patent medicine advertising was much more general, of course, 25 years ago. Today, it survives in a few metropolitan journals of somewhat antediluvian standards and is a welcome guest of many publications in the smaller towns. Some of it is legitimate advertising, but so much of it is not that the Times felt that its publication could do no good, while in many instances it did positive harm. Word puzzles and similar schemes in which prizes were offered for something which looked easy but was generally impossible of accomplishment were also excluded. Persons who offered something for nothing, who guaranteed the cure of illnesses or the payment of large dividends, also found themselves compelled to display their wares in other papers. It was and is the conviction of the publisher of the Times that honesty is the best policy, and that business success cannot be securely founded on misrepresentation and fraud. There is doubtless a considerable part of the public which will always be too stupid to know that it is being deceived, or too listless to care, but the Times was not aiming at that class of readers. It has sometimes been objected that discrimination against objectionable advertising should logically be carried to the point of investigating all advertising before publication. The Times does not do this. It does investigate all advertisements as to which it has any reason to entertain suspicion, and if the suspicion remains after investigation, even though nothing is proved, the reader is given the benefit of the doubt and the advertising is excluded. The principles above mentioned result in the wholesale exclusion from the Times of those classes of advertisements in which there is most likely to be misrepresentation. In other fields, a sharp watch is maintained for fraudulent advertising, with results which may be fully appreciated if the Times' financial advertising, for example, be compared with that of some of its contemporaries. Elimination of questionable material is, of course, considerably easier in financial than in mercantile advertising. In this latter field, it has seemed to the Times that the exercise of ordinary vigilance is about all that can be expected of a newspaper. The newspaper may do a good deal in the suppression of improper claims by advertisers, but it cannot do all the reader's thinking. Two instances of rejection of advertising by the Times very early in the history of the present management deserve special notice. As permitted, though not enjoined, by the election laws of 1896, the Board of Aldermen in that year voted that the complete canvass of the vote in the city should be published in 6 daily newspapers. The Times was one of the 6 papers selected, but it promptly attacked the decision as a waste of public money and urged that publication be confined to the one paper mandatory under the law, which would not have been the Times. This report was of enormous volume, and its publication at the ordinary rates would have brought to every paper carrying it some $33,600, a total of over $200,000. The Times needed $33,600 rather badly just then, but it declined the advertisement in an editorial which called the election canvass a waste of public money. The members of the Board of Aldermen professed to be startled and horrified by the discovery that the expense would be so heavy. Certainly they were horrified by this proclamation to the public that so much money was being thrown away, and the publication was finally reduced to the smallest amount permitted by law, none of which came to the Times. a result, of course, which had been expected. Some months later, all the regular advertising of the city government was unexpectedly offered to the Times. This amounted to about $150,000 a year, a sum which would have made a tremendous difference to the Times of that period. Moreover, assurances were brought to the management of the paper by a gentleman who was a friend both of the publisher and of the Tammany leaders that this offer was made with absolutely no strings. It was neither the expectation nor the desire of Tammany that the Times should feel itself influenced in any way, and it was understood that the allotment of the advertising did not in any way involve a modification of the Times's general hostility to Tammany and local politics. The only reason for this sudden windfall, said the gentleman who brought the news, was the conviction of the Tammany leaders that it was a good thing for the general interests of the Democratic Party to have a conservative, Democratic paper maintained in New York City. That paper's feelings about Tammany did not enter into the case. The publisher of the Times had entire confidence in the good faith of the gentleman who gave him these assurances, and saw no need for questioning the good faith of the Tammany leaders. For whether or not their intentions were honorable, their proposal was unacceptable. It was asking too much of human nature to suppose that thereafter, when the Times had reason to attack Tammany, as it certainly would, its exposures of graft payments for gambling house protection were not very far in the future. The subconscious, if not the conscious minds of those in the Times office might be affected by the thought that $150,000 was at stake. By that time, the paper might have got accustomed to living on a higher scale and would have missed the $150,000 more than if it had never had it. Moreover, the Times was still far behind its rivals in circulation. If this considerable revenue were suddenly awarded to the smallest in circulation of New York morning papers, everybody would believe that Tammany had bought the Times, no matter how pure the motives of the organization or of the paper's management. The shadow was as bad as the substance in this case. From any point of view, the offer was unacceptable. Years later, in Mayor McClellan's administration, the Times was designated for a large part of the city advertising, the greater part mandatory in connection with condemnation proceedings in the matter of the Ashokan water supply. By that time, the paper's circulation was large and was growing by leaps and bounds. Its revenues were also large and increasing. There could no longer be any serious suspicion that the Times had reason to sell its soul for advertising patronage, and its selection as an advertising medium was a natural choice, for that selection had, in the meantime, been made by great numbers of private advertisers who had found that advertising in the Times would sell their goods. Principles of this sort temporarily cost the paper a good deal of money, but on the whole it was fighting its way slowly back to prosperity. In its antagonism to yellow journalism, it was beginning to find a good many friends. It was not alone in its attack upon the methods of the Journal and the World. The Sun and the Press, for example, made much more of a crusade out of it, but their effort was chiefly destructive. They devoted a good deal of space to attacks upon the personalities and practices of the yellow press. The Times was less concerned in holding up to the public view infamies already quite apparent to those who were capable of being disturbed by them than in demonstrating to persons who did not like yellow journalism that the Times was the sort of paper they wanted. The Yellows fought back, of course. The World graciously referred to some of its journalistic critics as doomed rats struggling in a pit, and endeavored to make it clear that a monopoly of journalistic purity was possessed by the World. In the World's opinion, the Times was owned by the trusts. It had been bought up by Wall Street speculators for their own selfish purposes. The basis of this legend started in a quarter where it would probably be promptly repudiated today, was the very moderate amount of obligations of the Times held by certain bankers mentioned in the earlier part of this chapter. The World, of course, saw some advantages in circulating the suspicion that Mr. Ox was not solely directing the Times, and it chose to regard him and to speak of him as caretaker of the deficit. The Times was making its way, slowly, but with increasing sureness, among those who were disturbed by the tendencies of the World and the Journal. It was advertised by the assertion that it does not soil the breakfast cloth, and this negative virtue, no less than its positive excellences, was winning it new readers all the time. Mr. Jason Rogers of the New York Globe has said that if ever a newspaper was built brick upon brick through the recommendation of one reader to a friend who was not yet reading, the New York Times was so built. This description, which could be generally applied to the growth of the Times in the last 25 years, is especially accurate as a description of the paper's recovery in its first year and a half under the new management. It might have gone on growing at this steady pace with no sudden mutations of fortune, had it not been for an event which, if not exactly unforeseen, could hardly have been provided against, which subjected the paper to an almost ruinous strain and put it in jeopardy from which there was no escape but by the desperate expedient that almost overnight made its fortune. This event was the Spanish War. End of section 11.